We back. How are you? Nice to see you again. Is this your first time here? Subscribe to the channel. Now let me stop playing. Alright, so we was watching Crocodile versus Gaara. Just some guy pointed out to me that the audio was kind of bad because he could literally only hear me. I definitely appreciate that. We have fixed the audio and now we are ready to strap in. So I'll wait for just some guy to get back in here. Hopefully he does come back in here because I definitely appreciate him letting me know that he couldn't hear me. So yeah, we're gonna see if we can wait for at least like, just one or two people get back in here. Then we're gonna get back to the video. But so far, from what we've seen, what I can say I don't like so far is just that Eon is being extremely generous with the scaling for Naruto. It's not an issue necessarily. It's just I wouldn't pull these amps out of anywhere. That's kind of what I feel like he's doing. Some of these amps he's just kind of saying they have, and then not understanding that the totality of, the amp itself isn't an overall stat boost. It's not a 1-to-1 to strength, AP, speed, endurance, etc., etc. They have a supply of energy that they can now put more energy into those given stats via chakra control. So like when we say a 10 times amp, we got to be careful not to mix 10 times amp overall versus you just getting 10 times more energy that you didn't have. Hey, my guy, what's good? Just some guy. Hey, I appreciate you letting me know that the audio was off. I literally would not have figured that out because I was so tuned in. But yeah, we're gonna get it back. We're gonna get it started again. Let me turn the mic down. Before we start, can you hear me okay? Am I screaming at you? Are we good? Am I coming through okay? Let me know those things too before we actually get started. But yeah, so far Eon's video is pretty good. I'm enjoying it. I'm trying to figure out what Gaara's win con is going to be. Oh no, that's right. It's probably going to be sealing jutsu. Because he said he can't hurt him. So Gaara's only option after not being able to hurt him would be sealing. Now the question is, what kind of argument would he use for sealing jutsu? And would it even work on Crocodile in the first place? So yeah. Just some guy, let me know before we actually get started, or anyone in the comments, let me know before I actually get started. Am I coming through okay? Can you guys hear me fine? Welcome back to the circus. We hear you. Why it gotta be a circus, gang? That's funny though. Alright, cool. You hear me. So yeah, let's get started then. Yeah, Gaara versus Crocodile. Where we at? Interact.
Hey, how's it going, everyone? Today I have a versus battle that has been constantly requested by both my viewers and channel members, and I for one can't call myself a man of the people if I don't give them what they want. Before we begin, I'd like to plug my Discord server, which you can join by becoming a channel member. Talk to people about how powerful your favorite verses are, then you may want to consider joining. We promote healthy scaling and discourse. Now, with that being said, let's talk about Crocodile versus Gaara.
He said One Piece versus Naruto always be one. I don't think it has to be a circus, honestly. Well, let me ask you, just some guy, who do you have, One Piece or Naruto, as far as which one's more powerful? Who do you have?
The Sandy Boys. This is a fight that at first glance you might think is simple, but like Gojo versus the 5 Kage, it boils down to how one thinks a specific interaction will go down. Unlike many of my other videos, I'll be splitting up this encounter into two separate parts. Alabasta Crocodile versus pre-time skip Gaara, and Marineford Crocodile versus War Arc Gaara. I believe that the result of the fight changes depending on what versions of both of these characters you're using, and since I've never scaled Part 1 Naruto, it gave me the perfect opportunity to read through the earlier portion of the series. As always, there won't be any verse equalization, so with all that out of the way, let's begin. Before we even start with any scaling, I want to set up some parameters for the fight. For the sake of keeping the video as short and sweet as possible, we're going to say that Gaara's personal sand and Crocodile's body are entirely uncontrollable by the opposite party. I'm not going to try and debate anyone on whether or not Gaara can manipulate Crocodile or Crocodile can manipulate Gaara's personal sand. Crocodile is living sand and Gaara's sand has his mother's spirit possessing it, so I'd rather not even consider the potential headache of trying to figure out who would control who through some mental gymnastics and headcanon. After all, neither series holds a precedent for how this interaction can go down. The location shouldn't matter, though I imagine most people would assume they're battling in a desert. I won't really be factoring the environment for the fight, but if you ask me, Gaara definitely benefits more from fighting in a desert than Croco Boy, and I'll explain why I think this is a case in better detail later. Also, I won't be going into detail about Gaara's AP because it genuinely doesn't matter. The simple truth is he can't hurt Crocodile. If you look at Gaara's nature transformations, he doesn't have water style, so there's no way for him to deal damage to Crocodile. Unless you put these two in an environment that has nearby accessible water, I don't think Gaara will ever find a way to damage Croc, unless you think he can somehow figure out Croc's weakness and or force himself to bleed enough that he can actually make contact. I'm sure some of you are gonna say,
You said you think Naruto has higher AP, but One Piece do have some tough wins too, like Croc's dehydration. I think that's fair. Well, I'll say this. Like, as far as the top tiers of the verse, yes, I would probably end up giving it to Naruto as far as AP. But generally speaking at least, I think One Piece kind of has higher AP overall.
chakra is made up of half spiritual / mental energy, so it can probably damage Crocodile via his soul. To that I say, no, that is not happening, and unless you can prove every jutsu Gaara has also damages the soul on contact, I'm not even going to entertain this as a possibility. Anyway, with all that being said, let's move on with this.
Yeah, so around this part, I said in the last video that I've never heard a Naruto guy assert this to be true, but it would absolutely not hold up in any discussion or situation like that. There's so many blatant contradictions that it's not even funny. For example, a good one is Don Kato, right? Don Kato allows him to use a spirit transformation jutsu, which allows him to turn into an actual spirit. And in the data book, it literally says he cannot be hit by any physical attacks. That would include jutsu. That includes spiritual energy. But, just saying.
Scaling. Trying to figure out Part 1 Gaara's speed is interesting because there are quite a few statements by the time of the Chunin exams that imply the Genin are anywhere around the transonic to hypersonic speed tiers. While combating the Sound Shinobi, Dozu, and Saku, Rock Lee could blitz Dozu by activating the first gate of opening, which allows the body to use 100% of its muscular energy, whereas usually the body can only use 20%. This would obviously imply, at the very least, a 5x amp, as he was about to pile drive Dozu into the ground with the primary Lotus. Zaku performed multiple hand signs and used sound waves as he was coming down to blast air into the ground, which cushioned the impact. If you think that the primary Lotus is as fast as Lee while he's moving on the ground, then that would make the attack either relative or slower than the speed of sound, since Dozu later says their attacks are supersonic, which could be anywhere between Mach 1.1 to Mach 5. I personally think Lee is faster than the falling speed of the primary Lotus, so we can say that with his weights on, he's at least Mach 1. I think this is a decent baseline to go with because Sasuke with the curse mark was capable of blitzing Zaku entirely on 2 separate occasions, one of which Zaku used another supersonic attack to try and hit him. Now by the time Lee fights Gaara, none of his attacks can land until he removes his weights. I can't tell you how much faster Lee moves without his weights, but in my opinion he seems to move about as fast as when he's performing the primary Lotus, since he always disappears right before the starting kick, which could mean removing his weights makes him 5 times faster, or Mach 5, which is supersonic. The thing is, he doesn't seem to be any faster when he unlocks the first gate and hits Gaara. Either way, I'll give him the fairest interpretation possible, which should be at the very least a speed of Mach 25 or hypersonic, which seems to be fast enough to easily bypass the sand shield at this point in the story. By the time the tuning exams reach their climax and Sasuke fights Gaara, he reveals that he was capable of replicating Lee's speed within a month, although Guy did say he's almost as fast as Lee's average speed, which means we can say Sasuke is also in that supersonic tier of about Mach 1.1 to Mach 5. Gaara's sand is consistently outmatched by these speeds. However, the reason why I'm going into this earlier scaling is to get a baseline for how fast one would need to be in order to outpace it, especially since Gaara has a habit of not really moving, so his own speed is technically irrelevant. I could also talk about Sasuke's Chidori or Gaara's Tailed Beast Cloak transformation, but Gaara's AP doesn't matter, and the version that's fighting Crocodile would be the one that fought Kimimaru, so I don't think Gaara would necessarily resort to using Shikaku's power, although again, I will talk about this later. One thing I do want to talk about in relation to his Tailed Beast Cloak is that if I give Gaara the fairest interpretation possible for the cloak, it's possibly a 10 times amp. There isn't any canon multiplier for this transformation, but if it's the equivalent of Naruto's one-tailed cloak, then one could argue it's at the very least a 10 times amp, like the Cursed Mark version 2 transformations. Under the
Alright, so let's go back to that, because that's important. And once again, I said this on the last stream, but you couldn't hear the audio, so I'll say it again. Firstly, we're comparing the 1 tails to the 9 tails. You know what? This is beginning of the series Naruto, where we didn't know the 9 tails was like the absolute strongest, so fine. Let's grant the comparison. The issue that I would be having with this whole thing, and let me see if I can get right to the example where he's talking about the sound 5 or the sound 4 or whatever. Because let me get there first.
The fairest interpretation possible for the cloak, it's possibly a 10 times amp. There isn't any canon multiplier for this transformation, but if it's the equivalent of Naruto's one-tailed cloak, then one could argue it's at the very least a 10 times amp, like the cursed.
Alright. Now the issue with this is we're gauging chakra here. We're not gauging stats. Chakra amount is not a equivalent to stats in a 1-to-1 ratio. Getting 10 times more chakra does not mean you get 10 times more stats. Getting 10 times more chakra means you have a 10 times higher supply of power to use to increase certain things, be it speed, be it strength or striking power, however much you can actually control to that degree. And for Jirobo, in this second state, my power is 10 times what it was before. I'm invincible. And I think that actual statement is actually something else, but it looks like he's using the colored version. I think he says his strength is actually 10 times. I don't know. Power. I don't think it's power. I think he actually says his strength. But that would literally be going into Jirobo's strength. And he's a strength-based character. He actually shows this with feats. Like, to say this would be to also say that other Sage Mode users get this same buff to every stat. But we know that's not happening because Jirobo doesn't get 10 times faster. We know that's not happening because Sakon and Ukon don't get 10 times stronger and 10 times faster. And then even Sakon's statement clarifies that they get 10 times more chakra. So I had to stop it here because this is a topic that's too important to not be understood.
Mark version 2 transformations. Under the assumption that the sand is at the very least as fast as Gaara, and it's on the lower end of supersonic, this would make Gaara's one-tailed form anywhere between Mach 11 to Mach 50, or hypersonic to high hypersonic. Naruto does fight this version of Gaara, but besides an off-guard kick, Gaara can consistently keep up with most of Naruto's assaults until he gets tagged with an explosive kunai, which
See, but even this would contradict the 10 times statement because this is base Naruto keeping up with a half transformed Shukaku. Gaara, that is. So, if we were 10 times every stat, Naruto would not be able to land a single attack on him, albeit the surprise attack. Well, Naruto doesn't land an attack, but Shukaku should be wiping the floor with him beyond easily.
damages him to the point Naruto can jump him with his multi-shadow clone jutsu. There also isn't a lot to go off of for how much faster Naruto could have potentially have gotten in the following arc. Most of his training is in regards to mastering the Rasengan. When he fights Sasuke, who's fresh out of the hospital, they seem to be relative in speed, and the pair still gets blitzed by Kakashi, who is at the very least massively hypersonic due to his lightning-cutting feat when he was younger. Also, no, feat. Sasuke is not lightning speed because he performed Chidori. There is no way to bridge his speed to a 15 to 16-year-old Kakashi who was already a Jonin and an Anbu for several years. By the time of the Sasuke retrieval arc, the Sound 4 fought 2 Jonin and were forced to use their version 2 cursed marks in order to beat them. The Jonin were coming back from a mission, so they were out of chakra, but either way those 2 Jonin have no feats, so it doesn't matter. It's difficult to determine just how fast these characters should be by this point in the story due to a lack of quantifiable statements and feats, but by the time the Sand Trio join the fight, Tamari fights Tayuya, who uses sound-based genjutsu. Under the assumption that Tayuya's sound attacks scale up in speed due to the version 2 cursed mark, and under the assumption her attacks were at least as fast as Dozu and Zaku's supersonic sound waves, this would make her genjutsu about Mach 50 at the higher interpretations, and Tamari could react to and blow away this sound with her fan. Assuming that Gaara also got stronger since we last saw him, his sand should be within this tier of speed since he could fight CM2 Kimimaru. Now, this is a higher interpretation, and Gaara does mention that Lee isn't as fast or as sharp as when they last fought, which would contradict this since Lee has been in the hospital for about 2 months.
That would contradict it? Or that would corroborate it? I don't think he meant to say contradict. That wouldn't contradict it. He said he wasn't as fast because he was in the hospital.
Kimimaru doesn't ever blitz the sand, and when he's using CM2, he mostly overpowers it, so depending on how one chooses to interpret the growth of these characters within the 2 months since the preliminary fights of the tuning exams, they could be anywhere between Mach 5 to Mach 50, but I'll give them Mach 50 for the sake of fairness. Moving on to Alabasta Crocodile, I'm going to have to take some liberties with his speed because there is virtually nothing that can be used to quantify how fast he is as far as Alabasta goes. Considering the fact that the Straw Hats get stronger after every island they visit, we can make a couple of assumptions. As far as the East Blue Saga, Luffy can react to and hit Kuro, who is faster than the eye can see. At least going by this speed scale from Versus Battle Wiki, that would make him anywhere around subsonic. And SPS states that Kuro's Shakushi is as fast as CP9's Soru. There's 2 ways of looking at this. Either you think Oda is referring to the technique's amp in speed, or you think he's referring to the characters themselves. If you go by the first interpretation, then Shakushi is about a 10 times amp like Soru, since Luffy uses Soru when he's using second gear, which is a 10 times amp, and he also states that CP9 agents kick off the ground 10 times in an instant to pull off this technique. The second interpretation would mean Kuro is beyond massively hypersonic to relativistic, since one can make an argument that One Piece Lightspeed meta starts to become apparent around Enies Lobby, but possibly as early as Skypiea, although I'm going to go with the former interpretation. Under the interpretation that Kuro's pussyfoot maneuver is between Mach 0.1 to Mach 0.9, since Luffy could react to and grab him while he was using Shakushi, he should be anywhere around Mach 1 to Mach 9 or Sonic.
Like, beginning of One Piece is like so far removed from my memory. I can't even comment on if any of this stuff is like right or wrong, and I'm not gonna lie. It's a little annoying because like it could be true, but I really don't know.
to low-end hypersonic. This would also be consistent with a later feat in the same arc where Luffy shattered Don Krieg's spear after punching it 5 times mid-explosion. Explosions can be anywhere between 1500 to 3000 meters per second, so this feat would be anywhere between high-end supersonic to hypersonic or Mach 5 to Mach 10, and if you want to go with a highball interpretation, then Luffy landed 5 punches as the explosions happened, so his combat speed could be Mach 25 to Mach 50. But we'll stick with the lower interpretation. In Whiskey Peaks, Zoro is capable of perception blitzing an entire town full of assassins as they stare at him and could get between them without anyone noticing. He could blitz their attempt at shooting him while being surrounded, and after having his arm tied with a steel rope, could yoink a grown man to take incoming bullets for him as they were already fired. During the Drum Kingdom arc, Dalton, who had eaten the Bison Zoan Devil Fruit, could move so fast he created after images of himself and moved fast enough that bullets couldn't hit him. The guns that most One Piece characters use are inspired by flintlock pistols and are modified so they can fire more than one bullet at a time. These pistols usually fire projectiles at 305 to 610 meters per second or transonic to supersonic speed, so these feats would be consistent with the Mach 5 to Mach 10 ballpark I mentioned earlier, since they would be faster than these bullets, and
He said One Piece is only 1,100 chapters long. Like shit. Yeah, man. It's just too long. Like, I'd have to get one of my good One Piece friends to break down all this stuff and not necessarily fact check Eon, but like, you know, well, I guess fact check. Audit would be a good word too, or like, you know, just peer review his work. Cause I can't do it, honestly. I'm not a One Piece guy.
Dalton is weaker than Luffy. Speaking of Luffy, he can also stretch his arms so fast and so far at this point that they go beyond a 1,500 foot tall mountain they're currently fighting on and reaching a distance of about 3 towns before Wapol can finish a sentence. Which means at this point in the story, Luffy's combat speed is so fast he can stretch his arms a distance of over 4.5 kilometers and then some to hit his opponents before I even finish this sentence. By the time he fights Croco Boy in Alabasta, Crocodile can dodge Luffy's punches, and while Luffy can do the same, Crocodile also doesn't seem to be taking this fight seriously. They fight a total of 3 times, and in every single encounter Luffy does a bit better, with the third fight being his best performance since he can now deal with everything Crocodile hits him with. But how fast is Crocodile? Like I said, there's nothing I can use to possibly quantify how much faster he got if I go by Alabasta alone, but if you use a bit of information from later on in the series, it might be quantifiable. In Enies Lobby, CP9 uses a special technique to determine their Doriki. Doriki measures the physical ability of a combatant, and it doesn't account for special powers like Devil Fruits. The reason why I bring this up is because Luffy fought Blueno and stated himself that he couldn't beat him like this. He needed to use second gear in order to make the fight one-sided. Blueno had a Doriki of 820 and Rob Lucci had 4000. We know it's a linear increase because he said his Doriki is 5 times greater than Fukuro, who had a Doriki of 800. This means Luffy's base became 4.9 times stronger after a single fight, since he later fights Lucci in base and performs relatively well. This is also consistent with the fact that he previously couldn't fight Blueno when they first met and completely matched him after a couple of hours with no training in between. Under the assumption that Luffy didn't get any stronger or faster across all of East Blue and he only had 2 major fights, those being Arlong and Wapol, Luffy on a lowball should have gotten 16 times stronger before his first fight with Crocodile. Since Doriki accounts for physical ability and not just strength, this would also mean he got about 16 times faster. This would also be consistent with Zoro's statement that they get stronger after every island. This means on a...
Alright, see, I like the Doriki argument. I like the Doriki scaling. For me, I think that it's very fair. It's consistent. As he said, it is linear, meaning that it shows a progressive, it's a progressive thing that's going on, basically. But I like that. That's fine. Going off of our early interpretation of Mach 5 to Mach 10 during the East Blue arc, Luffy, by the time he first fights Crocodile, should be anywhere around Mach 80 to Mach 100. 5 times 16, 80. 10 times 16 equals 160.
Lowball interpretation of Mach 5 to Mach 10, Luffy, by the time he first fights Crocodile, would be anywhere between Mach 80 to Mach 160, or high-end high hypersonic to massively hypersonic. This also wouldn't be an outlandish claim, since they would fight Enel, who is literal lightning, one arc later. Now, under this speed scaling, Crocodile should be faster than Gaara by a lot. I'm not really going to go into Crocodile's AP because he only really has one big feat, and that.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie though, guys. Either like Gaara has 0 speed scaling or feats. His sand is good. His sand is fast. Him? No, sorry. He has no feet. He has no speed scaling or feats. His sand literally does all the work, and that's fine. But I wouldn't even give him that 80 to 100 ballpark. I don't know what I would give him like as a necessary minimum, but like as far as speed, no. Not movement speed.
Slicing through a portion of Aluparna Castle. Gaara's sand is tougher than a wall of tempered steel that's 5 millimeters thick, while hardened, but it could also be blown straight through by Sasuke's Chidori, which can create large holes in stone, it can destroy multiple walls of an inn, and it can easily pierce through a water tank. Whether or not Crocodile can slice his way through Gaara's sand is kind of irrelevant, because if he gets his hand on Gaara, the fight ends. Crocodile's Devil Fruit has the ability to absorb the moisture of whatever it is he is touching, which includes the very ground he stands on. Luffy, who had drunk enough water to bloat his entire body, was sucked dry in an instant. The only reason he survived is because the water he shot up into the air just so happened to fall on him. Against an opponent like Crocodile, who can win by simply making physical contact once, I can't really see him winning. I did have a conversation with my chat about the potential.
Shout out to one Karibo in the chat. He says, based on how he fights, Gaara himself doesn't have to be fast. Nah, bro, I know he doesn't have to be fast, but I'm just saying it's literally all the same. You can't give me a Gaara movement speed feat. You can't tell me who he would scale to necessarily for speed, because he doesn't fight, so he doesn't really have combat speed, and that's fine. I'm just saying, like, that is the actual case. Like, we're not going to play games. Gaara doesn't have any speed scaling. It's not to say he's like, slower than a fodder. I'm not saying he's slower than a fodder, but he wouldn't be up there with like Minato, Itachi. He wouldn't be up there with like the higher tier people for speed, movement speed wise, reaction speed, sand combat speed. Absolutely sure, but Gaara himself, nah.
Potential appearance of Shukaku, especially since Gaara doesn't have any sealing jutsu at this point. All in all, you'd have to give Gaara every benefit of doubt and say that he can achieve full host transformation before Crocodile touches him, and even then, Shukaku would have to eventually resort to sealing jutsu once he realizes he can't hurt Croco Boy. He would also have to reach this conclusion before Crocodile reaches Gaara and kills him. Now, moving on to War Arc Gaara versus Marineford Crocodile, I'm just going to give you the quick and easy speed scaling for Gaara. I'll also be giving him every single benefit of doubt, and I'll offer the highest interpretation that I'm personally comfortable with. War Arc Gaara, at least in terms of his sand, should be light speed. Around the time of the 5 Kage Summit, Sasuke Uchiha invades this.
Now, if you know me, I don't agree with this at all, but this is his video for the purpose of it. Let's accept the sand is light speed. Let's do it.
Monumental gathering in order to kill Danzo. The specific feat that at least adheres to the idea that Gaara's sand is possibly light speed is the moment where he fires sand projectiles at Sasuke alongside Tamari, Kankuro, and Daru. The most important attack here is Darui's laser circus jutsu,
yeah, don't do it.
Data book fires rays of light, under the assumption that all of Gaara's sand.
Eon, don't do it, man. Well, you know what? You did say you were going to give him the fairest interpretation that you're comfortable with, so that's fine. Guys, me personally, I do not scale. Well, I don't use data book statements to begin with, and I'm consistent because I don't use it for any series that I talk about or scale. All right, I like to see feats, and for speed, we need distance over time for the characters, and then we'll base that off of what they get hit by and what they're able to dodge. This is just we have the laser circus, we have regular kunai, we have her wind attack, and we have Gaara's sand. By feet, the fastest thing here is Gaara's sand, and it's not even close. By feet. Yeah, because who does Darui's laser circus actually tag prior to this? Nobody. This is its first showing, which means Gaara right now has the better feats. And then the only person I think it does tag is who? Jinkaku, and Kinkaku? I think those are the only people that get hit by it. And then they're nerfed because they're Edos. It's like, no, the fastest thing here by feet is Gaara's sand. And it's not close.
And can move at light speed, and not just this one jutsu, we can at the very least say that by the time of the war arc, his sand is capable of protecting him at the speed of light. I can't give him anything faster just because I have no way of quantifying his speed to be anything higher.
And then my thing is, he says, while I'm giving him every benefit of the doubt, the lack of feats or statements that can be used to interpret possible multipliers makes it next to impossible to definitively say to what extent of FTL Gaara may potentially be. See, I might gotta do a live with Eon. I gotta ask him why go with that interpretation if it's something you don't believe. Is it just to make it interesting? Is it just to have the conversation? Because I'm of the opinion of, if you need to do all that, then unless you're making the video for a certain reason, the conversation probably doesn't need to be had. Like, for example, I'm thinking of doing Itachi versus Byakuya right now. But like, when I do that, I'm not going to give Itachi every benefit of the doubt. You know what I mean? And just like wank him until oblivion. I'm not going to do that. I'm going to give him where he fits in his series. And I'm going to give Byakuya where he fits in his series. And then we're going to see where they, come together at. But, yeah, I got to, like, why give them that highest interpretation? I got to ask them that one day.
Now, unlike the previous fight, Gaara actually does have a good way of defeating Crocodile. That being the Grand Sand Mausoleum. I'll go into the ceiling jutsu in a bit, but for now, it is genuinely the only method by which he can deal with Crocodile. One Piece as a series starts to, at the very least, imply a lightspeed meta by the time we fight Enel in Skypiea. Whether or not the characters are lightspeed in every regard is up for debate. However, there are two separate statements, one by Nami and the other by Oda himself in an SBS, that introduce the idea of lightspeed. Right after Enel, we fight Foxy, who I've already talked about in this channel before, can generate beams of light and has slowpoke photons that slow down everything they touch.
Yeah, the One Piece light speed scaling metas. I'm not like, if we're gonna do this, like, I'm not really a fan of them, especially the Foxy one. I'm not a fan of the Enel one because that comes from Oda in his version of Kubo's Club Outside thing. I'm just not a fan of these things. Slow beam. If we're gonna call this light speed, I'm not gonna get into it. It's okay. We'll just accept it. We're gonna accept it. I don't wanna.
Depending on how one chooses to interpret the information that is being presented within the context of the story.
We know Itachi cooking Byakuya. Ayo, Karibo, chill out. Chill out, my guy. Ain't no way sick, frail, bedridden Itachi is beating Byakuya. I don't even know how you can land to that conclusion. You know Itachi dies not even midway through the series, right? There's like 700 chapters. He dies around 309. 309. So Itachi gets power cliffed way beyond his limit, right? With people like DMS Kakashi having a higher probability of beating him. With people like quote unquote, let you guys tell it, at least not let Naruto people tell it. People like Sakura could beat Itachi by this point. Oh, because she hit Kaguya. That's not my argument, but that's what y'all say, right? Byakuya, I'm not even going to get. This is about Eon's video, but feel free to comment.
There are at the very least 4 points in the story where one can argue that the Straw Hats, or at least Luffy, are definitively Lightspeed. Sabaody Archipelago is the farthest point down the timeline where one can argue that Luffy and his crew start to reach Lightspeed movement speed without straight up being disingenuous. The Pacifista can shoot beams of light, and we can see Luffy visibly dodging beams of light without even having Haki yet. I'm going to use this as a baseline because 2 arcs later he runs into Crocodile, who has been rotting in Impel Down for a while now. I have no real explanation as to how Crocodile got stronger while in prison other than Oda wanted this to be the case. He's clearly portrayed to be at least...
Just real quick, I've always had this idea in theory that, I don't know why, but when the character isn't seen for a while, and applies to Crocodile too, they would just inherently scale with what's been going on with other characters. I don't know why, and I don't know where this idea came from, but it's always something that I've just thought yeah, obviously he's going to be stronger. We haven't seen him for a while. There's no actual evidence, but it's just something I've always thought. It's very funny.
Relative to Luffy during the escape, and I'm not going to account for Luffy getting stronger between Amazon Lily and Impel Down yet. When the escapees reach Marineford, Crocodile immediately goes for Whitebeard's head. Luffy intercepts and stops him while using second gear, which is a 10 times amp. The anime shows that Crocodile can dodge an attack from second gear Luffy, while the manga shows Luffy blocked his attack. In both instances, one could argue that Crocodile is fast enough at this point that Luffy needs second gear in order to fight him. Although I would argue that Croc at the very least had a head start. This is where you either think Crocodile is at the very least light speed or 10 times faster than light. Once again, I'm not accounting for Luffy getting stronger between arcs. I think now is a good time for me to talk about the specific interaction of Crocodile's Logia intangibility and the Grand Sand Mausoleum. I have no idea how this interaction is supposed to go down.
This is kind of what I was waiting for. Logia intangibility versus Grand Sand Mausoleum. Will Crocodile be able to just phase through the sand? If you ask me, personally, I'll say this. And it kind of comes down to if you think... Well, here's the thing, right? Gaara doesn't create his own sand out of nothing. That is to say, Gaara doesn't take chakra and turn it into sand, right? He molds existing sand around him with chakra, and then he manipulates that sand. So at no point is Gaara's sand ever fully his own sand. I hope you guys get what I'm trying to say. Whereas in Crocodile is actual sand. Now, this is where it becomes an interesting conversation. I do believe that you can coat things with chakra without having that chakra become a part of someone's chakra system, right? This is for CrossFit stuff, obviously. So the question is, and I don't know how this would even happen because we've never actually seen Gaara do it. Could Gaara get his chakra on Crocodile while he's in sand form to manipulate him that way? Right? Or if Gaara makes some type of a barrier or a sealing jutsu, Crocodile being sand, could he just funnel and, tunnel his way out of it infinitely because it's sand on sand at that point, and Crocodile should have more control over his own body within sand than Gaara does. So those are the two things that I would be looking for, and I kind of expect him to talk about. That's going to be interesting how he covers this. He said, blind, no Susanoo, and coughing up a lung. Still got that dog in him. Hey, yo. Hey, yo, shit. Nah, bro. Seriously, though, Itachi, he was a good kid. That's what they're going to say about him after him versus Byakuya goes down. He was a good kid. You know, he served his clan, served his village, murdered him, but he did it. But yeah, nah, bro. Like when you really look at the fight, and I was going over this a little bit with Davs, right? You all already know how I feel about Genjutsu and Naruto. None of you have definitively given a strong argument as to why Genjutsu would work. So I don't consider that at all. So what do we have left? We have the Yata Mirror, we have the Totsuka Blade, we have Amaterasu, and that's pretty much it. I'm not going to lie. We can stop there. Fireball Jutsu is fodder. It's not going to work against Byakuya. Shadow Clone Explosion, fodder. Not going to work against Byakuya. And I'm not even going to account for Byakuya not being able to be injured by him. We're not even going to do that. We're just going to give it to him. When we're talking about Susanoo, first off, Itachi's Susanoo stopped at stage 2 technically. And it's only feats. It didn't really have any feats, actually. It's only feats came by way of the spirit weapon. So what we would have to do, and what I'll probably end up doing, is scaling off of Sasuke's Susanoo versus Danzo in that fight to find a necessary minimum of where it should scale based on Sasuke's fight with Danzo. Because we don't see Itachi's, in any action for real. So, his base Susanoo, or his Susanoo in general, it's an unknown, but we know it would scale around Sasuke's. The issue becomes when, at the start of the fight, at the start of the fight, Byakuya is going to release Senbon Sakura. Senbon Sakura has now become the Bankai version of it, right? As far as its Shikai, You mean injecting chakra into a target's brain? You mean injecting chakra into a target's brain? Are you talking about when I said Genjutsu not working? Is that what you're talking about? And let's do this, right? Because if we're gonna do that, I'll get into it later. Let me get back to the cipher. Senbon Sakura's Shikai has now become its Bankai. So off the gate, off rip, Itachi's going to need Susanoo just for that alone, just for his Shikai. That's Byakuya releasing five times of his power. He's going to need, Susanoo off the gate for that. Nothing's going to help him except for Susanoo. Then we get into Amaterasu. And I was debating this on Twitter. I might show that conversation. I might not. We'll see how it goes. Amaterasu is the worst Sharingan ability, hands down. It's the worst Sharingan ability. And I'm willing to die on that hill. It has so many anti-feats. It has so many bad showings. And it's just not a high potency jutsu. It's not a life-threatening jutsu, etc., etc., etc. Let's go over a few of the instances. During the fight with Itachi in during the fight with Sasuke in A, Sasuke uses Amaterasu to try and hit A dodges it, boom, it hits a samurai. That samurai is burning for at least 45 seconds to a minute. Just basing that off of how the fight was going on, right? So A dodges, Sasuke can't find him, he has to get behind him, he lateral bolts him. Gaara comes in between. He does Susanoo with Amaterasu, and he's trying to kick him and stuff. We can admit at least 45 seconds to a minute has passed, and that samurai was on fire, burning, and nothing happened to him. And then we have Raikage getting his arm burned, right? When we see the Raikage with Amaterasu, he's chilling. He doesn't even care that his arm is on fire. He just knows that he'll have to cut off because it could eventually kill him. It's not like his arm was melting. He didn't get third-degree burns. None of that stuff. So those are two. Let's go to a third one. During the fight with Itachi and Sasuke, Amaterasu failed to burn basic trees. Let's go to Karin. During the fight with Eight Tails, Sasuke uses Amaterasu on B, and Karin gets hit by a tentacle with Amaterasu on it. Now, if you go look at that fight, and you watch and you go through the panels, she is burning for a extended amount of time. She doesn't have third-degree burns. She's not melting. She's not incinerated. She is completely fine. So Amaterasu is just a bad ability. It's what I'm getting at. And then when we even talk about, let's say it does hit him, what will it do to Byakuya? Let's say Amaterasu hits him. What does that do to Byakuya? My answer to that is it does the same thing that everyone else it hits. Once you get hit by it, all you have to do is take off an article of clothing and you'll be fine. Drop your armor, you'll be fine. Have something in front of your face, you'll be fine. Put up Danku, you'll be fine. Let's say it actually hits him and he can't do none of that stuff. Well, guess what? Byakuya still has Ho-Ho Stealth Shiho number 3 Utsusemi, where he can use like a substitution jutsu. He'll be fine. We here, we in the building. Let's go, twins and things. What's up? All right. Amaterasu is vaporizing Byakuya Bankai. Instantly, Amaterasu's potency burn rate is controlled by the user. So I was having this conversation once, Smart Karibo, and you know what? I think after this video, I'll go down that conversation I had with Davs, and you guys tell me if I'm crazy or not, right? Because I had that conversation. He also said its potency was controlled by the user, but you'll never find anything in the story stating, suggesting, or showing that. You'll never find anything in the source material stating, suggesting, or showing that. You'll never find anything in the data books stating, suggesting, or showing that. All you have is speculation saying, and you know what's hilarious? The only instance that Amaterasu does a quote unquote good feat, because it's not even a good feat, is when Sasuke uses it to incinerate like 4 knives about 7 inches long. That's the only time Amaterasu has shown to be what it can do, when he incinerated like 4 knives. You cannot substitute Amaterasu, not even in Naruto. Yeah, Byakuya is not doing a substitution though. So I said it's a pseudo substitution. He wouldn't be doing a substitution. But let's get back to the video. What's Cap? What part is Cap? Please tell me what part I said it was Cap. What part was Cap? The Amaterasu? What? You never understood Naruto, bro. Amaterasu was hot stove level. Like shit. Apocalypse, please tell me how I never understood Naruto. Please tell me how I never understood Naruto. While you're typing, let's finish the video.
I am not Kishimoto, and I am not Oda. There is no precedent within the context of either series for how this interaction can go down, since Gaara has never fought an opponent who is literally...
There's no speculation. It directly stated to burn what the user focuses on. I mean, obviously, the attack has to be shot through the eye, so you have to look at the thing you're burning. I don't understand what you're saying. The attack is launched through the eyes itself, so you're going to have to focus and see what you're burning in order for something to burn. So, yeah.
Natural walking sand. I have no idea how this interaction is supposed to go down. I am not Kishimoto, and I am not Oda. There is no precedent within the context of either series for how this interaction can go down, since Gaara has never fought an opponent who is literally natural walking sand as far as I'm aware. If you think Gaara can capture Crocodile within a Grand Sand Mausoleum and Crocodile can't phase out, then Gaara wins. If you think that Crocodile can somehow move his individual grains of sand through a giant pyramid made of compact sand, then Crocodile wins. I also want to make it clear that I can't tell you whether or not Crocodile would have the proper attack potency to bust out of the Grand Sand Mausoleum like Madara did, because his best quantifiable feat is slashing part of a castle. If I have to give you my honest opinion, Gaara should win this interaction. Now I'm going to try something new. This is where I'm going to split up the video into 2 different possibilities depending on what information you are willing to accept. If you think Gaara is lightspeed and you think that Crocodile is also lightspeed without accounting for Luffy's potential growth, then the outcome likely comes down to a 50-50. Crocodile just needs to touch Gaara, and Gaara just needs to seal Crocodile. Whoever pulls it off first wins, but I'd put my money on Gaara. Moving on to the second possibility, if you think Crocodile is at the very least 10 times faster than light, he should eventually be capable of making physical contact with Gaara and instantly dehydrating him. We know for a fact that Gaara's sand has a limit to how fast it can protect him. A 10 times difference in speed should be enough for Crocodile to touch him with his sand. I don't see how Gaara catches him with a Grand Sand Mausoleum, and he's less likely to use a sand armor around this point in time. Either way, Crocodile also has a poisonous hook that can melt stones, so it'll likely be helpful in dissolving the sand armor. Also, in case you haven't noticed, I haven't used the Doriki scaling for Crocodile for this latter portion since I don't think it's necessary, but if you were to apply it and lowballed the number of fights Luffy could have gotten stronger from, with Magellan being the only one, that would mean Luffy got a bare minimum of 4 times faster since Sabaody, which would by proxy make Crocodile at bare minimum 4 times faster than Light, and on a highball 40 times faster than light if you go by Luffy's second gear, interception. One last thing I should talk about is Crocodile's fights within Marineford. Listen, I am sure that one could upscale him even further since he fought Doflamingo, Mihawk, and Akainu, but with an asterisk.
Real quick, if you're just joining the stream, like the video, subscribe to the channel, get those engagements up. All right. Death of the Author goes ham. Not going to lie. We are the ones to make sense of the powers. 100% facts. 1000% facts. Author's intent versus death of the author. That conversation in and of itself should be a clear, like, we should already know which one. Well, let me explain first in case you don't know what death of the author is. So death of the author is essentially where the reader's perspective on a story can either have just as much weight or even outweigh what the author's portrayal or intent on the story is, essentially. And in power scaling, this would be taken to a level where we're saying, okay, cool. The author's goal or the mangaka's goal is to write a great story. Listen to this, right? The guy that created Danny Phantom has never scaled Danny Phantom. When someone bought him the numbers of how strong Danny Phantom would be, he was like, oh my gosh, I never knew that. Right, because he was focused on making a great story. He wasn't focused on scaling Danny Phantom. So when we're talking about things like statements and narrative, I don't even want to do narrative because narrative can be a little tricky. I follow narrative too, but it really depends. I more so go for feats. But when we're talking about things along the lines of those subjects, we have to take what is actually shown into the series as the main thing. We can't take the author says this, so it must be true following. No, we need to take those things with a grain of salt. They're cool to reference, they're cool to use, but they shouldn't trump what actually goes on in the series. And Amaterasu, despite its sun level claims in the data books, despite its scorching heaven and earth, all these claims, it has too many bad showings for it to actually be a life-threatening attack. Yeah. We see Amaterasu coat Sasuke's sword while also being able to make metal projectiles vanish mid-air. We see feats of selective burning. Do I agree with the speed scaling so far? Alright, let's do one at a time. We see Amaterasu coat Sasuke's sword while also being able to make metal projectiles vanish midair. We see feats of selective burning. Okay, if you want to do feats of selective burning, I don't have a problem with that. Actually, can you give me a chapter that we see that Sasuke Amaterasu sword thing? I don't remember that happening. Is it when he does the sword swipe at the Jubi thingy? Is that when that happens? I think it is. I think it's the same time Naruto throws his Rasen Shuriken thing or whatever. And they both save Sakura's bum ass. I gotta do a Sakura rant one day. That'll be fun. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. So if you want to do that, as far as selective burning, Karibo, tell me Amaterasu's max AP. Tell me Amaterasu's max AP. You know? Take some time. We're going to continue video. I'll look at some more comments. Come back to me with a number, and then we can like try and figure out exactly how powerful and how potent it is. Because the inconsistencies are innumerable. Not really. Obviously exaggerating, but they're there. So tell me a number, right? Because here's the thing. Sasuke intentionally tried to burn Madara. Nothing happened. I actually had someone tell me that Madara's durability scaled to his armor. Dumbest thing I ever heard. But he actually said it. So, yeah, we'll see. Do I agree with the speed scaling so far? No. Why would I agree with the speed scaling? No. What? No, you know. I mean, it really depends on how you scale as a power scaler. I agreed with some of it. I don't think you were here for it, but when he was going over the Doriki things and versing Rob Lucci and Blue No and all that other stuff, that stuff aligned. That stuff made sense. It's just Eon be... Sometimes when he does these multipliers and stuff, I think he kind of goes a little too crazy, despite him saying he lowballs and stuff. So, yeah. Let's finish the video.
I think upscaling him would be entirely unquantifiable.
Let's go back a little bit.
The number of fights Luffy could have gotten stronger from, with Magellan being the only one, that would mean Luffy got a bare minimum of 4 times faster since Sabaody, which would by proxy make Crocodile at bare minimum 4 times faster than Light, and on a high ball 40 times faster than Light if you go by Luffy's second gear, interception. One last thing I should talk about is Crocodile's fights within Marineford. Listen, I am sure that one could upscale him even further since he fought Doflamingo, Mihawk, and Akainu, but with an asterisk. I think upscaling him would be entirely unquantifiable since he never actually fights them seriously. Whether or not Crocodile is going all out is irrelevant because they are not going all out. You cannot argue Doflamingo or Mihawk even remotely tried since neither of them used a named attack, and at one point Dofi even chops off Crocodile's head and he could have just killed him right there if he had just used Haki. As for Akainu, he caught him off guard. I don't know what else to tell you. Akainu suffered no damage and just put himself back together. So there you have it. I think depending on what information you're willing to use, the fight is honestly kind of close since they really only need to hit each other once in order to win. If I had to be honest, the fight can be skewed more towards Gaara's favor if you put them in a desert because he has much better feats when it comes to manipulating large quantities of sand, thereby making the Grand Sand Mausoleum an easier win condition. Yes.
Yeah, if you put them in the desert, it almost might be unfair for Gaara because like Gaara can literally turn possibly miles of the terrain into his own sand and then manipulate all that sand. I don't know that for a fact, but just based off his fight with Kimimaru, man put his hand to the ground, turned everything into sand and all this other stuff, and he's using the minerals from the earth and all this other stuff. Yeah, if you're just watching the video, you just get into the chat, make sure to like the video or we will end this bitch. I'm not playing with y'all. We will end this right now. Like the video. Yes, if you came late, the full stream will be on my channel. Absolutely. You can, join all that stuff. Apocalypse, I'm still waiting on you to tell me how I don't understand the show. Karibo, you still have to tell me how potent Amaterasu is. Twins and Things, I do not agree with the entirety of the speed scaling. There's portions that I do agree with, but the vast majority, no. So yeah.
Crocodile sent a sand tornado across Alabasta, but Gaara could create giant sand tsunamis that even his father thought were coming from the Shukaku, and he could also stop a meteor with his sand alongside Inoki's help. It's definitely more impressive, at least to me, than sending a single sand tornado that would have finished off an already deserted town. But that's it for the video. Thank you all so much for watching.
See, but that's an interesting thing too. How far did Crocodile send this sand tornado? How far did he have to send it? Because that means it would have kept its momentum and energy until it got to wherever it was going. Versus Gaara being able to use all his sand to stop a meteor. with help from Anoki, of course. Of course. So honestly, they're both good feats. I think it does actually hinge on the fact if you believe whether or not Crocodile can phase through Gaara's sand because he's literal sand, or if you believe Chakra would interact with Crocodile and be able to manipulate him to some degree, or whatever. If I had to make a like true determination on it though, and we like forgo both of those things, Chakra is a limited supply. And even though Gaara is the Shukaku, yeah, Shukaku. Even though Gaara has the Shukaku, actually, you know what? He does have Shukaku. He does have Shukaku. Yeah, it still depends though. It really all still depends on whether or not you think he can control him. The minimum AP would be the vaporization point of tungsten, which just has melting point slightly below the surface of the sun. The melting point of what? Can you maybe like type that again? I don't know what that is. So yeah, I think that was a good video. Very nice. It looks like Eon gave the Naruto guys a win. Good for him. Good for them. Good for you guys, I guess. Oh wait, no, I still need to be in there, actually. Okay. But that was a nice video. Alright, what are we watching next? Y'all? I have in my notes, at least. We can watch something. What's it called? The SPA. Okay. We can watch Eon's Sukuna versus Madara video, or we can watch the Espada versus the Admirals. I haven't seen either one of these, so this would be a live first time reaction for both. Let me know. Or we can talk about whatever you guys want to talk about. It seems Kariba wants to talk about Byakuya versus Itachi and stuff like that. Totally fine if that's what you want to do. You know what I got to figure out? I got to figure out how to get my chat on the computer because I really can't see my chat on the computer. Not sure why I can't. But it's alright. I like your breakdown of Daemon versus Bleach verse. Appreciate that. Issue with Uryu antithesis point was valid. But Uryu would have to have info not to intentionally harm Daemon for him to do what you claim he could do. Admirals versus Mad Three-Eyed Man Ma. What? Who the hell's the Three-Eyed Man Ma? Alright, let me see real quick. You said Uryu would have to have info not to intentionally harm Daemon for him to do what you claim he could do. Let's look at that real quickly. Let's see how I explain this and break it down. Where's my interact button? Where's my interact button? Where's my interact button? Alright. Alright, so let's skip to the Uryu section so we can answer his question real quick. Alright. real quick. Let's take a second to read some of this stuff. Admirals versus... oh, yeah, I read that. Please debunk the Espada versus Admirals video at some point. Debunk it? It depends on what's being said. It depends on what's being said. If it's like a scaling thing, sure. Like as far as like incorrect scaling or, you know. Let's watch your favorite hub video live. Hey, yo. Just some guy. You gotta chill, bro. The video didn't have sound. Hey, yo, thank you, Karibo. Y'all gotta start telling me when the video doesn't have sound, bro. Y'all gotta let me know when it doesn't have sound. Why doesn't it have sound? Oh, I see. It moved off the... I got it, guys. My fault. It moved off of the OBS to my actual headphones. My fault. Let me check it here real quick. Thank you, Karibo.
Yourself with your Bankai. You inflicted massive damage on him throughout the fight. Actually, you really just hurt yourself.
Let me know. Can you guys hear now? You should be able to hear now.
It doesn't really rely on targeting the opponent directly.
You should be able to hear now.
Events. It manipulates outcomes that have already happened. Unless you possess.
So we'll go back. I think you guys can hear now. You should be able to hear now.
During his battle.
We'll go back. I'll talk to you guys for a minute. Then we can like just catch up and start. What I'm saying is you're correct, but Uryu would need prior info on reflection for his plan to work. I don't have an issue with your breakdown. Made sense and well thought out. I appreciate that, red hair. I appreciate that, and I can understand where you're coming from. Okay, cool, Shimmers. You guys can hear now. Excellent. Yeah, my fault, guys. I gotta be more aware of my OBS switching between my headphones and my actual phone, because I don't have my chat up on my computer, so I can't actually see you guys here. So I like have two things running, and I gotta literally like read it on my phone. So sometimes it might switch to the phone, and I don't know. But I appreciate you letting me know. Yeah. So you're saying Uryu would have to like kind of know Daemon's things, and I get what you're saying, and I definitely appreciate you like saying that it makes sense to you. My thing would just be that, like, how antithesis is described is it literally bypasses targeting as far as intent to the person. It's literally stated to target the 2 points that exist in the past or the 2 things that have already happened and switching those things, right? History has already happened. So whatever he's switching is going to happen no matter what. It's just a matter of what he's switching, and it's at his discretion, and he can switch all things in between there. Daemon is beating Uryu pretty bad. Daemon doesn't have any feats, my friend. Daemon doesn't have any feats. Daemon beat Fodders. Well, I guess he beat Code. But Code is only like stated to be above certain people. It's not definitive that Code is above certain people. And before you comment, Karibo, you know how I am about statements. Don't care. Show me a feat. So even that's like, But let's hear the full explanation of the video real quickly. Let's hear the full explanation. Though actually, no, I don't think we have to, because you did say you agreed. You just disagreed that the fact that Uryu would have to kind of know or be aware, which, I mean, I think that can be fair. I think if you're saying that, it can be fair. My perspective is just how the ability is described to work. It should work based on that basis alone. But I get what you're saying too. Okay. Oh yeah, Admirals versus Espada. I can't spell for shit. $23-minute video. All right. Yes, but the scenario you used is that Uryu would fire an arrow and switch the point, which I find not believable to attack with no intention, which is basically my issue. All right. You know what? Someone on the actual channel broke this down really well. Or someone under the comments, I should say. Before we start, let's get that cleared out. With Hashball. Alright. You said yes, but the scenario you use is that Uryu would fire an arrow. So Uryu firing the arrow is point A. It already happened. Point B, which is still technically happening, right? Point B would be Uryu getting hit by the arrow. So cool, we have our 2 points that have already happened in the past, right? Uryu comes along and switches history. Uryu, in fact, did get hit with an arrow. It happened. It's in the past. Right? So when he switches these points, all he's switching is what happened between those 2 points to something else within those 2 points. Right? If you want to say he would have to target Daemon, I get it. But based on how it's described to us, and I probably should have pulled up the actual panel. Let me see.
Uryu acted
Does he
as
show
a
it here?
punching bag, taking all of Hashball to Hashball suddenly took all the Uryu reverse. You hit yourself with your
I can't read it. It's bad. Well, I can kind of read it. It allows me to choose 2 points, take the events that have occurred between them and reverse them entirely. So he's taking the events that have occurred between the 2 points and reversing them entirely. This is beyond intent, my friend. This is beyond targeting. This is beyond intent. This is beyond intent and targeting. At least in my opinion it is. But I get where you're coming from, Red Hair. I definitely get where you're coming from. So I'm not going to dismiss you or anything. I definitely see the argument. But I'm just saying, based off of how it's portrayed and how it's stated the work, it directly bypasses intent. Okay. Admirals versus Espada. Let's see what we're talking about. 3 weeks ago, 2.3k views. You know what? Let me have this. Let's have this right here.
Over their durability and just like their AP.
Oh, this guy. I know who this guy is. I think.
In anime, a group of people who have really cool designs and powers that the main characters of the series have to eventually face off against is really cool. I mean, Naruto has the Akatsuki, My Hero had the League of Villains, and so on and so forth. This means that One Piece and Bleach are no different, and in Bleach we've had a few groups that Ichigo and his gang had to face off against, but the one group that everybody loves to bring up time and time again is the Espada, and in my honest opinion, I do believe that they were the coolest group. And in One Piece we also have a set of characters that you either love or hate, and they're the Admirals, and as you can tell by the title or thumbnail, I'm going to be putting these two up against each other to see who is stronger.
Must the antithesis be already activated is the question. Must the antithesis be already activated is the question. Why would that be the question though? Activating antithesis has nothing to necessarily do with targeting Daemon. Like I kind of just described, he's targeting 2 points that have already happened. And if that implicates Daemon, well, that's on Daemon. It's not on Uryu. He doesn't have to target Daemon at all, right? He just has to target what has already happened and switch for something else. That's what's happening. Once Mark Rebo says, remember Daemon versus the guards. Remember Daemon versus the guards? The arrow was never fired. The arrow? You mean the blaster? If Uryu intends the kill with the arrow, he dies before it is launched. What do you mean the arrow was never fired? Okay, I kind of, you're saying that, remember him versus the guards, you're saying that, okay, the arrow itself would never be fired. It being fired also doesn't matter. As long as it's an event that happened and that took place, it can be switched out. It's as simple as that. He doesn't physically have to fire the arrow. That's not the point. The point is that something happened that's now in the past, and at Uryu's discretion, he can switch these things up. That's what's happening. And first off, Uryu wouldn't die to a single shot of his own Heilig file. I don't know why you would think he would die from a single shot of his own arrow. First off, like that's just no. I'll just say Espada versus the Admirals is not fair. Ghost lads just win. Yeah, we're gonna see. We're gonna see how he scales them. We're gonna see how this goes.
So strap in, because I'm going to get real in depth with this video. But before I get into the video, if you guys enjoy content like this, you know what to do. Hit that like button and subscribe, as I do post content like this regularly. And to be honest, it's a win-win. You guys show me love and support, and I give it back to you in the form of video.
Let's make sure the video is playing,
Bleach,
though.
Other anime, or just fiction in general, and do try to plan on covering it. So be there when I go there. But I feel like I've rambled enough.
Looks like
Why don't I jump straight into the video and see who is stronger between the Admirals of One Piece or the Espada of Bleach. Before I jump into any scaling inside this video, I'm going to need to cover the rules section so you guys know what I'm doing this by. Now the first rule is going to cover who's going to be inside the video. I'm going to be using the Aronka versions of the Espada, and then for the Admirals, I'm going to use Akainu, Aokiji, Kizaru, Fujitora, and Green Bull in this video. Second rule is that certain special hacks...
Appreciate it, One Karibo. Thank you. Alright. What One Smart Karibo said is basically what I also believe could happen. It doesn't matter the amount of damage, it's the intention. Like a guy intended to cut off Daemon's head, but his head got cut instead. Alright, so let's talk about that. Because I didn't go as hard in the video as I could have on that point, so let's discuss that real quickly. I'd have to screen share for you guys to see it. So what I'll end up doing, what I can do... Damn, this is hard. I wish... Alright. I'll just say this, right? When it comes to Daemon reflecting intent, we have a consistent basis of how that works, right? Let me go to the chapter. Let me go to the chapter real quick. Let's go to the chapter. Rango. 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 Alright, let's do Boruto manga. And I'm going to show you exactly how this goes, my friends. Stick with me, kids. You'll learn a lot. If you're just coming into the stream, like the video, subscribe to the channel. Keep the engagements up. I will leave. I swear to God, I will end this stream now. Anyways. Boruto manga. Oh, yeah, I should just be able to go to Manga Pill, right? Or Mangato. So I can't see any of your comments right now because I'm going to find the exact chapter for this to explain how to explain how Daemon's thing actually works. Boruto. And this is going to be an explaining of how it works based on consistency. Why are they making this so hard? You know, I'll just do it on my laptop because I already have it pulled up. You guys can just kind of follow along with me if you can. Pull out your manga Bibles and go to Boruto, chapter 84. Let me stop. Come on, load. Okay, you guys can't see me now, but I am on the Boruto manga. Let's go to this one. When does he get introduced? I think it's like 59. Should be the chapter called Night. Oh yeah, let me pull up my chat just so I see. Hey yo, what's good, Rexer? How you doing, bro? Right now we're talking a little bit about Daemon and Boruto and stuff like that. I'm looking for a specific scene for red hair. No, not this one. Not you. Okay. Hold up, guys. We're gonna get this down because I want to make sure I'm being completely accurate. Like, I already know the information out of my head, but I want to read it to you guys so we actually have a consistent trail. Okay. So if you want to follow along, you can go to chapter 59 right now is where I'm at. All right. So we're on chapter 59. All right. Ada says, and I quote verbatim, "The stronger the intent to kill, the more powerful the reaction. A foe simply picturing the killing scene will cause the end result to be instantly reflected upon him or her." Now, we know for the first guards, the one that raised his blaster and attempted to blast and died, and the one that had the axe and tried to throw it and died, we know these were action-based things that caused their death. With the guard that lifted his sword, what we can presume happened is based off of this, and the other one, which I'll get to, is that he imagined cutting off Daemon's head, and thus his head was cut off. I say this as much in the video. You can think about things concerning Daemon. You cannot just, what you can't do is conjure up images in your mind of ill things happening to him. You can't do that. So, if you want to follow along with me, we're in the Church of Ab-Stract. Go to chapter 59 of the Boruto manga. Ada literally says, a foe simply picturing the killing scene will cause the end result to be instantly reflected upon them. Cool. That's chapter 59. Now, let's go to chapter, is it 67? No, it's not 67. Where is it? It's where Kawaki imagines clobbering him. 67. If that's 67, it has to be like 72. Church of Ab-Stract, that's a fact. Take out your mangaka Bibles, go and follow along. We read the pastor. So 75 maybe? So, mind you guys, she says a foe simply picturing the killing scene. That's important. Keep that in mind. Right? Now, join me on page 75. Let me see. Did he already do it yet? It should be page 75 though. I think he already did it. Hold up. Okay. Yes, it is page 75. Go to page 75, Boruto manga. Amado explains, Daemon is an irritating, pesky brat, but just be careful not to aim murderous intent toward him no matter what, because that too will be reflected. It depends on certain conditions, but it will all rebound back on you. Boruto says, what? Okay, now you've lost me. Daemon asks, want to test it? Boruto says, no thanks. Then we see Kawaki try and test it. Kawaki gets hit in the head from a force, right? Boruto says, well, then Kawaki says, looks like it's legit, Boruto, as you just saw. This is important. Boruto says, you really imagined clobbering him? And Kawaki doesn't deny it. So we have Ada saying, a foe simply picturing the killing scene. And then we have more consistency with Boruto saying, you imagined clobbering him? I'm talking through the phone, but I really should be talking here. You imagined clobbering him? So that's two consistent things already, right? And then when they're all having dinner, right? Boruto's getting made fun of. Let me go to that real quick. Boruto's getting made fun of. Where is it at? It should still be in the same chapter. But I don't think it is. Where's that? Okay. He's talking to Momoshiki. All right, just keep this fresh in your head while I find the actual chapter, guys. It should be 76. Okay, they go to bed. Cool. So this is chapter 76, right after Boruto just confirmed that you imagine clobbering him, and then we have Kawaki not denying that he imagined clobbering him, so we can take that as a true statement. Okay, so Boruto says, so they're talking about like Boruto dating Ada because he's not being picked over Kawaki. Boruto says, shouldn't age not matter? Daemon says, that's why I told you it was your looks. You're so dense. Then Boruto says, I'm going to slaughter. I mean, right? And then, what does he say? Okay, not that part. Where is it at, bro? Come on. No. God damn, I can't find it. Anyways, let me just say it, right? Along the lines, Boruto says, I almost thought about killing him, or something like that, right? He says, I almost thought about killing him, but this comes after. This comes only after he already acknowledged that you have to imagine these things that happen first. So we have consistency with Ada saying, picture the killing scene. We have consistency with Boruto saying, you imagine clobbering him. And then we have Boruto saying, I almost thought about killing him. But that only comes after he already acknowledged with Kawaki that, you imagine clobbering him. So what I'm basically saying is the ability to reflect someone's intent, at least with accuracy and consistency, is so far dependent upon you conjuring up an image of in your mind and then enacting that image in your mind. Which is why the guy who got his head cut off suffered the full reflection. Right? That's why that happened. All right. The Ab-Stract Mickey's menu like shit. Yes, you're indeed correct. Remember, my first point was that Uryu would need prior info to bypass this. Well, I agree your breakdown made sense, so he should be able to do so under certain conditions. Cool. All right, cool. I think we're good then. I think we're good. If that's where we're at with it, I think that's a fine place. We can dedicate a whole stream to Daemon next time if y'all want to, but we're kind of talking about him a lot. But it's not an issue though. Let's get back to the Espada versus the Admirals, though. And before we do, let's make sure my audio is still connected. Okay. Oh no, I'm lagging. I'm lagging.
You know what to do. Hit that like button. In anime, a group of people who have really cool designs and powers that the main character of the series
back to the video, guys.
face off against is really cool. I mean, Naruto has the Aokiji, My Hero had the League of Villains, and so on and so forth. This means that One Piece and Bleach are no different, and in Bleach we've had a few groups that Ichigo and his gang had to face off against. But the one group that everybody loves to bring up time and time again is the Espada, and in my honest opinion, I do believe that they were the coolest group.
Hold up. I didn't even see that comment. Twins thing said, if Uryu shoots an arrow without the antithesis activated, and then moments later activates antithesis, can he still switch events that didn't fall under antithesis activation? And if so, what is your evidence? So, from your purview, it sounds like you think that antithesis is something that has to be activated, and then everything after it can be swapped. That's what it sounds like you're saying, Twins and Things. Let me read it again to make sure I'm not making a mistake. If Uryu shoots an arrow without antithesis activated. So yeah, it sounds like you're saying antithesis is a active ability, like an active process. Like, okay, cool, I have to turn it on, and then everything from here on can be reflected. That's what it sounds like you're saying. And then moments later activates antithesis. Can he still switch events that didn't fall under antithesis activation? Okay, yeah, so that is what you're in fact saying. I would actually need evidence from you that it works like that. Because nothing suggests that he's placing markers in reality and then everything beyond that marker is what he can reverse. That's not what the statement says. That's not what he says. He can reverse anything between 2 points entirely. That's what the statement says. Sorry. So yeah, let's get back to the video.
You also have a set of characters that you either love or hate, and they're the Admirals. And as you can tell by the title of thumbnail, I'm going to be putting these two up against each other to see who is stronger. So strap in, because I'm going to get real in depth with this video. But before I get into the video, if you guys enjoy content.
Alright, real quick, bathroom break. I'll be right back. Oh, okay. No, don't connect there. Connect here. All right. So if you're just coming in, make sure to like the video, subscribe to the channel. I'm your host, Ab-Stract, and this is the Ab-Stract section. We've been primarily discussing Daemon, but we also just watched Eon's video of the Espada. Twins and things. I don't know why you're giving me a thumb down. Did I not, did I not describe how you think antithesis works? Or I don't know. Yeah, you gotta let me know.
This, you know what to do. Hit that like button.
Let's get to the video.
Post content like this regularly, and to be honest, it's a win-win. You guys show me love and support, and I give it back to you in the form of videos. Whether it's Bleach, other anime, or just fiction in general, and do try to plan on covering it. So be there when I go there. But I feel like I've rambled on enough. Why don't I jump straight into the video and see who is stronger between the Admirals of One Piece or the Espada of Bleach. Before I jump into any scaling inside this video, I'm going to need to cover the rules section so you guys know what I'm doing this by. Now the first rule is going to cover who's going to be inside the video. I'm going to be using the Aronka versions of the Espada, and then for the Admirals, I'm going to use Akainu, Aokiji, Kizaru, Fujitora, and Green Bull in this video. Second rule is that certain special hacks that only work inside their series won't apply here. So that means that spiritual pressure won't be applied here, and the exact same thing with Logia not being able to be hit. That thing won't be here, so yeah, they'll be able to hit each other and obviously see each other. The third rule will be how they're going to be fighting, and they're going to be fighting all as a group, but just know that they're going to be fighting bloodlusted in a way, so yes, they're going to be trying to take the other side out. And finally, this is going to happen in Wako Mundo.
Alright, twins and things, let's go back to your question. Funny man. Funny guy. Let's go back to your question. You asked me, if Uryu shoots an arrow without the antithesis activated, and then moments later activates antithesis, can he still switch events that didn't fall under antithesis? So what you're doing is making a presumption, right? That's what you're doing. I would need from you that that's how the ability actually works. That's what I would need from you. Is that how the ability actually works? Is that how it's described to work? Does it say he drops markers in reality and can only reverse things that have happened post dropping the marker? Or does it say he can reverse any events in the past at his discretion? I'm paraphrasing. Which one does it say?
Oh, because because it's probably the best place for them to fight, since it's just an open place where they can just all use their powers. So with that being said, why don't I get straight into the scaling? To begin the scaling, I'm going to go over the Espada. Now, quick little disclaimer, I'm not going to go into each of their scaling individually. I'm going to basically set a bare minimum, and then with the highest where they should be at, and then in the hack section I'm going to cover their abilities and the ones that are going to be useful for this battle. So when I jump straight into their AP, and for their AP, they're going to be at least small country level to then multi-continental. It's capped that La Noches is around a small country in terms of size, and every Espada with the Grand Sand could destroy it. Now for the multi-continental scaling, I personally get from Ukihara being able to obviously stack his Sero.
Now personally, when it comes to scaling like this, as far as like, you know, oh, it's stated they can do X and Y and Z and stuff like that. According to triple AP standards and stuff, I don't usually take that stuff as like necessarily true. What I do though is things that can corroborate these statements, like for example, Ukiyoda intentionally going up above the canopy to transform and to have a fight. That stuff adds more credence to it, but it doesn't make it true. It doesn't make it true, right? It's not a necessary truth.
Arrows obviously go higher and higher and higher in terms of AP, meaning the people that are stronger than him inside the Espada should be able to do it as well. But I do believe that the ones below him should be able to, like people like Grimjar and whatnot, but that's up to you to decide that. I'm not really going to be bothered on that, since I don't believe it will change much inside this fight. And so next up we have speed, and speed inside of Bleach is extremely contentious, as a lot of people do believe that they're either hypersonic or faster than light. And due to Sarah being called light, I'm going to say that they're at least FTO to MFT.
Oh, nah. My man is using the fake scan, the fake translation, the fake text messages. Oh, gosh. That's funny. Now, if you don't know what I'm talking about, a while back, Clyde had made a video on, like, Ukiyoda versus Obito or some shit like that. With Noodles, I think. And he used these scans or this picture text messages as evidence. But then it came out that this was actually fake. And this wasn't like directly stated by Kubo or anything like that. Or Kubo didn't confirm this to be the truth or the case or anything like that. So it's just very funny he's showing this, because he either wasn't informed or he knows and he's just using it as like, hey, look, you know, light speed, whatever, cool. But no, that's funny.
TO in terms of speed. So moving on from that, we're going to go over their durability, and just like their AP, it's going to be small country level to multi-continental in terms of durability. And unless they have shown more defensive capabilities than their AP, then I'm just going to say that their AP.
Small country, the multi-continental. Now listen, because when it comes to my scaling, it's a little different, and I use triple AP scaling, so could you get them there if you don't take out the joules per centimeter cubed? Sure, if you're just going off of like what's stated to be destroyed and affected, but that's still more so DC. But let's keep going, because I don't want to make this about my scaling versus his scaling. I kind of just want to see how the logic goes for both and how the powers interact. I really want to see how this isn't just Baraggan versus the verse, to be honest. But let's see.
AP should be equal to their durability. So to pair up with their durability, we have their endurance, and all of them should be able to fight for long periods of time and withstand a lot of damage. So yeah, their endurance is really good. And so before we jump into their hacks, I'm going to go over their battle IQ. Now, some of these guys are either really smart or they're kind of in this category, since some of them are extremely smart, but then they have moments where they're kind of dumb. But most of them do have a high battle IQ, and I feel like working as a team, they'll be kind of okay, but I do know that their personalities may clash. But for the most part, inside a battle, these guys are extremely intelligent, so that is something that we're going to have to keep in for the battle later. Since there are so many of these guys, tend to be exact, I'm going to start off with what they all should share in common, and then I'm obviously going to explain their abilities separately. They all have spiritual energy, the Zero, Grand Zero, and Zero Kuras, and they also have their Zanpatos and Resurrections. Also, a quick little disclaimer here, I haven't watched the Bleach anime in time, So my pronunciation of some of these names and whatnot is going to be a little bit off, but just bear with me. Anyway, let's get straight back into the video. They always have their hero technique, which is like Tekai from One Piece. Oh, and Sonido. And Sonido was like Shade for One Piece. So I feel like at this point I've covered all the abilities that they share. So why don't I get into their individual hacks? And so starting off, we're going to go over Aranero, who is the weakest. He can obviously absorb hollows and merge himself with things, and we get to see his abilities up against Rukia. And that's where he showcases that he can use other people's powers as well, obviously Shiba being the one in this case. So now his Resurrection turns his body into whatever the hell this is, and he's able to use the abilities of the hollows he once swallowed before. And at this point, he'll be able to use all the powers that he's collected before. Now, one thing I do want to add that's going to be a massive drawback for him is once he removes his mask, he's going to be exposed and he's going to be revealed in his little tank. And if you're able to break it, then he's pretty much finished. So with that being said, why don't I move into number 8, and that's Grands. Grands is a master inventor, but since we're not going to be in La Noches, most of his traps won't work here, but he'll be able to use all of his weapon type inventions. Grands has a few busted abilities, but I think the one that will make this fight very interesting is his ability to analyze your move and then fully nullify it once he understands it. This is going to be very...
Yeah, real quick, Xylopero is actually kind of crazy. Like, thank God this fight isn't taking place in Hueco Mundo / his lab, because if the fight takes place in his lab, I'll probably give him the win over a lot of people, even people more powerful than him, because he's that prepared inside of his laboratory.
Very interesting, as I don't know if he'll be able to analyze Haki as it's not of his world, but their devil fruits will definitely be able to be analyzed, so that's something to look out for. In his Resurrection form,
he would absolutely be able to analyze Haki, because he can analyze Reishi structure down to like the smallest thing and create countermeasures from just like having bits and pieces of that. He's like Mayuri, except like a lesser version of Mayuri.
He's able to make copies of you, but that's if the stuff that he emits touches you. He can protect himself in a ball, and he can also make a voodoo doll of you like how Hawkins does, but he can obviously pull the stuff out of you manually. This will only matter to you if he touches you with one of his weird little tentacles, and you can put yourself back together if it comes down to it. And I won't be including his hell powers since this is only going to be a Ronka version of him, so why not I just cover all the rest of his abilities that he does have. And he only has one final ability, and that is the ability to resurrect himself by spawning himself inside of you and obviously spurting out. And this all stems from him being able to touch you, so essentially you don't want to be touched by this guy, as if you're touched by him, a lot of his abilities are going to trigger. Grands does have a massive weakness, and that's his lack of raw fighting skills. But I feel like with that being said, I've said everything that I need to say about him, so why not I move into number 7, and that's Lerox. As to begin his section, he does have an advanced...
He's calling everyone by their last names. I thought this was like mistaken at first, but this is a consistent thing. I think he said Lerox. It's Ruru. Zommari Ruru. But let's continue.
For no Sonaido that allows him to create clones of himself that like after images, but they can actually attack you, and they bleed too. And so his Resurrection allows him to spawn a bunch of eyes on his body, and those eyes are able to control objects. Now if those objects hit a limb, they basically disable the connection to your brain. So you basically don't want to get hit by any of the objects that he sends your way. And he can also just use his lower body to protect himself, but at that point he's not allowed to use any of his 58 eyes, so it's basically a defensive move that puts him in a fully defensive spot. Now if one of the objects he's hitting hits your head, then you're pretty much done for, since he can then control the whole of your body. But don't worry, he does have a massive weakness, and his weakness is destroying all 58 of his eyes, since if you do that, well, he has nothing to control things with, so he's done. And so with that being said, I feel like we've seen
Zommari actually still has about an extra, I think, 8 eyes on his head, like a spider or something like that. Fun fact.
said everything we need to say about him, so why don't we move on to the coolest, Espada. So up next we have Grimmjow, and Grimmjow's techniques are very simple, as he's a very hands-on fighter, so I'll basically just jump straight into his Resurrection. That doesn't have any crazy hacks abilities, but he can shoot bombs, and he can also use a long-range claw type of move.
He doesn't shoot bombs. They're more like they're not bombs. They're more like projectiles from his elbow. Not bombs though. They're like claws. I don't want to call them claws, but they're more like claws.
Move. As you can see, he's very basic when it comes down to it, so there's not really much I can say here. His weakness is definitely his attitude more than his actual abilities, so why don't we just move on to the 5th spot, and that's Gilga. Amongst his peers, Gilga has the
Noitora.
strongest yellow, meaning that he does have the best durability out of all of them, and you could argue that it could be above his 8.
Alright. So it sounds like Kanso, admittedly, number one, he's not really a Bleach scaler. But even with this, Noitora wouldn't have the hardest Hiedo. And that's just going off of the feats. I just had this conversation. God, I'm blanking on it. It's okay. Yeah, Clyde got exposed by the light novel himself, who Clyde claimed he got the info through from DMs. It was hilarious. It was kind of sad. See, but like, red hair, bro, this is why, like, for me, I don't really perpetuate any of the standard metas you see for any series. If I don't have a determination, you're not going to hear me make a statement. If I don't have enough information, you're not going to hear me make a statement. I like to do things in formal release videos, and this is why I always tell everybody. Like, you can ask me questions and stuff, and I can give you my opinion and stuff like that. But if you want, like, a definitive answer, I cannot give you that. What I can most say is that I have to do more research on the subject, and I'll put it out in a formal video. And then you kind of just got to wait for that. But, like, I would never get caught out there saying Seto's are or are not light speed. As far as, like, the way he did it with the scan, and oh, this is Kubo talking or all this other stuff. How fast is Soy Phone? Because I watched your video with Baraggan versus Naruto, and I'm pretty sure you never quantified how fast she really is. Also, WSG. I don't know what that means. Yeah, I don't know what that means. So yeah, I'll say this. When I was making the Baraggan versus the Narutoverse video, that was an earlier stage in my quote unquote anime / power scaling journey. It was kind of like how this guy is, honestly. It was very like surface level stuff like that. But if you watch my Ikaku versus Osama video, we have minimums of Mach 70 speed, and that's right at Soul Society. We have minimum Mach 70 speed, and that's at Soul Society. Baraggan versus Soyphone happens in the Arankar arc. Soyphone is top 3 captains as far as speed. However, like, if you get where I'm going with this, Mach 70, right at the Arankar arc. Soyphone's top 3. Right, I'm sorry, Mach 70 at the Soul Society arc. Soyphone's top 3 speedy captains at the Arankar arc. Yeah. So yeah, I know that. I know even that's not a quantifiable answer, but you get what I'm implicating.
AP, like I was talking about earlier. Now his resurrection,
let me go back,
allows him to
actually.
regenerate himself with his attack abilities, but he can.
Oh, it means it was good. Oh, it means what's good. Oh, yeah. See, I'm like an old nigga now, so I don't know all your guys' young, hip slang and terms and stuff like that. You know what I mean? I'm in bed before 8 o'clock. I eat yogurt and oatmeal. They call me Unk. Let me stop playing. But you know, a Bleach speed video is something that I plan on doing in the future. And what I'll be doing with that video is I'll be covering from arc to arc with the speed feats and the scaling. This will be a hard video for me to do because I've never attempted something like this, but it'll also be a good challenge, right? And I'm pretty good at doing I'm pretty good at doing research and stuff like that. So we'll see. But yeah, expect like that in a formal video. I can give you like what I think as far as like high balls, low balls, and minimums. We have Ichibe doing 2,000. We have Ichibe doing 4,000 kilometers in a single panel. And if you don't want to go by the panel, you want to go by anime, it's a few seconds at most. No speed feat in Naruto is beating that. if you want to go by statements for Naruto, sure, but I don't scale with statements because statements, someone said in here earlier, I think just some guy, death of the author will beat author's intent any day of the week, so I don't really scale for statements. We have Mimi Hagi traversing the Soul King's palace we have Mimi Hagi traversing Soul Society ground to Soul King's palace and whatnot. What else do we have as far as like really good speed feats? At least the ones I can think off the top of my head. I don't use Dangai Ichigo. Bro is for real. Like shit. Nah, man. I'm not really. I'm obviously joking. I'm not like an old ass nigga. But you know. What's your opinion on the Dangai Torrents of Time? What's my opinion on the Dangai Torrents of Time? So I'm going to be making a video on that because listen, and this is one of the popular metas of Bleach that I've had to look into, right? Where Bleach would either be like 5D or beyond, depending on how it's interpreted. So, as far as the Dangai, the Kotetsu, or the cleaner, it interacts with what we can call physical torrents of time. Like the restrictive current represents time. Kotetsu governs space-time. Interacting with those currents can throw you in the past, it can throw you into the future, it can throw you off course centuries, it can throw you off course years, it can throw you off course days. All right? And this is a fact. This isn't just a statement, this is a fact. We even see Ichigo and his friends were thrown off by a couple days, and they gained time from fucking with Kotetsu. Right? So, when we talk about the torrents of time and Kotetsu, it's a creature that isn't affected by that. That means it does have 4/5D resistance. Off the bat, the fact that it can interact with the physical nature of the restrictive current, which is the embodiment, so to speak, the embodiment of time, because it's a torrent and layers of time, and time passes faster, 2,000 hours per whatever time passes faster in that area. The Kotetsu would have 4D resistance or 5D resistance, however one you want to say. Whether you want to say we're three-dimensional creatures and the fourth space is time, or whether you want to say all this is, the fourth dimension and then anything above it is the fifth dimension. Whatever you want to say, right? Aizen was able to output more energy. Aizen was able to output more AP than the layers and layers of time interacting with Kotetsu. Now, this doesn't necessarily mean that Aizen himself is 4D. It doesn't necessarily mean that, right? Because even Aizen was still technically affected because him and Gin were thrown off by they were thrown off by their destination, not necessarily time. They were thrown off where they were coming out of for the cleaner, not necessarily time. So the argument could still be made. But the point is, Aizen's power exceeded that of torrents and torrents of time interacting with Kotetsu, which can kill you just by touching it, because it literally hurls you through time and ages you out and kills you and stuff like that. So yeah. Statements from the author or statements from the source material. So yeah, Crazy Grape, as far as statements are concerned, it's both, right? Feats come first. Feats will always come first, and statements can corroborate feats. That's how it goes. You need a feat of something, and then if the statement backs up that feat, that's perfect. Let's use it. What we will not be doing is having a statement from the author or the source material with no evidence, with nothing to corroborate, with nothing to suggest or show to back that thing up. That's what we're not going to do. So yeah, and like I kind of said in this example, even with the whole Waco Mundo thing, because people think I'm biased to Bleach. Fuck no, I'm very critical of Bleach as well. Can the Espada destroy Lost Noches? We've never seen them destroy Lost Noches, and the only person that has the DC to destroy Lost Noches is Ulquiorra, right? But what we do have is an attack from Ukiyoda, who is the fourth Espada that did Dwarf Lost Milkshakes. We have that. And we also have Ukiyoda intentionally going above the canopy to release. All these things suggest all these things can be used to corroborate the idea in the fact that, okay, cool, the Espada probably can destroy Lost Milkshakes. Now you might argue, oh well, Yami transformed it underneath Lost Milkshakes, nothing happened. That's fine. It's not a guaranteed thing. It was more just like you shouldn't do this type of thing. All right, Green-Jaw released Gran Racero under Lost Milkshakes, nothing happened. Granted, Ichigo blocked it, but I think you guys get what I'm saying. As long as there's enough corroborating evidence, I think it makes the claim much stronger. Karibo says, the Hokage body flickering from Orochimaru's hideout. The Hokage body flickering from Orochimaru's hideout to the land of snow is an underrated speed feat in the Big Three. Definitely above flying to the mesosphere. All right. Real quick. And this is why I kind of need to speak to you, Karibo. And I'm not saying they're not, but how do you know they're in the land of snow? Number one. That's number one. Number two would be, you said they body flickered there. How far is the land of snow from Orochimaru's hideout? And what is a decent time frame you think all that happened in? How long do you think all that took? That's the stuff I would want to ask you in person. What about if there's a statement that something happened as a past event, like he destroyed a mountain with that attack once? So, a great example of what you're asking, Shambles, is Kakashi cutting a lightning bolt in half with Raikiri. Let's take that and extrapolate it to its fullest, right? The claim is that Kakashi tagged lightning with Raikiri. Now, at first glance, you think, oh my gosh, he's as fast as lightning because he had to hit it. But then, and let's not even use the anime filler context, let's just take what we first heard about it. Where was Kakashi in relation to the lightning bolt? How fast was, there's a lot of questions. Where was he in relation to the lightning bolt? What's the actual feat? Was it racing the lightning or just tagging it? You know what I mean? There's a lot of questions that come with these past event things. So for even past events, we would still want a feat. Unless something can unless something can in the present prove the past event to be true based off of feats in the present, then I'd take it with a grain of salt. I'd need to see more examples. I'd need to see harder evidence. And let's bring it full circle. Because when people first found out that Kakashi cut a lightning bolt in half, they said, oh God, he's lightning speed. He cut a lightning bolt in half. Until you find out in the filler that he ran up a fucking cliff and hit it as it was coming down. You don't got to be lightning speed for that. All you really need is the reaction time to lift your hand up to hit the lightning bolt as it's coming down at you. So we find out in that Kakashi didn't race lightning, like the lightning's coming here, Kakashi's here. He didn't beat the lightning to a certain spot. We find out that the lightning's here, Kakashi's here. He didn't race the lightning and beat it to a certain spot. What we find is Kakashi scaled a cliff and that the lightning covered far more distance than Kakashi did in the same amount of time. So the lightning bolt is clearly faster. The lightning bolt covered the same amount of distance that Kakashi did. And all Kakashi had to do was use his Sharingan and... You know what I mean? It's like he didn't really... No, that's not lightning timing. That wouldn't make you a lightning timer. All right. He could have been under the lightning bolt or somewhere near it. Hey, Crazy Grapes, have you not seen the clip, my friend? You probably haven't seen the clip. If you're saying that, I'm guessing you haven't seen the clip. Google or YouTube Kakashi cuts lightning and you'll see what I'm talking about exactly. Kakashi there's a storm forming. It's night outside, or it's gloomy outside. It's dark or whatever. And Kakashi's with Guy. I don't know why they're out there. I don't know why he wants to cut a lightning bolt, but he does. So he does his Chidori. He scales up a cliff. The lightning bolt strikes, and Kakashi hits it. As I said, the lightning bolt clearly covered way more distance than the Kakashi did, because it would have to be above the atmosphere, number one, and it met him faster than he was able to fully scale that cliff. So yeah, no. When it comes to past statements and when it comes to past feats and stuff like that, I would want something from the present to corroborate that thing is true. That's what I would want. Or a direct showing of what happened in the past. One of the two have to be taken, or like, it's just like, it's ambiguous. Like, I personally, if you want to use it, that's fine. I can't personally use that because I follow AAA scaling, which is as accurate and consistent as possible. Okay, I've seen it. I'm just saying that in the manga, it's never shown. So from the manga, we don't know where he was in relation to the bolt. Okay, then here's my thing with that. It comes down to whether, see, it's bad either way though, because on one hand, you're not working with enough information. And then on the other hand, the information you have, you don't like because it's the anime. So it's really bad either way. It's really bad either way. Let's continue the video though. Good questions, y'all. Great questions. I like these questions. I like to talk about things that I think I have a knowing, knowledge, and understanding of. So I appreciate these questions, y'all. I appreciate y'all sticking with me for the live, man. Y'all don't have to be here. It's a Saturday morning. Y'all could be out drinking. Y'all be out with family members, but you are tuned into the Ab-Stract section. You're here for this live, and I appreciate that. I appreciate you guys. Let's go.
If you do that, well, he has nothing to control things with, so he's done. And so with that being said, I feel like we've said everything we need to say about him, so why don't we move on to the coolest, Espada. So up next we have Grimmjow, and Grimmjow's techniques are very simple as he's a very hands-on fighter, so I'll basically just jump straight into his Resurrection. That doesn't...
Okay, alright. My fault, Crazy Grape. You didn't say you didn't like it. Yes, that's true. That's my assumption. I don't like it. I'll be honest. I don't like the feat. It's a bad feat. It's a horrible feat to me. I don't like it. If you like it, that's fine. Is it a good feat though? Absolutely not. He didn't race lightning. He didn't outpace the lightning. And all he had to do was be fast enough to lift his hand with Chidori. And we already know Chidori amps your striking speed as stated by Guy. So I was just giving an example of how to be skeptical of it. Okay, that's fair then. Then my fault, bro. That's a fair claim.
Doesn't have any crazy hacks abilities, but he can shoot bombs, and he can also use a long range claw type of move. As you can see, he's very basic when it comes down to it, so there's not really much I can say here. His weakness is definitely his attitude more than his actual abilities. So why don't we just move on to the 5th spot, and that's Gilga. Amongst his peers, Gilga has the strongest yellow, meaning that he does have the best durability out of all of them, and you could argue that it could be above his AP, like I was talking about earlier. Now his Resurrection allows him to regenerate himself really quickly, spawn scythes, and have 6 arms, making him extremely deadly and annoying to go up against. And just like every other Resurrection, his stats do increase. Now I would say his main weakness is that his regeneration is capped, so if you're able to deal enough damage, he can definitely go down. So with that being said, I feel like I covered everything I need to cover about Gilga, so why don't we move on to every edgy kid's wet dream, and that's Ulquiorra. Now just like Gilga, Ulquiorra has a...
See, it's weird. Why did he call Noitora Gilga, but he's calling Ulquiorra not Shiver? Is it because he knows Ulquiorra out of all of them?
Extremely good regeneration, but if his head is damaged or internal organs are damaged, he just can't fix them. And he does need a little bit of time to obviously gather up the spiritual energy to then regenerate his wounds, but it shouldn't be that slow. Now unlike everybody else, since Ulquiorra is a little bit different, he does have stages to his Resurrection, so why don't we go over them? To be honest, both versions I can just sum up here. Essentially in his first form it allows us to create a green javelin, and in the second one it's basically the javelin but better, and it's basically like an arrow now. As you can tell from the last few, they just get stronger overall and get like new little niche attacks. They're not really the biggest thing ever like the ones at the bottom, but essentially he just gets more damage and different energy beam based attacks. Only you can use his tail now, so why don't we get into every Gooner's wet dream? And that's
Well, so I mean, Ukiyoda, he gets high speed regeneration. He is he's at a bare minimum 5 times faster, because not only is his combat speed, as far as him throwing the Lanza, blitzing Ichigo's perception, because remember, Ichigo had to use all of his focus to simply see Ukiyoda throw the Lanza. And then as he's dodging, another one came right at him, which means Ichigo could not process. His neurons were not firing fast enough to keep up with the other movements Ukiyoda was doing while the other Lanza was coming at him. That's number 1. Then number 2, we have the famous head grab feat. Ichigo couldn't react at all. He was still looking straight ahead while Ukiyoda was already on the side of this man's head. So he has the high speed, he has the regeneration, he has the Lanza del Rampago, which is probably the best DC attack from any Espada. And yeah, Ukiyoda is a monster.
That's Haribo. For Haribo, I'm going to go straight into her Resurrection, since she just has the exact same qualities as the guys below her, aside from the healing, of course. Now, her Resurrection mainly includes water, and she uses it in very interesting ways. She's able to obviously cut things with it, she's able to slice things with water really quickly, and she's also able to boil it, allowing it to even escape ice. And she can also just flood.
He said she can boil the water? I don't know about that. I've never seen that before. Yeah, never seen that before. Crazy Grape says, Ichigo's Hollow Mask, is it really 5 to 10 times amp to his stats or not? Yes, because a Hollow Mask is comparable to a Bankai. It's been likened to a Bankai on many occasions. So yes, we can presume, actually we can not clarify, what's it clarify? What's a good word? We can put confidence. No, that's weak. I don't like that. Put confidence. We can. What's a good word, yo? I don't want to say presume, because that makes it seem like we don't know. It makes it sound like we're guessing. Anyways, no. It's stated that a Bankai. I'm sorry. It's stated that a God damn, yo. Why am I blanking on the words here? Yes, I'm going to say yes. Ichigo's Hollow Mask is a 5 to 10 stat increase. And that's just based off the feats that it shows.
Places if need be. So with that being said, I feel like I've covered everything I need to cover about her. So when I move into the second ranked Espada member, and that's Baraggan. Now, unlike the last,
I haven't watched Bleach enough times, but I've heard people say it should narratively compare to a Resurrection. Well, yeah, that's a great example, right? Take Ichigo in base versus Ukiyoda versus masked Ichigo, and we see that Ichigo. So, damn, I need you to watch my video on Grimmjow versus not Grimmjow. I need you to watch Noitora versus Toshiro. Watch that video. I explain it pretty well there about basically how all of the Espada's Resurrections, starting from like 6 going down, so that'd be like 6, 7, 8. All of their Resurrections kind of put them on the level of the Espada higher than them, but then the Espada after that just kind of gets at least 5 times stronger than that. Except when it comes to the 4th on down Espada. Because the 5th on down Espada. Noitora's Resurrection should put him on Ukiyoda's base level. And that's based off of feats. Go watch the Toshiro versus Noitora video, because I have the feats in there for that. I don't remember them all right now. But yeah. If the mask is as strong as a Bankai, that means it's comparable to Resurrection, even though it's lesser form of holification. That's correct. I agree with that. Excuse me. Give me a second. I do have a question. I've been watching some of your content for like a year, maybe. Oh, really? Hey, Redhead, I appreciate that, bro. My man. I'm curious. Will you cover other series besides Naruto and Bleach, since you're pretty knowledgeable? Yes. Two series I want to get into are Hunter x Hunter, and well, not get into, because I know Hunter x Hunter kind of like the back of my hand. It's just that I love Bleach more, and Naruto conversations with Bleach are way more topical. But two series that I'll definitely be getting into are Hunter x Hunter at some point, and probably JJK. The issue is like making matches with them. It's almost lackluster, but it's not, because like it could go so many ways between JJK and Hunter x Hunter that like the matchup itself is always just so fun to talk about. But yeah, we can see. I don't know when I would do this though, because here's the thing. My schedule for Bleach, I have a lot of work to do for Bleach. And then Core 4 isn't even out yet. So we're going to be talking about Bleach for a very long time. Core 4 isn't even out yet. There's so many things that I want to discuss. For example, we still have to do that Mayuri and Xylopero battle breakdown. When I do that video, y'all, I don't know, like they're gonna have to usher me in as a professor for Kubology when I do that video breakdown, because there's so much shit in that video, yo. It's like, who wrote this? Who penned this, yo? Stupendous. So there's that I want to do. There's always the conversation of Boruto too, right? And I know we're talking about Bleach, but like, when we're talking about, because a lot of people's main contentions would be with Bleach versus the Naruto franchise, including Boruto. So that's always a conversation. And then I kind of have to stay on Bleach as well to get into the One Piece side of things. Now, the One Piece side of things is going to be extremely hard because I don't scale One Piece and I don't actively read it. I only know One Piece stuff when I talk to my twin brother and he tells me what's going on in the world of One Piece. Other than that, I don't really know everything that's going on in the world of One Piece. Like, I'm pretty knowledgeable, but I don't know everything. Boruto is such a goated MC. Boruto is cool, I guess. Like, after reading it, I enjoyed the story of Boruto, right? Because I haven't started Two Blue Vortex yet, but I enjoyed. And I'll say this, and I'll be 100% transparent with you, Crazy Grape. I picked up Boruto from Daemon. No, I picked up Boruto from Code's introduction. So when Code goes to find Ada, that's where I picked it up, and I'm gonna tell you why. Everything before that is literally fluff. I didn't think it was necessary. I didn't think it was needed. And it's still turning out that I'm right. It's not really needed or necessary. This isn't to say that I don't know about Jigen. This isn't to say that I don't know about Momoshiki or any of that stuff. I know that stuff. But a vast majority of Boruto is how Naruto began. And I'm not a kid anymore, so I'm not interested in what the fuck kids are doing, right? I'm here to tune in for Two Blue Vortex and Kawaki, Code, and Daemon, and all them beyond. But the first 40 chapters of Boruto, no, hard pass. Don't need it. So as far as Boruto as an MC, though, I don't like the fact that he doesn't have his own identity. I feel like he's taking too many, like he's appropriating too many other people's moves into his kit. And he's almost not an individual at this point. The Rasengan is not his. Swordsmanship is not his. Flying Raijin is not his. His style is not his. He wants to be Sasuke so bad. He's just like I said, he's appropriating too many things from different people. He hasn't found himself yet. Like, he's that high schooler kid who watches anime and then enacts the things he sees on anime. He's the guy doing hand signs and jutsus that was me, by the way. He's the guy doing hand signs and jutsus in the class like shit. So, like, he's cool though. Honestly, I like Kawaki more than Boruto. You know why? Because Kawaki is about shit. Kawaki gets shit done, and I fuck with that. I fuck with that attitude. I fuck with that mentality. Boruto's just kind of there. Yeah. Do you think you're interested in One Piece or just a bit put off of the length? No, did he like shit? That's funny. Here's the thing with One Piece. Let me get back in One Piece. Alright, so here's the thing with One Piece. I am interested in it. I think One Piece as a series it's a phenomenal series. It's a phenomenal show. Oda is great. Kishi's great. Kubo, of course, is great. As far as like the scaling side of it though, let me hold up, give me 1 second. Okay, yeah. So as far as the One Piece, I think I'll eventually have to get into it, like seriously get into it. But luckily I have people in but the Discord community that I'm a part of. There are people that scale One Piece religiously. So I'll probably be referencing them heavily when I start to do if I start to do One Piece cross versus or One Piece videos. There's a lot of lore in One Piece too that I can definitely talk about. Like if you guys have seen my Jujutsu Kaisen, the mind body problem, I would go to town on One Piece. There's so much stuff to talk about in One Piece. What's up, everybody? Is this Kosu's video we are watching? Absolutely. What's good, Planet Birthday? We are absolutely watching Kosu's video, Admirals versus the Espada. So far, he seems like he doesn't fully know Bleach scaling per se, which is fine. We're here for the end results and stuff like that. But it's a good video so far. If you're just coming in, by the way, like the video, subscribe to the channel, get the engagements up. I get you, but you get to see his progression from his selfishness to a shinobi that understands the values of what it means to be a shinobi and perseverance. Yes, that's true. All that stuff is true. Everything you just said is true. We do get to see his progression from being somewhat selfish to his to getting his values and him persevering. I'll say this about Boruto. When Momoshiki tried to flip the world on him, he didn't give a fuck. I fuck with that attitude. When he told him, why aren't you crashing out? Let me take over your body, boy. Boruto was like, you think this is enough to make me crack? You think this is enough to break my back? Pause. But yeah, Boruto didn't give a fuck about that. So I like that aspect of him too. It's just out of the two of them, Kawaki and Boruto, I'm much more of a fan of Kawaki's personality. All right. Boruto and Momoshiki parallel each other in the beginning with this aspect between working hard, shinobi and laziness, scientific ninja tool, chakra fruit. But you kind of have to work hard to enact the chakra fruit though. That's the only thing I'd say. And Momo's ability to turn Kinshiki, which I don't even know is an ability, actually. I was having this conversation on Twitter. I don't even know if that's an ability. I don't know if that's an Otsutsuki thing. I wouldn't consider that like a cheat, though, or anything. And it's primarily because it was a 2v5 with Sasuke. So you got the 5 Kage and Sasuke. I'm going to need at least 2 chakra fruits, right? So it's like not really fair. So I'm not mad he did that. Yeah, based off what I've seen on your content, you would definitely well enjoy One Piece and deep dive the lore as you do the others. Oh my gosh, yeah, bro. Yeah, red hair, bro. If anything, I might do it just for the lore. because there's so many things to talk about with One Piece, man. My thing is though, there's so many things to talk about with Bleach. So I kind of gotta do this area first and then progressively move on. But yeah, I think I will do that. You're actually making me consider heavily doing One Piece, like starting it today, just reading up on One Piece and connecting the dots. I'll save that for later. Sub for a while. This is my first subbed for a while. I think this is my first stream and liked your other video on Naruto durability. If you do get into One Piece, would you like to see a video on your take? If you do get into One Piece, would love to see a video on your take on hockey. Ah, oh man. Well, first off, thank you, Plant Birthday. Appreciate you for being a loyal subscriber. Welcome to the stream. This is actually my first technical stream. The last stream was cool, but it didn't really go how I wanted it to go because I didn't have the sound and the audio and stuff all together. So I appreciate you being here. I appreciate all you guys being here. Yeah, I think hockey is extremely interesting. The thing about hockey is we're like 1,100 chapters into One Piece and they still don't know what hockey is. If they don't know what hockey is, how I'm supposed to figure out what hockey is? So, but overall, yeah, it'd be a dope conversation to have. What I think I'll do though, one video I did want to make is that like what Bleach characters would have Conqueror's hockey. I think that'd be a fun video to make. What Bleach characters do I think would have Conqueror's hockey? I think that'd be a really fun video to make. Also, I do enjoy Boruto having everyone kit incorporated. You like that? I do enjoy Boruto having everyone kit incorporated into his, since Naruto himself never really got his own kit either. But at least Boruto is doing a combo of both Naruto and Sasuke. Okay, that's an interesting perspective. That is an interesting perspective. He's doing a combination of Naruto and Sasuke. I can see that. I can see how someone could like that. Because it's like, what if you took the two main characters of Naruto, right? First part of Naruto, and you melded them together. You would get Boruto. So I can see that. I could get behind that. For me though, I like a character to have identity. I like a character, at least main characters. I like them to have something that is theirs alone. This is why you guys don't hear me talk about Ichigo a lot. I'm not a fan of everyone being able to do a Getsuga, which pretty much everyone can do. We see Kisuke do a pseudo Getsuga. Ginjo can do Getsuga. Ichigo's father can do Getsuga. So, yeah, like, I like Ichigo as an MC because his personality is probably the one I align with the most because as a person, he's the most personable main character out of all the big three. And that's no question, hands down. Nothing in Naruto, I'm not going to say nothing in Naruto is relatable, but the vast majority of things that Naruto does and goes through, you really can't relate with. If someone shows up to your town and murders everyone in your town, you're not going to talk no jutsu to them. You're going to knock them upside the head. That's what it's going to be. So yeah. We're talking about how Momo took all of Kinshiki's combat abilities. It wasn't something he worked for, but stole from another person, like Boruto using. See, all right. With that though, it's like Kinshiki was in on it, and he was fine with it. He's like, "Yeah, do it." You know what I mean? So like, I get what you're saying though, as far as the comparison between ninja tools and chakra fruit. They're both like quick cheats to get you to where you need to go. I get what you're saying with that. But at the end of the day, Momo was being 2v6. He had the 5 Kage plus Sasuke. And it was only him. And bum-ass Kinshiki got sealed, or close to being sealed. He was trapped, at the very least. We can admit that. What domain expansion would a Bleach character have video? Ooh. Oh, wait. Karibo commented too. Oh, wait. I think lots of us are still debating on if hockey is spiritual energy or purely willpower. It's a good question. That's a good question because it's not definitively stated to be spiritual energy. It's stated that it can sense the spiritual energy of other creatures, but that in itself doesn't, So yeah, that's a good point. Need more people scaling the Boruto anime. The new gen cast is underrated. All right, Karibo, Karibo, if I scale Boruto, you're not going to like it. But I think you already know you won't like it if I scale it. And I can tell you like how this would kind of go. Here's the thing with Boruto scaling. You already know how I feel about total energy, scaling to energy, and then chakra equaling AP. You personally, specifically already know how I feel about that. So there's that aspect of it. Then there's the fact that aside from Toneri's moon slice, there's no feat. Boruto doesn't have any feats. Aside from Toneri's moon slice, which happens in the movie, Boruto does not have any feats. That's a problem. It doesn't have any destruction feats. What it has is implications of characters scaling above certain characters. That's what it has. It has code is stated to be stronger than Jigen, and Naruto and Sasuke can maybe beat Code if they fight together. It's a lot of weird stuff. And then we have Daemon definitively beating Code. You know what I mean? But no feats are happening. We can say these characters scale X above the other character, but even that, with the mind frame that I'm working for with this series, I'm not gonna lie, bro. It doesn't mean much if you can just beat another character. Because we know that chakra amount isn't stats. We know it's chakra control plus chakra amount plus to the degree which you can control that chakra is what's going to get you to high AP. Daemon doesn't hit harder than Sakura. That's important. Just saying. See, but here's the thing too. Daemon and Ada are cyborgs. I have to keep that in mind. So when it comes to Boruto, when it comes to the Otsutsuki and the cyborgs, I kind of have them in a special category because they're not human. Or they're not all human, right? Well, the cyborgs at least. They're kind of different. What domain expansion would a Bleach character have? That would be a fun video. But then again, it wouldn't. And I'm going to say this because like Bleach kind of started domain expansions. Bleach is the blueprint for domain expansions. Literally everyone, like, I'm not going to say every major ability, but we have in Bleach instances where an area is covered and you have to abide by the effects of the person that is controlling that space or area now. Like, it'd be a fun video though. The video that I will be doing is still in the mix though, is if Gojo and Geto were Shinigami. That's a much funner video. That is a much more fun video. Specifically, if Gojo was a captain, that'd be a fun video. Read the first chapter of One Piece to get an idea of what pre-time skip One Piece is like. So the thing, Shambles, is like, it's not that I'm not familiar with One Piece. It's just that it's such a daunting task to start here and then have to catch up. It's such a daunting task. I might have to like do a Cliff Notes thing with One Piece. Right now, Haki seems like a combination of spiritual energy and willpower, but I'm not 100% sure of it. Yeah, no one's 100% sure of it. The Naruto last could destroy the Tenseigan chakra device that would survive and protect the castle from the collision with Earth and Moon. Let's read that again. The last Naruto could destroy the Tenseigan chakra device that would survive and protect the castle from the collision with Earth and Moon. All right. So, full disclosure, Crazy Grape. That movie, I didn't watch that full movie. Hear me out. I didn't watch that full movie. I took the Cliff Notes from it, though. All right. And the only really Cliff Note that I needed was the chakra attack that Naruto survived, which, put a hole through the Hollow Moon. And then the Toneri Moon Slice thing. Everything else, I don't think I needed to know. And after going back and like looking into the movie, we find that that movie is hella consistent, number one. They have Naruto performing the Shadow Clone Jutsu before he knew the Jutsu. So that's one. They have him performing a jutsu he never knew. They have Naruto in a genjutsu, despite him having Kurama. And then they make the whole romantic Hinata and Naruto thing. They make it weird. Like they try and push it on him, which is also weird. So there was a lot of things wrong with that movie. I'm not gonna lie, I hardly consider that movie canon. Like I know it happened and I know you can use it, but like it's like so many inconsistencies in it, bro. I wouldn't even do it. Daemon definitely hits harder than Sakura. Show me a feat. Show me a feat. Daemon don't got no feet hitting harder than Sakura. The only reason you would be saying that, though, is if you believe that ninjas scale to their energy. We've been over this. Laugh my ass off. There's a range of small planetary to large planetary, depending on how violently Toneri would have hurled the moon at Earth. Ugh, okay. See, what I'm not going to do... See, I can't, like, speak on that because, like I just kind of said, I took the cliff notes from the movie. I didn't watch it. He didn't do that, so it's not a feat, and we can't really calc it based off its potential. Plus, it would be weird. But hey, if you know the ins and outs of it, you can definitely explain, like, the full process of how he was going to throw the moon at the Earth. You can definitely do that. Domains are like field spells. That's a fact. I like that analogy. Domains are like field spells. That's hilarious. Brooke and Big Mom's Though of Fruit probably make the hockey conversation interesting because they are so related. That aside, to your knowledge, is there an estimated size of the Naruto continent? To my knowledge, no. I haven't scaled the Naruto planet. I usually don't. I don't feel it's necessary to sometimes get a full scale of, you know, where the characters are living. 9 times out of 10, when we're talking about feats, AP and DC, they're not going to have a scale that normally affects that large of a place. When we're talking about like the joules per centimeter cubed of an AP attack, we're looking for the smallest volume that can cause the most amount of destruction. So Naruto's Biju bombs that he's firing off, they're big as shit and they cover a large area, but the actual potency of that area is spread across the entirety of that attack. So me needing to know how big the continent isn't really relevant to finding out how strong the attack is, if that makes sense. So no, I don't really scale that kind of stuff. Daemon scales physically above a character who can punch through a Kurama avatar and kick through Susanoo. Daemon scales physically above a character who can punch through a Kurama avatar and kick through Susanoo. You don't think Sakura can do that? I mean, hey, if you don't think Sakura can do that, I mean, shit, I'm not about to be the one to hype her up. But I'm just saying, based off of feats, so far she has the best striking feats in the series. But that's a fair point. I think that's a fair point. Yeah, I think that's a fair point. Let's get back to the video. Y'all distracted me, man. We gotta get back to the video, or else we will never finish.
Last few Espada members, he does have abilities that we do need to cover, so I'm going to get into them really quickly. He has his time dilation field that allows him to slow down time for the person he's fighting, allowing him to move at regular speed to gain the upper hand. He can also age people up by touching them, so getting out of his reach is pretty necessary. Now when he activates his Resurrection, this aging ability basically surrounds him, so close quarter fighters are his best friend. It comes out through the black mist that he oozes. Also, he does wield an axe, which is different from a lot of them, since a lot of them just like wielding swords. Obviously, Gilga like using a scythe, but this guy likes using the axe, but the rest of them just like using their swords. Now, Baraggan can be affected by his own aging ability, since he's usually protected from it. So I'm assuming if you're able to obviously crack whatever's protecting him, or just allow it to enter his body, then yeah, he's pretty much done as well. So with that being said, why don't I get into the first Espada, and that's Stark. Now for the Stark section, I'm going to start off with how he uses his Zero. Now usually when you fire your Zero, you have to be in a sort of stance to activate and then fire it. But he can just shoot his whenever he wants, making this basically unreadable. Oh, and he also has his counterpart, which is basically himself, and that's Lily Net. She's extremely crucial to his resurrection, as when they come back together as a full person, that activates their full power and they're also able to fire with each other. She turns into the guns, and obviously he's still in his main body. And his resurrection abilities are very simple. He can spam his Zero, create swords, and create a pack of wolves to attack you. Now Stark's main weakness is himself. Well, technically it's Lily, but it's himself. Essentially, if you kill Lily, then he's going back to half power, and then yeah, you can just finish him off from there. And I think if you're able to kill Lily before he enters his resurrection form, he can't enter it, so yeah, he's done from there on in. Also, as we saw inside the manga,
not sure where he's getting that information from. Nothing suggested that when Lilynet was destroyed or dead or killed that Stark lost power or anything like that. He may have lost his ability to use the wolves, but he still stayed in his resurrection. Don't know where he's getting that from.
He does lose his will to fight, so I'm assuming if you take Lily out, he's just gonna stop fighting you there and then. So I'd say if you're gonna fight him, aim straight for Lily. So with that being said, when I move to the strongest Espada, and that's Yami. Now pre-release Yami is actually the weakest, but when he's going at his max power, he's the strongest. Now his first move is Gonzui, but I don't know if it's going to be used here, since even if you do believe that the Admiral should be able to be affected by the spiritual pressure, these guys take on some of the strongest conquerors inside the One Piece verse on a daily basis, so I doubt it's really going to affect them. And so with that being said,
so Conqueror's Haki versus soul manipulation. Yeah, Shambles brings up a good point with that, with it being, we don't know if it's spiritual power or willpower, so we can't really make a determination on it. For now, though, what I would want to see is if anyone can resist Big Mom's Soul Fruit while they're afraid of her. And it has to be while they're afraid of her, because it'll only activate if they do fear her. So we need to see someone who is afraid of Big Mom resist the Soul Fruit. Now, I could be talking out my ass. Mind you guys, I don't scale One Piece. I know what's going on. As you can see, I know what her ability is, but I don't know if she's encountered a person that can fully resist it and that is afraid of her. Because that's how we would kind of determine, or that would be something we can use to determine if someone can resist soul manipulation or whatever. So yeah. Something that stood out to me about the last, since I like romance, is they were pushing the idea that Hinata never told Naruto about her feelings, even though this happened in the Pain arc. Yeah, bro, it was weird. Like, here's the thing with that. As I keep saying, I didn't watch that movie. What I did was I got the Cliff Notes. So that means I got the stuff for scaling purposes. Then I saw a video from Dagonite, which the Naruto/Boruto community hates, which is hilarious, and I love it. But I saw a video from him breaking down pretty much everything wrong with the movie, and he was pretty much spot on from what I could tell in my knowledge of Naruto. Yeah, they made it seem like Hinata never made any moves on Naruto or never suggested anything as far as her liking him, when that could be further from the truth. What do you mean? How he would have hurled the moon? It's never really explained how he was going to do it, but that with the Tenseigan, or most Naruto's chakra he was going, or most Naruto's chakra he was going to. So that's what I'm saying though, bro. If it's not explained how he's going to hurl the moon there, then what are we calcing exactly? Like, what would we be calcing? I don't know what we would be calcing. It'd almost be like judging Kalki as destroying her own dimension feat. What are we calcing? Nothing happened. We have a potential feat. We have a hypothetical, but we don't have a feat to actually calc. As far as AP, we don't have a feat for that. Would think a time dilation ability in Bleach would be talked about more. Came as a surprise to me. So, I mean, like, it depends on who you're talking to. In my opinion, you don't need all the Espada to beat the Admirals. You can send Espadas 1 through 4. and they will solo the Admirals. You can send one of Espada's 1 through 4, and they should solo the Admirals still. Because all of them are Logia users, so Hollybell is definitely having a... Hollybell can flood a city, by the way, so she has a massive advantage with that. You have Ukiyo the spamming Lanzas. You have Espada, which none of them have a defense against whatsoever. Yeah. Dagonite never knows what he's talking about. See, I disagree with that one, Smart Kribo. I think Dagonite is just as informed as you guys. I do believe he's just as informed as the most well-known Naruto fan. I just don't think you guys enjoy his perspective or opinion because it serves to, I don't want to say he talks shit on the series, but the things he doesn't like about it, you guys don't like how he displays what he doesn't like about it. I'll be right back. Bathroom break, take 5. Okay. We are back. No, don't connect there. Connect here. You stupid phone. Ooh, you stupid phone. Alright. Let's see. Dagonite never knows what he's talking about. Yeah, no, I don't agree with that, bro. He's made some very good points. I'm a fan of Dagonite, and I've never seen his video. He's right. Yeah. Dagonite is wrong as usual. I mean, that's an opinion. What's funny about the last, Kishi hired a shogi writer, and even she couldn't save that terrible love story Kishi wrote. What's funny about that? What's funny about the last, Kishi hired a shogi writer. I'm not sure what a shogi writer is, but it sounds like she's a romance storyteller type of figure, and she couldn't even save the terrible love story that Kishi wrote. See, I'm hearing that Kishimoto may not have had his like, entire being invested in that movie. That's what I'm hearing. And it would make sense if they have, oh my God, Siri. It would make sense if they have Naruto performing the clone jutsu before he knew it. Like, that's not a mistake Kishi would make. Alright. I mean, the movie does show a projection of what the collision would have looked like, and what you would be calculating would be the potential energy produced by these two celestial bodies crashing. Alright, so the potential energy from the two celestial bodies calcing wouldn't be what's his name? That wouldn't be Toneri's AP, though. You would get Toneri's AP from him launching the first celestial body. But we don't know how he was going to do that. Right? You could calc the destruction just to calc the destruction, sure, but that wouldn't go to Toneri as an AP feat or anything like that. No, you're good, Shambles. I got you. I agree with you. I think Dagonite was right as far as most of that movie was concerned. A lot of it had a lot of inconsistencies. It wasn't really well planned out or thought out. And then the love and the romance aspect of it wasn't done right at all. I don't feel like it was done right at all. They should have been getting together by the end of Naruto is what should have happened. You don't need a whole movie to get those two together. Hinata literally confessed her love for Naruto during the Pain arc.
said, he basically is just the Hulk. And that's just the best way for me to explain him. He goes bigger and he goes stronger the angrier he gets. This includes his resurrection, and at a certain level, he's going to be able to regenerate his wounds, so basically you have to stop him from getting as mad as possible. But with that being said, I feel like aside from Bala, which is just a faster but weaker Zero, there isn't much for me to cover, so why don't I get into the Admirals from One Piece? Now, I've covered One Piece scaling on this channel a lot, so I'm going to shoot through this quickly since the scaling I have right now is extremely concrete. To begin, I'm going to start off with their AP, and at the bare minimum, they're all going to be multi-continental, as characters like Don Shinjao are able to destroy ice continents, and Aokiji, a character that is inside this video, was able to create one with pure ease. And so realistically, when they're all going all out, they should be at least multi-continental. Now when we move on to
Okay, multi-continental. So he's not giving us any calcs. He's strictly DC scaling. He's strictly DC scaling. With no calcs. Don Chin Jiao splitting an ice continent. Don't know if that would be multi-continental. Because he split it, number one. It's powerful, absolutely. But multi-continental? No. It's not like he vaporized the ice when he split it. It's not like he pulverized the ice when he split it. He split it, though. Definitely a good feat. Multi-continental? No. Freezing this entire ocean. Very good feat. The energy it would take to do this is probably a lot. It's probably a vast amount of energy. And I think he said it'll stay like that for 7 days or something like that. Multi-continental?
their speed. The highest tier of One Piece characters are all MFTO plus at bare minimum, since light isn't something that they even bothered about, and it's something that they've just surpassed entirely. Next is their durability, and it's going to be the exact same as their AP, which is multi-continental, as they're able to take attacks from characters on their level. These guys are for people who are above Don Chinjao's level and come out on top, so this is extremely acceptable for their durability scaling. And so to pair out with their amazing durability, we have their endurance, and these guys are monsters in this category, as they're able to fight for prolonged periods of time, and their abilities allow them to just fight for that long. They can also endure massive attacks and just keep going, so yeah, I'm going to get more into why they can fight for so long in the hack section, but why don't we get into their battle IQ before we go there. Now in terms of battle IQ, these guys are undeniably great since they have to lead armies into war, and aside from that, when you...
The point I'm trying to make is that the Hensegan device would have protected Castle and the Moon from the collision, and Naruto destroyed it. Alright. I kind of get what you're saying, Crazy. The issue is, I don't have enough information on that. I thought you were just talking about hurling the planets into each other, but it doesn't seem you're talking about that. So I can't speak on it. Honestly, I can't speak on it. When I don't know enough information, that's just what I have to say. I don't know enough information about this device or the context surrounding it. The only cliff notes I got was the Naruto surviving the chakra explosion and cutting the moon in half. Everything else wasn't really necessary. I think he's saying admirals are multi-continental due to them being vastly stronger than Qingjiao. The ice wasn't normal either. It was incredibly durable. Yeah, if I remember, the ice couldn't be broken with pickaxes or fire and all this other stuff, right? But he was scaling them off of that. He was scaling them off of that. Yeah. What we can do next is watch a video for One Piece triple AP scaling. We'll do that. We can do that next. Because like I said, I don't scale One Piece, but just based off of what I know and how things should work. First off, how long was the split? Did he split the entire continent? And how deep was the split? How deep did it go? Did it go as deep as the treasure he was trying to get? Did the whole split go as far as it was deep? Do we know? So it really depends. While the continent statement is true, I don't know how strong Prime Qingjiao is in comparison to Prime Garp. Prime Garp is a demon. From what I hear and from what I see, at least from my twin brother and friends, Prime Garp is kind of a demon. I don't like Daigo because of how disingenuous he's been about Boruto's narrative as a whole, but I've heard that he's gotten better. Maybe we should watch a Daigo Night video. No, I'm good actually. Yeah, because he talks way too much about Boruto and Naruto. Like, I'll tune in depending on what the topic is, but I'm not. I'm good. But he's a good content creator. I don't know that man is consistent as shit. He'll have a video. He'll have a 28 to 30 minute video out every day. I don't know how he does it, but yeah, he's consistent.
You see them fight, they're just extremely smart enough to handle themselves while in combat, and they all do have the ability to work together, so why not jump straight into their hacks? And so just like the Espada, I'm going to go over the hacks that they all should share and then go into their individual abilities. And so they should all have Haki, and they're gonna have the advanced version of Armor Haki and Observation Haki. Armor Haki is like an armor that you can use defensively and offensively, and you can use to nullify abilities, but this isn't One Piece, so this isn't going to apply here. Next we have Advanced Armor, and you have Emission and Internal Destruction. Personally, I don't believe there's a reason why they shouldn't have Internal Destruction, as they've used Emission Haki, and Internal Destruction should be extremely useful and just common amongst top tiers, so I'm going to say they have Internal Destruction as well. Now, Emission Haki allows you to hit people without touching them and can make you defend yourself without things touching you. And the best showcase of this being used defensively does come from the Admirals inside the Marine Fort. Up next is the Observation Haki, and it's basically just like their Spidey sense. Then they have Future Sight, which is the advanced version of it. And then you have whatever Fujitora has.
So, is it confirmed all the Admirals have Future Sight? Is it confirmed that they can do Rio on that level? Or are we just making assertions? Do we have confirmations? Or are we just making assertions based off of characters they would scale to and narrative and stuff like that? Because not everyone has Future Sight. So him giving Future Sight to all of them would almost be like me saying everyone scales to Naruto's Hiedo, which I don't even believe is the strongest, but like that'd be like me kind of saying that. Why don't you watch Byakuya versus Itachi by Diego's Blood Spray? We can watch that. It went as deep as the Treasure Vault. It went pretty far. How far is unknown. If you're going to watch One Piece scaling, watch Stein Exos. Oh yeah, man, oh man. I like Steins. I like Steins and I like Eon. They're both scalers that have their own mind. I kind of think, like me, they kind of go against the grain of... yeah, they both go against the grain as far as accepted metas. And they both kind of... they both do their due diligence. So I'll say that about both of them. I like their... I like how they scale. I might not necessarily agree with everything 100%. Like Steinixos says Buggy Ball is town level, but we know that can't be true just based off how big it is and how much damage it did. Yes, it went through a town, but that doesn't make the attack town level, right? The attack could all be building level. Joules per centimeter cube packed into the ball itself. It's not town level though. So yeah, they both have aspects of scaling that they do that I do like and enjoy. Yeah, I definitely like Steinixos. But if I were to start One Piece scaling, the first place I'm going to go is to my server where they actually do the scaling accurately. There's actually a guy that comments on my channel a lot, Michael Dorsey. He's in the server, and he's good. That boy know what he's talking about. But yeah, if it went as deep as the treasure, we would have to find the length we would have to find how far the treasure is, and then presume, okay, cool. How big is the ice continent that he split? And then if it did split the entirety of the depth of the treasure, how much energy would it take to do all that? You know, someone probably has it. Listen, I'm not saying it's not multi-continental. I'm saying based off of my first take on it, I don't see it getting there. But then again, I don't scale One Piece, so I'm not going to say it's not. But I don't personally see it getting there. Pumping out content is simple when you don't care about what you're saying. See, but here's the thing. People watch him. Like, thousands of people watch him. So they care about what he's saying. And if he was just spitting BS, I doubt he would have that many people watching him, Smart Karibo. So, you know what I mean, bro? We gotta be fair here. Cause like I said, I don't watch him, but when I look at his channel as a competitor, and I know, small ass Ab-Stract competing with Diagonite, right? When I look at his channel as a competitor, he's putting out consistent 15K upward view video. So he's doing something right. You can hate him, but he's doing something right. He gave the Admirals the benefit of the doubt with their abilities. Okay. Okay. If that's what he said, I might have missed that. Unless you're saying that's what he's doing for them. Because it sounded like he said that as a fact, like they all have this and they can all do this to this level and to this degree. That's what it sounded like. But if you're saying he said that, I will trust it. They all have advanced armament. That is certain. Observation Haki varies. And that's what I'm saying, Planet. That's what I'm saying, bro. I'm not like, pretty much everyone has armament Haki. That's not like a crazy thing. Even advanced, that's not a crazy thing. Future sight. And then observation, and then future sight on that. That's when we're getting to, okay, well, what lets you know, what is this character stated, suggested, or shown for you to believe that could be the case that they have it? So that's the stuff I look for. Scaling in general is terrible since most mangaka wouldn't give you everything like Toriko mangaka would do. Yeah, I mean, we don't need everything. We just need enough to make based conclusions. That's all we need. In my experience, have you seen Xinjiao? In my experience, have seen Xinjiao used to get to Continental. While with multi-continental, Whitebeard's statement is typically used to argue that. So yeah, with Whitebeard's statement though, the issue is he's causing that level of destruction via tremors, via affecting the planet. And then we don't know over the period of time he would have taken to affect the planet. And then we don't know if he can put all the AP that he's using to affect the planet, because that would be a DC feat first off. It's a DC feat, and we don't know if he can compress all of that into any given single attack to have it be a planetary attack. That's my issue with Whitebeard stuff. And then, of course, it's a statement that one person said, that being Sengoku. Who the fuck is Sengoku? He didn't say it, but that's the impression I got from watching the video. Okay, so yeah, if he didn't say it, bro, then it sounded, to me personally, it sounded like he was just giving it to them. Not a fan of that stuff.
But it's basically a way to just get around him being blind and being able to sense people and whatnot. You can then even sense the clouds and things that are way up in the sky. So as you can tell, his radius of how far he can see has been enhanced even after blinding himself. So with that being said, I feel like this is where the similarities end, and this is where I'm going to have to go into the individual devil fruits that they do have. First off, I'm going to start off with Green Bull, and Green Bull has a plant-based Logia that allows him to control and create plants and shoot vines and whatnot from his body, allowing him to create his own forest. With these vines, he can also stick them in you and suck the nutrients out of you, allowing himself to obviously heal himself back up to max HP. And while he can obviously heal himself, he can also respawn himself if his forest does get burnt down or just something happens, basically allowing him to stay in the fight for a long period of time. He's also made a mode where he can be resistant to fire. So I feel like with that being said, I've covered everything I need to cover with Green Bull, so why don't I move straight into Fujitora. Fujitora is a gravity user who can do anything related to gravity. So that means if he wants to put a lot of weight on you or make you have zero gravity, he can do just that. And due to him being able to control gravity, he's able to summon meteors from space. And one thing we do know is that it doesn't really have a limit since it hasn't been staying inside the story. So if he wants to drop the moon on you, he can do it. Now, one thing I will say is that out of everybody here, he does have the least amount of recovery powers, but it's fine, he'll be okay. So with that being said, I feel like I've covered everything I need to cover with Fujitora, so why don't I move straight into our favorite light man. Now, Kizaru is made out of light, so everything that light can do, he can do. And he can even speed himself up past light, and he seems to be invulnerable to everything light. He can obviously make himself into a pure version of light, and he's able to make clones of himself, rain down many bullets of light, create light swords, and just many other things. Kizaru is extremely versatile and will be a massive help in the fight. But why not I just not spoil anything about the fight and move into our favorite Iceman? And as I just said, Aokiji is made out of ice, meaning he can turn anything into ice. He can freeze continents over with ease. He can then obviously freeze you down to the bone with just a touch. And he's then able to change the climate of an island just by fighting there. Just like Green Bull, he's able to just spawn out of his ice randomly, meaning he should be able to make ice clones, but I'm not going to say if he can 100% do it. It's a possibility, but I'm not going to say yes. I'm not going to basically give him it in this fight. But I feel like I've covered everything I need to cover with Aokiji. If there's anything else, include it in the fight. So why don't we get into our final man, and that's Akainu. Sakazuki is a magma man that allows him to have extremely high attack potency. Sakazuki can do things like shoot magma into the air and then rain it down everywhere. He can then create magma balls, and he can control his body however he feels like it, just like everybody else with Logia. Sakazuki can also change the climate around him, just like Aokiji. And the last thing I'm going to add for all of them is that they are weak to seawater. As they're very resourceful, they do have their ways around it. So if there are any remaining hacks that I need to add, I'll add it throughout the fight. But why don't I just jump straight into
So real quick, planetary rebirth in shambles. Can you guys confirm for me if it's seawater or a certain amount of water? I heard Eon say it was a certain amount of water. I heard Steinixo say it was seawater. And then I heard another One Piece person say it was a certain amount of water. So, you guys are my One Piece guys. Can you confirm whether it is definitively seawater or a certain amount of water? Are the Admirals seeing these Bleach characters? Yes, he said this in the beginning. Plus, I don't really do that when I do cross versus in there. We're gonna allow you to see the person you're fighting, or else there's literally no point in you fighting them. So yeah, they're seeing them. If you're talking about are they seeing them in a fight, well, that's a different conversation. Personally, no, I don't have them beating the Espada in a fight. What is it? 7 of them? 3. No, there's 5. Yeah. Disagree with the ice clones. Don't think Kuzan can do that unless I'm remembering. Yeah, no, I'm not sure why he gave him ice clones. I've certainly never seen him make an ice clone. I don't know why. So yeah, he's just kind of giving them things that they haven't displayed or shown. Like giving all of them future sight, giving him ice clones, stuff like that. Okay, it should be water in general. Okay, cool. It's just water. As we've seen that Luffy can't enter the fish tank in the Sunny. There you go. Okay, cool. Appreciate it.
the versus battle, as I've covered everything I need to cover. So let's finally find out who is stronger between the Espada and the Admirals. Now, I'm just gonna put it bluntly for you guys. The fight comes down to a few abilities on each team. Baraggan and Grand are going to be the Espada's main people for winning them the fight due to that.
Baraggan, yes, but no Zommari? So you getting hit in the head with a more doesn't immediately end the fight? Oh, shit. Hold up. Oh, no. Girlfriends, y'all, I swear to goodness. All right. So yeah, it's standing by the water and need to submerge them basically above the knees, and seawater is the most effective. Lastly, they can see souls in One Piece. Yeah. We're not doing that. If you like, we're not gonna have you fight someone that you can't see. That's just stupid. They have to be submerged to a certain point for the weakness to take effect. For example, if they're submerged in like a bath, then okay, yeah, cool. So thank you guys. That right there is consistency. I appreciate that. We got Twins and Things, Red Hair, Planet, and Rexer all telling me that it's a certain amount of water that you're submerged in. Because I've heard people say both, and I'm not a One Piece guy, so I gotta ask my guys about that. It's going actually. It was 4 balance. So yeah. Let me see. That's a good question. Hold up, guys. Give me a second. Let me send this text message. Is Respira aging light itself? Respira is aging anything that has a quote-unquote expiration date. Yeah. Respira is aging anything that doesn't exist indefinitely at any given point in time. What's a good analogy? Like, for example, vampires don't age, right? So on first glance, you would think Respira wouldn't affect them, but that wouldn't be true. Vampires need blood, right? Over a certain amount of time, vampires need blood. They don't age, but they need blood to survive. So Respira forces that time onto that thing and then pushes it to a progressive state. So if Respira were to touch a vampire, let's say a vampire can go 24 hours. No, let's do it longer. Let's say a vampire can go months without drinking blood. And Respira were to touch a vampire. The Respira is it's forcing time on the vampire to where it needs blood. And if it doesn't get that blood in time, it will die. This is why Baraggan's ability is literally the most broken. In Onlong Park, Luffy was in a pool and affected him. If you include movies, this also happened in film Red. What happened? Oh, film Z at the bathhouse. Okay. With this water weakness in context, Haribel is also a very big counter to the Admirals. Oh yeah, no, absolutely. Like Haribel can casually flood a city. To where like the water is rising to the buildings and it's leaking to other parts of the city. Go watch Toshido versus Haribel. She's casually flooding cities. Last I checked, they can't fly. Not to say they don't have a defense, right? Because we've seen Aokiji freeze an entire tsunami. But he would have to be on that all day. And, so. Yeah, once it's running water, it doesn't affect them, basically. If it's raining, they would be fine. Okay, cool. Light itself doesn't age, so Espada might not do so. So here's the thing. When you say light itself doesn't age, are you saying that it doesn't, are you saying that it's indefinite? Like the light from the sun, when it comes down, nothing is happening to it over time? Are you saying it's keeping its complete photon makeup in its entirety over an indefinite period of time? Because that would mean that any given light coming off of a light source is still here today. That's what that would mean if you're saying light doesn't age or expire. Kizaru visibly ages though. When Fisher Tiger was alive, he looked younger, and I think he had his light fruit at that time. Well, yeah, so like Kizaru himself ages, and we know that when the devil fruit user is in their Logia form, they can still be damaged by things. So it wouldn't be that light doesn't age, because we're still talking about Kizaru. It's just the light aspect of Kizaru, or the, I don't want to say non-physical, but you know, how his body is in that form, it's still Kizaru. The light from the sun is 8 minutes behind, but light in general doesn't age. All right, so the thing is, like, light expires though, right? It loses its energy over time. It's not an indefinite thing. And this is what I'm talking about with Baraggan's ability. You got to get aging out of your mind. Aging is the best way to explain what's happening, but what's actually taking place is he is forcing the progression of time onto you. No hints. Yeah, he's forcing the progression of time onto you. And I break this down into Naruto versus... in Baraggan versus the Naruto series. Think about it like this. Naruto's chakra cloak takes energy to continue to use. He can't stay in his chakra cloak form for days and days. Let's say he can stay in his chakra form for days and days and days and days on end. That is still energy over time, right? The amount of energy he has will last. I'm sorry. Yeah, that's still energy over time. So the energy that he has will expire within a certain time. Respira is the progression of time made manifest. So what Naruto would have to do when fighting Baraggan is continuously pump a shitload of chakra so his cloak doesn't immediately evaporate, because Respira is forcing time on Naruto's cloak. Only reason light expires is because the source expires. That doesn't make any sense. So you would be saying, in fact, that when light is given off, the energy of it doesn't dissipate, no matter what. So that would mean if I had like a laser pointer and I shot that laser, you're saying it's going on indefinitely and that energy never dissipates or leaves. And even still, this wouldn't apply to Kizaru, because Kizaru is a human that ages even in his light form. He's a light man, right? He still ages, doesn't he? Okay, then. Kizaru being the light means he's the catalyst. So if he is in Logia form, he should be okay. Where are you getting this? Because what you would be intimating is that you said light sources don't age. Basically, the only reason light expires is because the source expires. Well, so yeah, then you hit the source. The sun ages. What are we talking about? Would tailed beast be affected by Espada? Did I talk about tailed beast? Did I talk about the tailed beast? I think I did talk about the tailed beast. I would have to think on that again. When I initially did that, it was really for the Naruto thing, but I'll get back to you on that, Crazy Grape. While we're doing this, I'll get back to you on it. Think about what you said. The laser from the light would be indefinite until it's turned off. No, it wouldn't, because it wouldn't go on forever. The energy of me hitting the remote will go on as long as I'm hitting it, but the initial hit, that's still dissipating over time. The only reason you're getting more energy is because you're still holding the button down, bro. I gotta ask this question. Would anyone even perceive the Admirals? They're all bare minimum light speed, while Bleach speed is tough to figure out. Oh my god. Okay. Let's do that again. Hold up. I'm watching in the background. Hooray. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Would anyone perceive the Admirals because they're all bare minimum light speed while Bleach speed is tough to figure out? So here's the thing with that. It depends on who you're asking. If/when I get into scaling One Piece, that's going to be a interesting conversation, right? Because we have magical fruits that give the real properties of these things. But then One Piece isn't a world that's like ours to the point where we can like base it off that anyway. So kind of. To answer your question though, how do I answer this question? Because kind of like how I told you guys, I prefer to put things like this in formal videos. But I recently got some information from one of my Twitter mutuals to where it was being stated that the light from what's it called? The Valley of Screams. They said that acted like non-artificial light, which would make it real light. And that light is composed of reishi. The same light that Setos and the Negacion and stuff would be created from. So it kind of depends. Here's the thing. Right now, I'll say, because like I said, I don't scale One Piece. But just off the stuff that I see and the stuff that I know, I would probably give it to the Admirals for overall movement speed. I would probably give it to them for overall movement speed, that is. Let me see. For the Admirals to perception blitz from the jump, observation may have to tell them the Espada are strong and a possible threat, and at that point they have to make a decision. That's a good point too, I guess. That's a good point too. Yeah, it really depends. One Piece scaling, especially for speed, is super contentious because I don't agree with all the light speed metas. I just don't, honestly. Like the Foxy thing is weird to me. Oda saying you have to duck at light speed is weird to me because it's like, all right, that's coming from an SPF. It sounded like it was more humorous than anything, but you know. Saying Baraggan can age light is like saying he could age atmosphere. How? Light's a physical energy. Light is a physical energy. See, but like Rexor, bro, like I see what you're saying too. This is why it's like hard for me to answer these type of questions right now, because the type of scaling that I follow, we don't take like magical elements of the thing and call it the real thing. But like I said, there's evidence to suggest that the Reishi counterpart is actually the equivalent of the Kishi counterpart. So light from the Kishi world and light from the Reishi world are actually the same thing. There's evidence for that in the show. And Seros are light, which is Reishi. The Negacion is light, stated to be light, which is Reishi. Ausveiling is stated to be light, Reishi. And then it's like you got Shunsui versus Lille, Light of Judgment, Trumpet of Light, all this other stuff, you know what I mean? And he's casually dodging light while dead or while dying, per se. Yeah. So in Bleach, if light-like attacks can be considered artificial because they are made from Reishi, wouldn't the same apply to Naruto? Dari Laser Circus is made from chakra. See, I wouldn't do that only because they go out their way to say it's non-artificial light within Bleach. Whereas in Naruto, it is literally manipulating chakra to do something that acts and behaves like something else. And then Laser Circus doesn't even act or behave like light or a laser. Lasers go straight. Lasers cannot bend. Light doesn't do that either. So not really. Like Madara's Light Fang is probably the closest thing you'll get. Madara's Light Fang. That's probably the closest thing you'll get. Laser Circus? No. And then you have to counter in actual feats. Why is Laser Circus being matched by Kunai and Sand? On more than one account, if it's light. And then why is Laser Circus traveling slower than the Light Pillar Jutsu, which is a flash of light? So you gotta add in some actual scaling within the series too with that. Excuse me. Yeah, but then you have Candace arrows being stated below lightning. Gin lied, but he did say his Bankai was Mach 500, and spiritually doesn't exactly mean exactly the same as the Kishi. Let me read that again. Yeah, but then you have Candace arrow being stated below lightning. So Candace's arrow, and I actually have to get the exact quote for that. People have bought that up a lot. And the thing is, guys, you still have to go with consistency. One instance of something not being the case doesn't dismiss multiple instances of something being the case, right? Candace's thing doesn't contradict, and this is why death of the author versus author's intent. Candace's one thing doesn't deny chapters and chapters of consistent light-based attacks being dodged, avoided, or moved, or whatever, etc. And then Gin's Bankai 500. Spiritual energy doesn't exactly mean exactly the same as the Kishi version. I mean, that's what was said in the novel. You know, I might do a video on that. I'll say this for speed, guys. I would probably like just wait on for when I personally, or there's a lot of other creators you can watch too, obviously, but I don't like to give super definitive things, kind of like I already stated. Like, we can talk about it freely, but don't hold me to anything I'm saying now. I still have to like put this stuff in a formal video, and all this stuff is really like could be true things too. Even with the One Piece stuff, it could be true. Light will lose its energy over time, so any attacks by Kizaru will lose its energy. Thank you, Rexor. Twins and Things doesn't get that. by the time they reach Baraggan. Facts. Daru's laser circus is light refracting through water droplets. Is that the data book statement one, Karibo? I really forget. Because with his thing, I just look at the anti-feats, and that kind of just tells me all I need to know. Like, it being as fast as kunai tells me it's not light speed. It being slower than Flash Spiller tells me it's not light speed. Like, there's too many anti-feats for it. Kizaru is faster than light speed. He can accelerate, and Pacifista lasers are confirmed light speed. Kuma repels at light speed, etc. So it's a lot of light speed claims in the series. Yeah, definitely a lot of light speed claims. I would say that. Definitely a lot of light speed claims. I understand you don't like One Piece more than Bleach, but to say light speed is contentious is wild. Bleach has even less of an argument. I mean, it depends on who you're arguing against, number one, and it depends on the argument you're using, number two. Yeah, Crazy Grape, I'm going to do more live streams. This has actually been a goal of mine starting with 2025 to do more live streams. So I'm going to be live tomorrow again as well. I'm going to try and be live at least once a week if I can do it. Work is just like so draining and so tiring, guys. But I'm going to definitely try and be live more often. But I like this conversation. It's a good conversation. I think so. Like, One Piece is speed scaling, and you know what? We'll do this. Let's finish his video, then we'll go to my man Sage. I know you guys can't hear. Give it a second.
Are going to be the people that are going
There we
to
go.
keep them in the fight. Oh, Green Bull too as well, since he can just survive a lot of attacks. Now you may be thinking, why isn't it the strongest that are going to change the fight? Like, why aren't Sakazuki and Yami going to change the fight? Now, to be honest, Yami is kind of...
Kunai don't have a set speed. Their speed comes from how fast they are thrown. That doesn't really tell me a lot. That doesn't really tell me a lot. But, so if you're saying they don't have a set speed, their speed comes from how fast they are thrown. So, like, is the suggestion that they're throwing kunai at light speed, Karibo? Is this what we're suggesting? The issue with Respira, didn't the explosion of Soifron's Bankai reach Baraggan, so Kizaru explosion from his lasers should be possible. No. Well, the first explosion didn't reach Baraggan at all. He completely aged it, and the blast didn't hit him at all. The confined one, though, yeah, that did some damage. The confined one did some damage. But he also wasn't releasing his Respira at the blast. I think he only had it around his body, which would actually make sense to why he got hit. He wasn't really releasing it. I mean, Reishi stated completely mimic the properties of their Kishi counterparts. This happens in Hado spells as well. Yeah. No one agrees with SB to Sage. He's goofy. He's saying they throw kunai at light speed. And that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Like, Karibo, is that what you're saying, bro? Is the implication that they throw kunai at light speed, and that's why the kunai was matching the sand that was matching the light speed laser circus? And then we have the fodders in the war throwing kunai at light speed, matching the sand, matching the laser circus. Soifron's Bankai did just produce more energy than Respira could age. I think that's one way to look at it. More energy than... Yeah, I think that's a fair way you could look at it. But then it's like, during that moment, Baraggan wasn't like actively releasing his Respira. And we know that because he was still in the barrier. He was like talking shit the whole time. He didn't even have his guard or defense up. He didn't know what was going on, to be honest. He thought they were trying to trap him in there to like seal him or like keep him in there. But no, we're trying to trap you in here to blow you the fuck up. So it's, wouldn't it force you to put into throwing... Wouldn't the force you put into throwing determines the speed or how far it's thrown? Think of when you personally throw something. Yeah, no, I agree with that, birthday. I agree with that, bro. But Karibo is almost suggesting that, well, let me see. He's saying, I'm saying a kunai can't be used as an anti-feat. Yes, it can. Unless, see, but like, okay, here we go. Author's interpretation versus death of the author. Right? In the author's mind, he has no problem making the kunai the same speed as the light speed laser circus. He has no problem doing that. In a scalar's mind, which we should all want to be in, we know these things can't exist at the same time and be true. We know they can't exist at the same time and be true. Let's finish this video, then we're going to go into Sage's video. And then we can watch Ukiyoda, I'm sorry, Byakuya versus Itachi.
Green Bull can just suck all the nutrients out of him and he's going to be a husk. Grand Sand Baraggan had the ability to take
wait, what did you say?
The fight comes down to a few abilities on each team. Baraggan and Grand are going to be the Espada's main people for winning them the fight due to their hacks-based abilities, while on the Admirals side, their future sight and Kizaru are going to be the people that are going to keep them in the fight. Oh, Green Bull too as well, since he can just survive a lot of attacks. Now you may be thinking, why isn't it the strongest that are going to change the fight? Like, why aren't Sakazuki and Yami going to change the fight? Now, to be honest, Yami is kind of like a sitting duck. Like, he would lose pretty easily to the Admirals, mainly because of Green Bull. Green Bull can just suck all the nutrients out of him and he's going to be a husk. Grand Sand Baraggan had the ability to take an Admiral out of the fight.
Green Bull can suck all the nutrients out of Yami and he's going to be a husk. That boy's going to get Cerealed in the face and ain't nothing going to change. What's Green Bull's Well, he scales a lot of Admirals together, so I guess he would say Green Bull is like multi-continental. Based off of Don Shinjao's feat, which he didn't calc. It's fine.
Straight away. So, Kazuki and Yami gonna change the fight. Now, to be honest, Yami is kind of
like, here's the thing: you can't get your feats off on fodders and then have me agree that it's going to work on named characters. Espada, especially, doesn't really make sense.
Like a sitting duck. Like, he would lose pretty easily to the Admiral.
Oh, look, that's King. The irony. The irony. King and Queen got hit? Yo, you gotta be kidding me. The irony of me mentioning fodders and then they have King and Queen getting hit by it. Well, guess I gotta take that back.
Mainly because of Green Bull. Green Bull can just suck all the nutrients out of him and he's going to be a husk. Grand Sand Baraggan had the ability to take an Admiral out of the fight straight away. So, if they are able to take somebody out like Fujitora or whatnot, then that is going to be a massive help on their end. But then again, one person they do not want to go up against is Kizaru, and it's going to be extremely likely that they're going to fight him. See, if they're actually going to be using their brains here, Kizaru can just make a bunch of clones, and as you can tell where I'm going with this, finding out their abilities is going to be pivotal for the Admirals. And even if they don't find out their abilities, they have their future sight, meaning if they're hit by any of them, they're going to know what happens when they're hit by them. Also, abilities like the Cero are just going to be nullified here as well. The attack is, I mean, aside from Stark, and they're going to be able to see Stark's attack before it comes, they're not going to be landing it. And Kizaru can just intercept that if he needs to. And so it just comes down to who is going to make the first move. And personally, if Kizaru is actually on point, and
so I'm still kind of confused. Like, does he have like literally all 9 Espada versus just the 4? Is it 5 Admirals? Fujitora, Green Bull, Kizaru, Aokiji, and Sakazuki. Yeah. So he is a 9v5. I hope he's trolling. I really hope he's trolling. I don't like, wait, why is he assuming? So he's just assuming like Yami's going to sit there and let those roots penetrate his Hiedo and then proceed to suck him dry while he sits there? Is that what it is? How fast can he drain people? What are the level of the people he's drained? A lot of questions there. And then you got Zommari roaming the battlefield, just putting markers on everybody. I don't understand. And he can see from all his eyes at the same time and shoot out more. I'm not understanding. I'm not understanding how this is supposed to work. Yeah, if it's all 10 Espada versus 5 Admirals, I don't like. No. Like, I don't even know how you argue. I don't know how you can argue 10 Espada lose to 5 Admirals. It literally doesn't make sense. How potent is Aokiji's ice? Anyone know how potent Aokiji's ice is? Because we've seen characters like Yami completely resist Toshido's ice. Strongest ice and snow type Zanpakuto in the series, by the way, in case you didn't know that. How potent is Aokiji's ice? And then we have the Lava Man, boasting the highest AP of the verse. Kind of. Thing is, the Admirals themselves are still lacking feats. Like, you can say they scaled to characters that did X, Y, and Z. But number one, he hasn't shown a single calc yet to give us any numbers. So we don't know any numbers. That's number one. And then number two, the Admirals themselves don't have crazy feats. As far as, like, to get their AP from. We don't have any feats for that stuff. No, I know his scaling says multi-continental ice, bro. I'm saying, though, he didn't give us any calc. He said he split a continent, therefore continental level. He said the Espada could blow up Lost No Trace, therefore Lost No Trace country level, is what he said. He's not extrapolating AP, though. What he's doing is he's taking the DC of what he's seeing and saying that's the AP of where they're all at. That's not how that would go, though. Let's read some of these. Kunai speed varies depending on the character throwing it. People throw objects faster than they move all the time. Yeah, I mean, so Karibo, though, you'd have to be, like, arguing that they throw kunai at light speed, too. To be fair, they were weakened, so take it for what it is. If you talk about Green Bull and if you talk about King and Queen, they better have been fucking weakened. I swear to God, I'll blow this bitch. It's all Espadas versus 5 Admirals. Right. Makes no sense. The way I interpret everything so far, he gave the general scaling, stated who the main threats in the fight would be on both sides, and everyone else wouldn't be a factor. You can't have second release Ukiura not be a factor. You can't have Noitora not be a factor. You can't have Green Jiao not be a factor. It's literally just too much going on here. It's really, like, this is overkill. I'm not going to lie. Like, I think the speed thing is the best thing the Admirals do have going for them, if y'all want to argue that. The speed thing would be the best thing they have going for them. But all the Espada would need to be able to do at that point anyway is just perceive them and counterattack. And then he gave them all future sight. He gave them all future sight. He gave them all Rio, internal destruction. Aokiji can freeze an ocean for 3 to 5 days. Is at least iceberg thick. Jozu chucked an iceberg, and that was from Kuzan making it so. So, like, him freezing water is cool, but an ice person that can freeze water isn't impressive. What I mean by how potent is who has he kept trapped in ice? And how long were they in the ice? Like, who has his ice defeated? Who's it scaled to for that? Severely outspeed everyone there, Admirals. Unless the Admirals severely outspeed everyone there. Shouldn't win. They don't all. You gotta do better twins and things. King and Queen are weakened when they lost, but it's implied they would have lost even at full power. That's fine. That's fine, I guess.
Clones to intercept them and be nullified here as well. The attack is, I mean, aside from Stark and
Okay, my fault right here. See, this is my ignorance showing. I thought Ryu was internal destruction, but I guess it's not. Okay, but you're saying that's unknown. Fair.
they're going to be able to see Stark's attack before it comes. They're not going to be landing it, and Kizaru can just intercept that if he needs to.
And then you have Stark's wolves that can one-shot masked visors that regenerate upon explosion, which will pretty much be there to guard him the entire time. All they have to do is make contact and they'll explode on you.
So it just comes down to who is going to make the first move. And personally, if Kizaru is actually on point and Sakazuki's commanding it, then yeah, I do believe that he's going to use a bunch of his clones to intercept them, and they can just take on whoever they really want to take on. Baraggan, once his abilities figured out, nobody's going to fight him aside from Kizaru, and you can't slow down light. That is just something that you just can't slow down. And you have to remember that Kizaru's clones aren't Kizaru. Like, either way, like, Kizaru's made out of light, so his clones will be made out of light, and his clones won't be affected by the aging. So Baraggan,
yeah, see, I'm glad we covered this in the chat. His clones would absolutely be affected by the aging because his energy isn't indefinite. Kizaru is not a... When Kizaru shoots a laser beam, that laser beam doesn't indefinitely continue. It loses its mass, it loses its speed. Light is massless, right? It loses its acceleration, it loses its power. So no, his clones wouldn't be able to do a thing against Baraggan or Espada. Ryu is internal destruction. No, it's not confirmed. All Admirals have it. Just like we don't know if they all have future sight. Yeah, I don't know if you were here, Twins and Things, but he gave them all future sight. He gave them all future sight. He said Aokiji could make ice clones. He's saying light can't age. My man cutting up over here. All right. Wano's terms of advanced haki did always make things confusing. Emission and internal destruction are the higher levels. And what the Admirals did during the war is emission. Thank you for that exquisite breakdown. That is good to know. No, the community confuses them. It's not your fault. Ryu is advanced haki. But internal destruction is Ryu, but think of it as Ryo plus Sabo has it. Think of it as Ryo plus Sabo has it. And Luffy and Rayleigh. Okay. Let's read that again. Ryu is advanced haki, right? But internal destruction is Ryu, but think of it as Ryo plus Sabo. Okay. So it's advanced armament haki. And you're saying plus Sabo as far as like being able to shoot it like fire? I don't know. That's an interesting explanation. The favorite hacks, Kamui as a whole, or your... Oh, the favorite hacks, Kamui as a whole or Kyoka Suigetsu? Bro, I'm not like... Kyoka Suigetsu, absolutely. Absolutely. Kamui can't stop Kyoka Suigetsu. Kyoka Suigetsu has the ability to trick infinite timelines. All you have to do is look at the wielder of Kyoka Suigetsu. They can control all aspects of your senses at the same time, non-discriminately. Giving them all future sight should be fair, I guess. However, it really is a non-factor. Really, just one wave of a spirit in this game over. Yeah, no, see, I'm only saying that because it's my prerogative to be accurate. So I'm not going to give... What's a good example? That's a good example. I'm not going to give all the Espada the DC of destroying Lost No Chase if I haven't seen it. If we were going to do that, I'd just say, oh, okay, the fight starts, all the Espada fly up and spam their multi-continental attacks. I'm sorry, their country level attacks. And then the Admirals die. Because that's what would happen. But I'm not going to do that, right? It's about being consistent and accurate. None of them have shown they have future sight. So, that's how it factors in for me. My bad, forgot the comma. I'm saying Sabo has internal destruction as well as Rayleigh and Luffy, of course. Okay, gotcha. My understanding of it is there are different applications of advanced armament haki, and Ryu is one of them. That was also my understanding as well. So I'm glad we're all on the same page.
And is going to be out of the fight, especially because he can obviously speed himself up, and he's not going to be able to take that. Yami is going to be hard countered by Green Ball, and the rest of them, although they're around their level, it's just Future Sight. Future Sight is way too potent. And
see, Rexer, he's saying Future Sight as if this is like the crux of their winning strategy. But we're here saying that it's not even a factor. But to him, it is a factor. And this is why he's giving it all to them. Because what he's doing is he's essentially saying, unless they have Future Sight, it's too many of them to keep track of, number one. So they'll need to be able to know everything that's going on and dodge all incoming attacks because they'll be fast enough to do so. Yeah, I don't scale like that. So if we're going to give them all Future Sight, let's give all the Espada the AP. Let's give all the Espada the DC of Lanzarel de la Rampago. Have them all fly up and shoot Setos down and blow up the entire fucking battlefield. Let's do that. But nah, seriously though. Zommari is a big factor in this. If he hits any one of their heads, it's GG. In fact, if he hits any of their limbs, there goes a whole limb. You can't even use a limb. Now, it might be different if they're turning into the element now, but I would imagine that they still wouldn't be able to use whatever that element, like as much as that element is covering, they still wouldn't be able to use that portion of their body because Zommari would have it under his control. So yeah. While we have good explanation of haki, and the majority of the One Piece verse also seems to have the same explanation, Wano uses the term Rio a lot for nearly everything. Red hair. Yes, it is advanced too. Yes, it is advanced. Sabo has never shown that to be the case. Sentomaru can use haki to block things like the Admirals. It doesn't mean he can hurt Kaido. Sentomaru can use haki to block things like the Admirals. It doesn't mean he can hurt Kaido. Okay, so you're saying Sentomaru can project his haki like the Admirals, but that doesn't mean he can use internal destruction. Rio means haki in their country. When I said Rio, I meant advanced haki. Future sight to work. Future sight to work, we must know what they won't slip up like category, or they are definitely equivalent or faster than this Espada, which is contentious. So, Rexer, bro, to Red Hair and I think even not Shambles. Who else is? Yeah, to Red Hair and Planet. I think they have the Admirals definitively over the Espada in terms of speed. And at least for now, for me, I kind of have to play like a neutral ground because I get both arguments. But here's the thing: I don't agree with both arguments either. I don't agree with them. I don't just take, man, I keep saying this. It's okay. It's okay. Remember, chat, the like button is, in fact, free. Facts! Facts! If you're just coming onto the stream, I'm your host, Ab-Stract, and this is the Ab-Stract section. Make sure to hit that like button, subscribe to the channel, leave a comment, engage with the community, engage with your fellow YouTube stream watchers, if you will. Sabo has internal destruction. He described internal destruction when he said, find the core and destroy it from within, twin. That's fire. I like that. That's a bar. Did he show us internal destruction? Ooh, good question. That's a good question. That's a good question. See, and the thing is, never mind. He said Fujitora can nuke the whole place. The Espada can fly. It would have to be a big ass meteor, number one. And the Espada can fly. Number two, yeah, Baraggan, who could probably just age the damn thing before it even touched ground. Oh, shit. My fault. I always forget to change back to damn desktop, yo. Hey, yo. Appreciate you. Crazy. Let's go back and hear the conclusion. So, like, his win conditions were speed and hacks via Kizaru and Green Bull. Kizaru's speed is going to keep them busy trying to hit him and yada, yada, yada. Green Bull is just going to suck them all dry and stuff like that. I don't know what world he thinks the Bleach universe is set in, but that would... Like, Baraggan alone. Still can't hear anything. What the fuck? What is going on here? Oh my god. Sorry guys, it keeps switching back between the goddamn headphones and the thingy. Alright, we're gonna do that again. I apologize. We're just gonna go back a little bit so you guys can hear the conclusion. That's my back chat.
But fight has leaned in the Admirals' favor heavily, and it's kind of weird how one of the weaker Espada is probably going to be the one that would even be able to win them the fight. Grands, if he's able to study obviously the light abilities and whatnot, then yeah, then he can obviously make a counter for it and he won't be able to be damaged by them. But then again, Haki is something that I don't know if he's going to be able to register and obviously be able to say, okay, I can counter this. So yeah, at the end of the day, I do believe that Admirals do win, and that is mainly due to Kizaru and Green Bull's help along with their future sight. And if Fujitora really wants to be...
So yeah, he's basing this off of... okay, wonderful. You can hear now. Great. So yeah, he's basing this all basically off of speed and hacks. He's kind of foregoing... He said, Unc fixed it. Hey, yo, crazy. You crazy. That's funny. He's basing all of this off of speed and hacks. Primarily Future Sight and Green Bull. He's not even concerned about power. He didn't say anything that Aokiji would do. He didn't say anything that Aokiji would do. I don't even feel right having all the Espada fight the Admirals. In my head, it's ludicrous. I wouldn't even do it. I don't know why. Like, you got to be downplaying them massively to have all of them to have all the Espada fight the Admirals at the same time. So yeah, here's what we can do though. Once we get the joules per centimeter cubed for these characters, I'll make a video on this. Once I get the joules per centimeter cubed, and that is to say the AP and not the DC, which he's doing. He's saying destroy continent, therefore continental level. That's not how it works. In fact, we're going to have a video breaking down on Twitter how it actually works, and I'm going to review that. Once we determine the actual AP of these characters, then we can have a discussion. I already have a rough estimate for the Espada because they would scale to characters like Ichigo and people like Eterard and Ikaku who already have town plus level feats way back in just Soul Society, Katakura Town arc. So I already have like a rough estimate for AP for them. We'll have to do the Admirals, but all this stuff is going to take time, guys. I'm not going to lie. And I haven't even like begin to commit to doing anything One Piece related. But hey, if there's a big enough push for it, I'll definitely do it. It just takes time. But yeah, I'm not sure how any of them are going to be dealing, especially the ones that can't fly, like all of them except Kizaru. I'm not sure how any of them are going to be dealing with Ukida's Lanza del Rampago. And if he wants to do a 10v5, I'm not sure how any of them are going to be able to account for. It's going to be like a 2v1 for the most part. How are you going to fight Zommari and Stark at the same time and not get hit with a more? How are you going to do that? AP versus DC scaling is hard for a lot of people to understand, and I mess it up sometimes too. Yeah, it's easy to mess up because if you don't actually understand what's going on, then yes, you can get lost in the sauce very easily with AP and DC scaling. So I get that. How far is fake Katakura Town Toshido getting in the Espada Gauntlet? I mean, bro, you kind of answered your own question. He beat Espada number 3. He beat Holybell. He beat Holybell definitively. And he was kind of holding back because he didn't want to use all of his power because it could have covered the entire city. Now there's debate on whether or not which one of them was actually stronger, but I always say Holybell couldn't beat Toshido with her sword attacks. She couldn't beat Toshido with her setos. She couldn't beat Toshido in sword play. And her strongest ability, being her cascadas, her water, was made ineffective by his ice. So it's a real interesting dichotomy between Toshido and Haribel because, like, on the surface, it looked like she was bullying him. But for the most part, Toshido was holding his own and he landed more attacks than she did. His were less effective because he didn't have as much ice to actually like fully trap her in. That's why his best attack did the job, because it was the amount of ice and how it was coming in the volume and all that stuff. That's what beat her. But yeah, she couldn't gain any advantage on him. He couldn't gain any distinct advantage on her until he did his final move. So Toshido is definitely getting up. And I mean, yeah, he beat Holybell. Holybell needed to be saved, so that's as far as he gets. And yeah, he doesn't really have any scaling to Baraggan or Stark. Baraggan was blitzing Soifon in base. He did it 3 times too. We have Soifon as top 3 speedy captains. If you guys want to get cheeky, we can do the light speed Bleach scaling methods. I know them. I just don't use them because I scale differently. But if we want to talk about them, we have the light base properties of the Negacion that was dodged by the fodders, and we have Ichigo blitzing those fodders in the Soul Society. Then we have the captains that would scale just massively above them. Yeah, and then it goes on and on throughout the series. You would have things like Setos, which are spiritual light, and we already figured out that things in the Reishi dimension were described as non-artificial light, which would make them real light, which would give those properties of things in the Kishi world. All right? Follow with me. Kishi in their world would be what atoms are in our world. So it would make up everything. So if it's spiritual light, Reishi over there, and it's being called non-artificial, that would mean it's real light. So like, I know the metas. Don't get it fucked up. I know the metas. I can argue them. I just don't scale like that. So yeah. Let's keep going. By the way, Kizaru lasers are capable of wiping out towns too, because the Mangrove Kizaru destroyed was the one that had those abandoned towns. Yeah, no, absolute facts. When Kizaru shoots his lasers, they're a blast. They expand outwardly. Yeah, no, absolutely. Absolutely.
Be petty. He can just nuke the whole place if they're about to lose. So yeah. With that being said, why don't we move into the conclusion?
He said, he said Fujitora can nuke the whole place. What about Ukiyota's nuke that covered all of Lost Noches? How they dealing with that? How's he dealing with that? He can't fly. He can't fly, and while he might be able to perceive them, I don't think he's as fast as Kizaru. So how's he dealing with Lanza del Rampago? How's he dealing with Respira? Like, Fujitora might be the first to die. Then Green Bull. Then it's probably, depending on who's more cocky between Kizaru and Aokiji, or actually Al-Qaeda. It really depends, but... Speaking of which, let's take a look at a few of those comments inside of the comment section. Let's see what they were talking about. If I can get to them. All right. I don't see why this is an argument at all when the Espada easily outscale the verse entirely. The Espada glaze in New Year. Not even glaze. The Kubo statements retroactively amplified them. Not glaze considering Ukiyoda, who is considered fourth strongest, has high uni scaling. Yeah, so like, check audio again. Oh. Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you. Yeah, like we didn't even get into the multipliers of a Resurrection, which Ukiyoda has 2 of them, which would make him at the high end 20 times stronger than he already is at the high end. And at the low end, 10 times stronger, because we're either going to go 5-5 or 10-10. So we didn't even get into the multipliers. He didn't even get into the multipliers. But that's okay, you know. L video, not going to lie, you completely downplayed the Espada. This fight is not close. Espada slam. Are we going to explain how I downplayed them, or are we just going to say L video? And to be honest, if anything, I'd want the Espada to win. I don't like looking biased when covering versus battles. Hey, CJ, I know this guy. The Espada like teamwork, so it's possible that you're being biased. Not to mention, you is biased because you just said you want the Espada to win. Like, seriously, you've already shown your side. That's funny as shit. Baraggan simply kills them all. I mean, yeah, that's pretty much how it would go. You can argue the rest, but they're kind of irrelevant to a being who can turn something as absurdly long-lived as a Shinigami into a skeleton in seconds, and decayed Kido, which even these same Shinigami mistakenly thought was eternal in mere moments. Future sight or not, this would just be how long you can conceivably run from hyper-accelerated entropy. And the Admirals are going to run out of stamina before the Ghost does. Yeah, see, this is why I said all you really need to do is send Baraggan to the verse. This is why Rexor said all you need to do is send Baraggan to the verse. He puts a stop to a lot of verses, actually. It's really not fair. So if he were to exclude Baraggan in this lineup, we might have more of a conversation. Hey, is this you? Shambles, is this you? This you, my guy? Zommari, Grimmjow has the Kaha Nagasion. He used the Seal Ukiyoda. Alright, so the Kaha Nagasion thing, we seen it was only activated because it went in the Espada's hole. Like, that kind of tells me that it's a contrived method only to work on them. I don't know if we can say that will work cross-verse. I just don't know if we can say that. Yeah, I've taken all that into consideration, and as I said, with the admirals abilities to see the future and send out multiple clones of themselves, they can all test out these abilities and counter them. Yeah. So y'all see how he just said they can all make clones when only Kizaru has been definitively shown to make a clone? Y'all see that, right? Hey, let's go. That is here. Cool. All right. How are you feeling about the Sokyoku scaling meta? I think the Sokyoku scaling meta is actually garbage. I didn't like it when I first heard it. Never really liked it, actually. I think, see, the Soul Society is interesting because, like, things are kind of hyped up to be the case, but then we find out some things are inconsistent. Like Yamamoto saying the Royal Palace is in a different dimension. We find out, well, no, it's not really a different dimension. You can get there with basic 3D movement. It's just really, 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 really high up. So same thing with the Sokyoku. Like it also doesn't have any feats. It has statements upon statements. And by now you should know how I feel about statements. I don't really care about statements. I care about feats. So the Sokyoku meta is garbage to me. Espada portals BFR. Baraggan is slow. Kuzan flash freezes. Zommari is ass and slow. Also flash frozen. Mantra go burr. Grimjaw would be cooked before he got close to anyone. Yeah, but this is why I was asking, like, how potent is Kuzan's ice? Like, who in his series has he frozen and how long did they stay frozen for? And how strong were they? Yeah. The Admirals can't see the future LO. Just because they morph their bodies to evade attacks doesn't mean they have future sight. And then, yeah, he gave them all future sight for no reason other than I can think to amp them and give them better reaction time and better reaction speed. It's just future sight. Like, future sight hasn't been blitzed. Espada putting that belt to ass. If we equalize them, the Admirals do have a chance to win, but normally Espada should comfortably destroy most One Piece characters, including the Admirals. And so, like, even if we take the Lost Noche statement, let's take it as at face value, because during his scaling, he kind of just took everything as face value. So I'll do the same. Even if we do that, right? Cool. They can all destroy a country. That is in their base form. A Resurrection is anywhere from a 5 to 10 times multiplier. So you would take that number, whatever you got from destroying that thing, and then you would add on 5 to 10 times from it, and then we would extrapolate the AP from that. Like, if we're going to do this full out, I'm not seeing a way that the Admirals actually clear, and I'm not lying. And then he never even mentioned Zommari's hacks, right? Amor is one of the more OP hacks in the series. All right. Let me go get some food. Be right back. Okay. Yeah, nigga, I'm hungry. What? Old men gotta eat too. Let me stop playing. All right. Now. Yeah, so, I mean, that was a cool video, though. I enjoyed it. I always tell people though, if you're gonna like scale a different series, you got to go to the person, or you got to go to the people that like know that series better. I don't think he consulted with anyone before. I don't think he consulted anyone from Bleach before he made this video, or else he wouldn't have got the results he did. But hey, and before you guys ask, yes, I do consult with Naruto people before I make my videos. I talk to them on Twitter all day. I debate with them. He said, "Need that nutrients." Facts. Where are we going? What were we supposed to be watching? He said he did a horrible job. Well, so twins, are you saying he did a horrible job from the Admiral standpoint, from the Bleach standpoint, or like just both? You didn't enjoy the video? Because I'll say this, I'm not a fan of giving. He said they can all make clones. He said they all have future sight. It's just like, bro, you gotta stop. You can't just do that. Where are you getting this stuff from? Who told you that was okay? All right. Yeah, both, right? Yeah, okay. Okay, now let's watch someone from my community scale One Piece. SB the Sage. Yeah, we'll see. Hold up. Shit is killing me. Stop touching me. All right. No, not this one. Yeah, we'll get to Itachi versus Byakuya. We'll get to that. Is it my history? It's probably my history. All right. Here we go.
Monkey D. Luffy.
All right. So this video is called Luffy Power Scaled Accurately. This is done by a guy named Sage. He is in the same community I am in as far as scaling is concerned. The type of scaling we do is called triple AP scaling, and its tenets require us to be as accurate and consistent as possible. This means we take necessary minimums or things that must be true. We do not take unbacked statements. We rely on feats more than anything else. We rely on depth of the author over author's intent. That's just like some of the basic stuff that I can talk about. I think in the verses, people overlook speed. You could be so strong that you punch and destroy planets, but if you're fighting a guy who is overwhelmingly faster than you and punches cities, you lose. Now that has to be put into context, because if you truly do have planetary AP and the person trying to hurt you only has city level AP, and let's just presume both of these people scale to their energy, the city level guy is never beating the planetary guy. Like, I understand what you're saying, but that wouldn't happen. My battery's low, so I'm going offline soon. Hey man, it was nice having you, Shambles. Thank you for popping up, bro. I'll probably be on all day today, so if you want to come back and join, we can do that. And I'll probably be on tomorrow as well. Like I said, I want to start streaming more often, and I want to start streaming more consistently. So yeah, expect to see more. Oh, you meant another person named Sage, not SB the Sage. Oh yeah, no, not that Sage. God, no. I've seen his videos, and mind you, I don't not like the guy, but I'm not a fan of the way he scales either, to be honest with you. But yeah. So yeah, this is Luffy power scaled accurately with triple AP scaling. Let's get it.
Monkey D. Luffy is a character whose scaling will forever live in controversy, with many people over the years giving their take on how fast or strong they think he is. And today, I'll be throwing...
Real quick, is the volume good for you guys? Y'all want that down? You want it up? Is it low? How are we feeling about the volume? You said you think you saw the video? He might have crashed in the comments. Let me see. Don't tell me you went off on my man's age. Too low. Alright, I got y'all. I got y'all. Hold up. Why y'all tell me it was too low before? Y'all could have just said something, man. Absolutely, Shambles. Take it easy, bro. Alright, so I'm going to test play it. You guys let me know if it's good, too loud, too low, whatever. Just let me know. Here we go.
Scale that way, and then I'll get into the feats for both AP and speed. First, I'll start with Monkey D. Luffy is a character whose scaling will forever live in controversy, with many people over the years giving their take on how fast or strong they think he is.
Okay, yeah, the vid itself might be low, because I turned it up.
Going over how I scale, why I scale that way, and then I'll get into the feats for both AP and speed. First,
yeah, it might just be his audio, because I have it up maxed on his. Let me turn it up maxed on mine real quick, though, and then we'll go. Y'all got to remind me to turn it down, though, because my volume's completely different from y'all volume, so. But anyways, let's get it. This is Luffy scaled accurately. That's fine? Okay, cool.
Monkey D. Luffy is a character whose scaling will forever live in controversy, with many people over the years giving their take on how fast or strong they think he is. And today, I'll be throwing my hat into the ring, going over how I scale, why I scale that way, and then I'll get into the feats for both AP and speed. First, I'll start with the ever-important topic of attack potency. What is AP? The general community will have you think that it's the DC or the total joules of an attack. However, it is better described by the joules per standardized volume of an attack. In my case, I'll be using the joules per cubic centimeter in Luffy's attacks. Now, you might be asking why AP is joules per standardized volume. And although there is a plethora of examples that I could give, I'll choose to go with the inverse square law. Simply put, the inverse square law states that the larger the volume in which a set amount of energy is spread, the less intense it will become. And what is one of the many SI units in which this intensity can be measured? Joules per standardized volume. Now with that out of the way, I'd like to get into statement scaling and why I generally steer clear of it. Power scalers tend to be very polarized when it comes to unbacked statements. Sometimes you'll have one group of people that will undoubtedly believe an unbacked statement, whereas you'll have a different group of people that will vehemently claim that that same statement is false. I think that a lot of the confusion stems from a misunderstanding of burden of proof. Just because you cannot prove a positive or prove a negative would not mean that the opposite would be true. In a lot of these cases, we don't know whether or not the statement is true. So the best option is just put it in a we don't know category instead of an it is true or it is false category, and use values lower than it that we can prove with feats. Let's take a look at Whitebeard for example. Both Sengoku and Oda in a databook claim that Whitebeard can destroy the planet. If taken at face value and literally, this would put Whitebeard at planetary total joules. However, there are many other things to consider. For example, this could be meant as hyperbole. They could be talking about society. It could take multiple days for him to destroy the planet with multiple hits. After all, we have seen One Piece characters fight for days on end, including Whitebeard himself. So what kind of statements will I be using in this video? I will be using distance and size statements, as they are necessary to gauge the sizes of objects in fiction. Without these statements, we'd have to make assumptions based on real-life counterparts of these objects, which is less backed than just taking the statement given for their size in the series. If you can't tell by now, what I'm going to be doing is lowballing and using bare minimum values to scale Luffy. So with all of that out of the way, I can finally get into scaling AP. The single most impressive AP showing in the One Piece.
All right. I hope y'all caught all that. I hope y'all was listening. Take notes. Quiz time. Quiz time. Why do we want to use necessary minimums? Crazy Grape, this is for you. Why, when scaling, do we want to use necessary minimums? I'll wait for you to answer. While he's answering that, I hope all that made sense to you guys. Like I said, this guy comes from my community. We kind of, study the same stuff as far as scaling is concerned. We have the same ideology, the same thought. And there's a community of us. So when you hear him say things like joules per centimeter cubed, if you don't know what it is, look it up. Rewatch that part of the clip. Rewatch that part of the video. Get an understanding of that knowledge and information, so when it's said, you're not lost in the sauce. So when it's said, you're not a step behind. He brought up the inverse square law, which states the more volume or the bigger something is, necessarily the less energy or the less force or the less it will have behind it. I think I've seen Sage vids before. Yeah, this one was definitely the video I saw. If I crashed out in the comments, which I don't remember, I was emotional and my understanding of scaling was less back then. Hey, yo, birthday chill, dog. It ain't that serious. So, Crazy Grape, I'm still waiting on your answer. Why do we want necessary minimums? You got to answer that for me. In fact, class, can anyone answer why we want necessary minimums? Can anyone answer that? Can anyone answer why we don't want total joules or DC as opposed to AP? Come on, you guys are in my community now too. So these are things you guys need to know for when I do my videos, all right? I want these questions answered. But yeah, I hope you guys are enjoying how he's breaking this stuff down. He's doing a real good job of it, by the way, of explaining why he scales the way he does, why it's important that we scale the way he does, and all the things going into it.
Piece series comes from Black Fiction. I space for him to destroy the planet with multiple hits. After all, we have seen One Piece characters fight for days on end, including Whitebeard himself. So what kind of statements will I be using in this video? I will be using distance and size statements.
Negro said replay the video. Y'all ain't listening. Y'all just came here to hear me yap. I swear to God. He said replay the video. No, all right. The reason we want to scale using necessary minimums is because it forces us to be as accurate and consistent as possible. What's a good example? What's a good example I can use for this for One Piece? I don't even know any One Piece examples. Let's take Don Shinjao's continental splitting feat, right? From the panel that we can see, we can get measurements for how far and how wide it was. The claim is that he split a continent. The question would then also be, and this is just hypothetical, just like walk with me. What would be the proof of that? Okay, cool. We don't have proof he split the whole continent, but we at least see he did this amount of depth and this amount of length. So what we would be doing is saying, okay, cool. Instead of fully claiming and saying that he split a continent, which we wouldn't have proof for, we'll take the necessary minimum value of what he did do and apply that to the feat, or apply that to him to give him a feat overall. All right. So that we don't get inflated values, or is it that we don't really know the statement? Yes, hey, Crazy Grape, my man, right there. Y'all take notes. Take notes. That is correct. We want we want to do these things so we don't get overinflated values. If we want to be as accurate and consistent as possible, which means finding necessary minimums, or at the bare minimum of what must be true. That is what we're looking for. I'm doing homework. That's hilarious. That took a minute to type for real. Hey, hold up. Shadow Hokage. I feel like I know who this is. Is this Shiki? I feel like this is Shiki. I don't know though. Had to change devices. All good, bro. He said this is. Hey yo, Grape. You gotta chill, man. You gotta chill on the old stuff, man. I ain't that old. I mean, like, I'm an old nigga, but I ain't that old. My nigga shit. Let me stop, though. But yeah, that's why we want necessary minimums. That's why we separate AP from DC versus total joules. And that's why we don't take statements at face value, right? Statements have to be corroborated by feats. If they're not corroborated by feats, they're dismissed because lying exists, hyperbole exists, author's intent exists, all things that don't belong in power scaling. Well, not the lying and stuff. That's fine and stuff, but like, you know, you gotta have some concrete evidence. So what do you think the minimum would be of Ichigo feat? Me personally, it should be roughly multi-continental or above. Which Ichigo feat are you talking about? Oh, of Kanoji. I thought that said Ichigo. Hey, yo, I can't read. Or I was reading too fast. Let me see. So what do you think the minimum would be of Kanoji feat? Me personally, I think it should be roughly multi-country or above. Yeah, it would probably... See, honestly, though, here's the thing. Because when we're looking for AP, we're looking at the type of damage it did also. As well as the the scale of the thing enacting the damage. Or the volume of the thing enacting the damage. The volume that Don Chinjiao's head was, and we have to account for his size too, because he's a big he's a fat boy, right? But it was at like a point. So all the AP would have been in the point of the on the top of his head. Honestly speaking, the claim is he split the continent. We would have to find the depth and how long it goes to the side. But it would probably come out to where somewhere around mountain to island, probably. And that's just like based off of, you know, it's arbitrarily. I'm arbitrarily saying it, and it's conjecture, of course, because I don't have evidence for it. But I know for a fact splitting continent the way you did doesn't equal continental feat. That's not how that works. That's DC in total joules. That's not AP though. But yeah. Ichigo, LOL. I'm tripping. Like shit, man. I'm reading too fast, bro. I'm reading too fast. That's what it is. Hey, yo, twins and things. You gotta chill on that, bro. Don't do that. Don't do that, because I drop your government right now. Stop. You better relax. Split, not destroy. Exactly, Planet Birthday. So him splitting a continent. He didn't destroy the continent. He didn't vaporize anything that he split. He violently fragmented ice. So what we would be looking for is the energy to violently fragment ice to the degree that he did, to the length that he did, with the volume that he did it. That's where we would get our AP from. Getting too old, not beating these old allegations. Crazy. Anyways, let's get back to the video. We're going to go back for like a minute just so we can get a understanding of what he's been saying.
Believe an unbacked statement. I'd like to get into statement scaling and why I generally steer clear of it. Power scalers tend to be very polarized when it comes to unbacked statements. Sometimes you'll have one group of people that will...
Alright, so in case anyone didn't know or notice, I will tell you. Twins and Things is my other half. Some would say I'm his better. Some would call us rivals. enemies even, right? We arrived here at the same time, yet we couldn't have been further apart. He is, to me, what peanut butter is to jelly. He's like the salt to my pepper. He is the Kaido to my Big Mom. Yes, Twins and Things is actually my blood twin brother. And he's a goofy. And I hate him. He's a clown. And he's watching this right now. Fuck you. Let me stop. But nah, you know, Twins, he's actually my twin brother. You know, he's physically my twin brother. That account is actually our channel where we do reaction videos to like Kevin Samuels and Andrew Tate and, you know, other topical, controversial figures and stuff like that. Oh, yeah, you know, definitely dropping the lore. But nah, that's my twin brother. And he is a huge One Piece guy. He's the guy I go to get all my One Piece information. And yeah, he knows what he's talking about. Red hair, I'm pretty sure you can tell he knows what he's talking about from y'all conversation into the chat. I've always, not always, I don't want to say always, but yeah, I leaned more towards Bleach. He leaned more towards One Piece. And it's always hilarious when we have our conversations because as much shit as we talk about like each other's series, we'll come together to joke on Naruto. I don't give a goddamn. We'll pass jokes back and forth all day on Naruto. It's just funny. But you know, that's my man's. That's my man's. So let's get it. Okay.
The many SI units in which this intensity can be measured, joules per standardized volume. Now with that out of the way, I'd like to get into statement scaling and why I generally steer clear of it. Power scalers tend to be very polarized when it comes to unbacked statements. Sometimes you'll have one group of people that will undoubtedly believe an unbacked statement, whereas you'll have a different group of people that will vehemently claim that that same statement is false. I think that a lot of the confusion stems from a misunderstanding of burden of proof. Just because you cannot prove a positive or prove a negative would not mean that the opposite would be true. In a lot of these cases, we don't know whether or not the statement is true. So the best option is just put it in a we don't know category instead of an it is true or it is false category, and use values lower than it that we can prove with feats. Let's take a look at Whitebeard for example. Both Sengoku and Oda in a databook claim that Whitebeard can destroy the planet. If taken at face value and literally, this would put Whitebeard at planetary total joules. However, there are many other things to consider.
Hey, yo, y'all are killing me, man. Y'all gotta stop. He said Twin was having a field day with the speed debate. Hey, yo, red hair, bro. Do you know how hard it is to, like, talk to this nigga without, like, wanting to fight him over some stuff, bro? Yeah, he was having a field day, bro. It'd be hilarious. It'd be hilarious. But you know, he's breaking my heart. Yo, chill on Naruto, bruh. Nah, we ain't chilling on Naruto. We ain't doing no chilling on Naruto. All right, and I'm gonna tell you why we're not doing any chilling on Naruto. First off, because Sakura sucks. All right, Sakura has no feats. She's not fast. She doesn't scale to Kaguya. She doesn't scale to Momoshiki. She doesn't scale to Kinshiki. She's useless. She picked on Naruto. He was an orphan. All right, he didn't have any parents, and she made fun of him. She only liked Sasuke, and even when Sasuke tried to kill her, what did she do? Try and go back to Sasuke. So first off, Sakura is an L. This isn't even concerning Naruto. Sakura is an L. Secondly, let me tell you about this guy Naruto. Do you know Naruto only has 2 wins in the entire series by himself? You know who those 2 wins are over? Kiba and Sasuke. That's your Hokage. Your Hokage only has 2 wins in the entire series of the show, and they're only over Kiba and Sasuke. Other than that, he doesn't have a 1v1 win in the series of Naruto, mind you. In Boruto, I think he beats Delta by himself, but even then, Kawaki's there and like other people are there, so it's kind of weird. But yeah, no, we're not chilling on Naruto. And I'm gonna tell you this, Crazy Grape. Your community, and I say this loosely because I consider myself a member of all three communities, loosely, but my loyalties first will be the Bleach. Why? Because number one, it's the most downplayed. That's number one. Number two, because Naruto is the most overhyped. Number three, because I think One Piece has a technically stronger fan base, but it really depends. Hey, Bleach got us. The Bleach fandom ratioed Mr. Beast. I need one of y'all fandoms to do that. Until then, we actually had the strongest fan base. I changed my mind. Yeah, we got the strongest fan base. One of y'all ratioed Mr. Beast. I need to see that happen. Naruto has been glazed to oblivion for the past several years, and people have just let it happen. We will not be chilling on Naruto. You've seen my video, Naruto versus durability. Debunk it. He be hating on One Piece. That's cap. That's cap. You know that's cap. I don't be hating on One Piece. It's just funny sometimes. That's your Hokage. If there is one thing Kishimoto did good, it is get the entire community to agree that Sakura sucks. Oh yeah, no. Yeah, no. Get Sakura out of here. I don't hate Chopper more than Sakura. I hate Chopper more than anybody. More than anything. I would love nothing more if Chopper was just like destroyed. Or like if he was like kicked out of the Straw Hats, that would like make my day. Like don't even kill him, just kick him out the group. Cause then that'll kill him. Hey yo. But let's get back to the video, man. Y'all making me laugh too much.
Feats. Let's take a look at Whitebeard, for example. Both send Goku and Oda in a databook.
Alright, hold up. I gotta disagree. Bleach has been overwhelmingly glazed. It has always been Naruto. It has always been Naruto, then Bleach, and One Piece been dead last until both of them ended and everyone came to our hood. Hey yo. I don't agree with that, bro. I don't agree with that. Let a One Piece fan tell it. You guys had the most sales for manga. You guys had like top 3 views ever and all this other stuff. I don't know. I don't agree with that, bro. I don't agree with that, man. The thing with Bleach though is like it's constantly been hated on. And I'm gonna say this. For the most part, Bleach and One Piece fans don't really beef like that. I can say that confidently. I've never gotten into it with a One Piece fan. I feel like there's always been a mutual respect for the One Piece in the Bleach community. The oddball out, the middle child, is Naruto. And look, you see the symbolism, right? He's literally the black sheep. The middle child out is Naruto because the Naruto fans think they can punch up higher than they can. And they think they're better written or better whatever than the One Piece characters. And it's just like, yo, y'all gotta chill, bro. Like, Kishi did some good stuff for y'all. Don't fuck it up. Right? Don't embarrass your series like that. You gotta stop. He said, you haven't seen the trenches of immeasurable speed, Minato. Oh my God. That hurts. Immeasurable speed, Minato? That sounds painful. Immeasurable speed, anyone Naruto sounds painful. Ugh. Let's get to this video though. We're gonna power scale Luffy accurately. And I think he goes over the Dan Shinjao thing anyway. shit. Thank you. Let me go back. God damn, man. So sorry. Let me go back.
Don't know category instead of an it is true or it is false category, and use values lower than it that we can prove with feats. Let's take a look at Whitebeard for example. Both Sengoku and Oda in a databook claim that Whitebeard can destroy the planet. If taken at face value and literally, this would put Whitebeard at planetary total tools. However, there are many other things to consider. For example, this could be meant as hyperbole. They could be talking about society. It could take multiple days for him to destroy the planet with multiple hits. After all, we have seen One Piece characters fight for days on end, including Whitebeard himself. So what kind of statements will I be using in this video? I will be using distance and size statements, as they are necessary to gauge the sizes of objects in fiction. Without these statements, we'd have to make assumptions based on real-life counterparts of these objects, which is less backed than just taking the statement given for their size in the series. If you can't tell by now, what I'm going to be doing is lowballing and using bare minimum values to scale Luffy. So with all of that out of the way, I can finally get into scaling AP. The single most impressive AP showing in the One Piece series comes from Blackbeard during the Marineford saga, when he tilts the sea, creating multiple tsunamis with his earth.
Do we agree with that? Do we think Blackbeard has the single best AP showing in the One Piece series? How we feel about this, One Piece guys? Is this the best feat One Piece has? Let me know. Let me know.
Earthquake. The lower end interpretation for the size of Marineford would be that the bottom half is at least 180 meters tall, based off of the fact that it was taller than San Juan Wolf. This would make each of the tsunami sizes 346, 311, and 307 meters. Plugging that into this formula, we find magnitudes of 10.9, 10.8, and 10.8 for the earthquakes. Then, via this formula, we can find the seismic energy in waves radiated from the earthquake source. Then, we can take that energy and multiply by about 19,500 to find the total seismic moment energy. This number comes out to around 7.6 times 10 to the 25 joules, which when divided by the volume of both of Blackbeard's hands, comes out to around 1.4 times 10 to the 22 joules per cubic centimeter, or high and small country level AP. And with
So a high and small country level AP feat. Necessary minimums. High and small country level AP feat based on the volume of Blackbeard's hands, because the hands are the catalyst for him causing the tsunamis and earthquakes and stuff. So the energy is in the hands, right? And it's causing that much damage. And what he did was he took the I don't want to say the AP. Well, no, I guess he did. He took the AP of that, divided it across the volume of his hands, and found the AP of the actual move, or the energy used in just his hands. So let's hear it again. That was a good explanation.
The single most impressive AP showing in the One Piece series comes from Blackbeard during the Marineford saga, when he tilts the sea, creating multiple tsunamis with his earthquake. The lower end interpretation for the size of Marineford would be that the bottom half is at least 180 meters tall, based off of the fact that it was taller than San Juan Wolf. This would make each of the tsunami sizes 346, 311, and 307 meters. Plugging that into this formula, we find magnitudes of 10.9, 10.8, and 10.8 for the earthquakes. Then, via this formula, we can find the seismic energy in waves radiated from the earthquake source. Then, we can take that energy and multiply by about 19,500 to find the total seismic moment energy. This number comes out to around 7.6 times 10 to the 25 joules, which when divided by the volume of both of Blackbeard's hands, comes out to around 1.4 times 10 to the 22 joules per cubic centimeter, or high and small country level AP.
So now, we see how we got back to we see how we got the small country level AP. We see the formulas, we saw the numbers, we saw the math. Everything was pretty consistent. He took the size of San Juan Wolf in comparison to whatever was, I think, higher than him, and used him as a minimum, and then based that off the waves that were generated. Then he took the energy of the waves and the earthquakes that was generated, got the energy for that, divided it across his hands, and got the joules per centimeter cube, which put him around small country AP. Now, what I would be asking, what would we oh my God, I can't speak. What we would be trying to figure out now is if Blackbeard can produce these attacks per hit. Is this his AP per strike, or is this a charged up version where he has to take time, gather the energy, and then do it? That's what we would want to find out for his strikes, right? Because, or we could just look at his fights and see, well, no, I guess that technically wouldn't work. But that would be the primary question we would want to have answered. Because One Piece isn't a verse that scales off of energy. Meaning, it isn't about how much haki you have and therefore I can or cannot hurt you. It kind of scales off of their physicals and their feats as far as what they've done and stuff like that. So yeah. Small country AP.
And with Law being able to clash with this Blackbeard, that would also put him at small country level AP. During the Wano Country arc, Law is clearly surpassed in stats by Kaido. This same Kaido clashes with Luffy a few panels later, clearly showing that Luffy outstats Law. This puts Luffy in base, at high-end small country level AP, but Luffy has forms that give him multipliers, so let's...
Okay, so he concluded that Law was small country level AP because he was able to evenly clash with Blackbeard, who he got at small country level AP, via calcing Blackbeard's earthquakes and tsunamis and stuff like that. Now, Law gets his behind whipped by Kaido, Law small country AP. Luffy is able to match this Kaido, but I don't know which point this actually is. But Luffy's able to match this Kaido, meaning Luffy's base is also small country level AP. Actually, if you have large amounts of haki, you can shut down abilities or certain effects that mess up your body, such as forced teleportation, for example. Yeah, okay, yeah. Red hair. I'm familiar with haki doing that, but I'm talking about as far as needing to scale to someone else's haki in order to hurt them. One Piece isn't a power system like that, and it's completely fine because One Piece has great AP showings. They have great durability showings. So they don't necessarily need to scale to their energy. I'm just saying, like, for example, in Bleach, a fifth seat isn't going to be able to hurt Aizen with anything that he does. It just won't work because he doesn't scale to Aizen's Reiatsu. That's what I'm saying for in the One Piece, basically. You don't need to scale to Kaido's haki. You just need to scale above his durability. Let's go back a little bit. You gotta be kidding me. The audio again, bro? Damn. Ugh. I gotta start checking this shit. Ugh. God damn. Alright. I apologize, yo. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm just gonna have to watch the video in the lab mode. That way, I'll always see if the audio is going or not. I apologize for that again, y'all. We're gonna. Thank you, Grape.
This puts Luffy in base, at high-end small country level AP, but Luffy has forms that give him multipliers, so let's get into those. In Eni's lobby, we see that base Luffy is unable to even budge a metal wall, whereas Gear 3 Luffy completely shatters it. This, along with other showings, puts Gear 3 at least 5 times higher in AP than base Luffy. During the Whole Cake Island arc, Gear 3 Luffy tries to punch one of Cracker's shields, and not only is he completely unable to damage it, he's also sent back flying. When he enters Gear 4, he not only fragments that same shield, but he also sends Cracker flying back, coughing up blood. This showing puts Gear 4 at least 10 times above Gear 3, so all in all, Gear 4 would be at least 50 times higher in AP than base. This puts Gear 4 Luffy's AP at around 5.6 times 10 to the 23 joules per cubic centimeter, or low-end large country level AP. As for attacks where he stacks Gear 3 on top of Gear 4, those would reach 2.8 times 10 to the 24 joules per cubic centimeter, or high-end large country level AP, nearly continental AP. With the AP scaling section out of the way, I'd now like to take some time to answer some questions that some people might have.
See, and real quick, what I do like about One Piece's scaling is it is like it's pretty easy to follow. And I'm gonna do a video. Maybe I'll do a live. You know, I think I'll do it live. I think tomorrow I'll show you guys a doc that was created by one of the people in our community about Luffy's progressions. It's very easy to digest. It's very easy to understand, and it's like, you know, just straightforward. So we can do that tomorrow. Physical training does increase the potency of hockey. I think really going off of the type of training Kobe and Garp did. Absolutely. Yeah, your hockey can definitely get stronger. My point was just that, you know, you don't have to scale to someone's hockey to be able to hurt them, is all I'm saying. Yeah, if your hockey is stronger than someone else's hockey, you win. That's a fact if we're talking about hockey on hockey. According to Zoro versus Pika, but hockey isn't innate durability, so it doesn't really matter. There you go. My point exactly. He's assuming Blackbeard didn't get stronger from Marineford. Already starting off wrong? Are you sure? Wait. He's assuming Blackbeard didn't get stronger from Marineford? Where did he say that? I'm not sure where he said that, bro. Fun fact, the biscuit soldiers don't bleed. That's actually jail. No, that's hilarious. That is a good fun fact, though. I like that. I'm going to need to join this community of yours. Listen. We are an elite group, an elite task force. We're here to save the anime community. You'll have to be properly and thoroughly vetted by myself and a council of 12. If you wish to join this community, you must pay a donor fee of $150 a month to Ab-Stract. Nobody else. I'll let you in. Don't worry about it. Nah, I got you, though. We can definitely do that if you want to. I'll say this. The community isn't as active as it used to be. Nowadays, it's just kind of us interacting whenever it's just us interacting whenever one of us have a scale we want to go over, or some type of what's the word? Like a scale, or if we're vetting over one of each other's works or projects. Like, I've had a lot of my things vetted before I put videos out, just to make sure I'm not saying anything stupid. One example is the Naruto Truth-Seeking Orbs video. I made sure that video went through at least 2 people before I put it out. I made sure that they understood what my argument was. I made sure that I wasn't saying anything that I couldn't definitively prove. And I made sure that I had a lot of evidence. And so if it gets approved, and this isn't to say that I need permission to put anything out. I'm going to do what the fuck I want. But I'm saying you know, communities like that exist where you can actually hold someone accountable. Like, hey, maybe you don't want to put this out here because nothing definitively says this is the case. So yeah. Then a prime example is Kid. His hockey is ass, but he's able to hurt Big Mom. That aside, I think it was said Blackbeard improved his Devil Fruit mastery. Perfect example, Planet. Perfect example. If Kid does in fact have trash hockey, but he's still able to hurt Big Mom, that's exactly what I'm talking about. I kind of like what I'm hearing, but it's hard to lowball my fave series. Hey, baby, that is literally what our community is about. Not necessarily lowballing, but finding necessary minimums to be as accurate as possible, which you should want to do, bro. Like, don't look at it as lowballing. Look at it as you keeping your series consistent. Look at it as you being as accurate and consistent with your series than 90% of other people. Because if someone asks where I have Naruto versus where they have Naruto, like a Naruto scalar, objectively, I would be more right because I'm using lower valued numbers, which means I'm closer to any truth than star level Naruto. I'm closer to any truth than solar system level Naruto. It's just objectively true that I'm using more accurate information. If we're just going off of the feats, if we're going off of statements that corroborated those feats, and if we're going off of, even if you want to use supplemental information, which I'm not a fan of, but if it helps the case, I don't mind it, but it's very situational, right? Yeah. So yeah, just take solace that you'll be doing your community more of a service than anything. Yeah, because he said law was coming in at small country level because he clashed with Blackbeard. All right, so the thing is, Tay, at the time, Blackbeard had the best feat, which was a small country level feat. No one law fought in between there had anything higher than a small country level feat, unless you can give me one. Can you give me anything stronger than Blackbeard's small country level feat of the tsunamis and the earthquakes and all that together? Can you give me one of those? I'm still on the fence about expansive truth seeker orbs. Are you on the fence about whether or not their existence erase? Oh, that's right. I'm still on the fence about existence erasure TSO. Okay. Yeah. So here's the thing. Crazy. Here's the thing, bro. So am I. That video served to say, the video I'm talking about, the one I made, that video served to say we shouldn't just assert that they do or they don't, right? And then I even say in the video, I think, where I find more evidence, we might have to watch that video. It's been a while since I watched the video. But the evidence doesn't suggest it's destroying souls. What would be suggesting is that it's nullifying the properties of chakra, or quote unquote jutsu, right? The souls are reanimated. The jutsu reanimates the souls of those people, but it's still under a binding contract. So when Minato's arm was hit, people say, oh, look, his arm was hit and he didn't regenerate. It destroyed his soul. You can't definitively prove that, though. Because I could just as easily say, no, it nullified that aspect of his arm, which is binding him to this world. And so that arm can now exist in the Pure Lands. You can't tell me it doesn't. People say, oh, Minato didn't have his arms when he left his body. Yeah, because the jutsu keeping his arm there got nullified. So, yeah. Me personally, I'm like you, Ab-Stract. I like feats over everything, and using said feat to figure out where certain things scale to based on said feat. Facts, bro. Facts. I love a statement every day if it can corroborate a feat. I love SBSs and data books every day if they can corroborate a feat. I was just having a conversation on Twitter about Amaterasu. And this was kind of a conversation that me and Karibo were getting into about Amaterasu being quote unquote sun level or not. There's so many anti-feats to that it makes it almost implausible for it to be the case. Now, their argument would be, oh, well, why does that look like a person on Luffy? Anyway, their argument would be, oh, well, it has to be concentrated on that person. The energy has to be concentrated. And then it's going to be as hot as they want it to be. Well, then I would ask, it was concentrated on the Eight Tails. The Eight Tails has sun level durability as far as heat. And then Karin got hit by the Eight Tails' tail that had the sun level heat. Does Karin now have sun level durability? It was concentrated on Madara, who was blind at the time and couldn't absorb it because he just lost his eyes. Does that armor have sun level durability? Questions that we would want to ask. So yeah, a statement like that. Selective burn. Yes, Karibo, selective burn. If you want to say that, then you would still need to argue the point that I'm arguing right now. The Karin thing. And like, you got to show me an example in this series of when someone shows, suggests, or states, or the series implies it's selective burning. That's never the case. I've never seen that. I've never heard it before. You got to produce that. Because when Karin's burning, she's burning from an attack that Sasuke intentionally did to the Eight Tails, which means the fire should be as hot as everywhere else. Yet she didn't even get 3rd degree burns. Madara's armor should have been incinerated. Alright. It's just that the fact Obito's spirit changes to his kid form when he goes to the Pure Lands. Okay, talk to me more about that, Crazy. Is this still in regards to the TSOs? Hey, what's good, Light Speed, my guy? So yeah, we're talking about power scaling, and why we should use necessary minimums, why it's important to lowball, why we don't take author statements why we take death of the author over author statements, and just generally power scaling in general. But right now we're watching Luffy power scaled accurately because we just got through watching a video on the Admirals versus the Espada. That was funny. So, yeah. Black Flames and Yamamoto Bankai aren't sun levels hot to me, based on what I can figure out. Some may not agree with me, but that's fine. See, here's the thing though, red hair. Yamamoto's feet, the one where he hits the ground and makes a crater as wide as fucking a city block level crater, and the depth is crazy too. That's a crazy feat. That's a crazy feat because the volume of Yamamoto's sword, which would factor into the overall AP, the total volume is less than his entire body, right? As far as the mass and everything that makes up the sword, it's less than his entire body, and it caused that level of damage, right? And then also, real quick, red hair, Aizen's Fragger, if you go watch him use his Fragger on Ichigo, low key, that joint is like a nuke. Low key. When you look at the damage it caused and how far away it affected everything, that joint was like a nuke. And nukes get up around to, I think, 15 million degrees Celsius or something like that. Karin already has an established healing factor with more Uzumaki vitality than Naruto. Okay, healing factor isn't durability. And then you would have to argue she can use like mitomic regeneration and just heal automatically. Does Karin heal automatically? Does she have like a self-healing starter kit or something like that? If she does, please let me know. Obito was killed by Ashbone, not TSO. I hope you're not talking to me because I didn't say he was killed by Ashbone. I see the title says Gaara versus Crocodile from One Piece, right? Yeah. So yeah, we were watching Eon's video of Gaara versus Crocodile, Lightspeed. Excuse me. We were watching Eon's video. He gave the win to Gaara based on, I think he thought that Gaara would be able to seal him. I'm just thinking that if Obito's spirit can change to his kid self in the afterlife, I find it reasonable to assume that Minato's spirit can also change forms. So, you're right, twins. You're right, bro. We're gonna finish this video. I'll get back to the questions. I got it. Don't worry. I got it. The volume, I got it. Don't worry. I got you. We good. Don't say it. I got you.
Is higher in AP than base. This puts Gear 4 Luffy's AP at around 5.6 times 10 to the 23 joules per cubic centimeter, or low-end large country level AP. As for attacks where he stacks Gear 3 on top of Gear 4, those would reach 2.8 times 10 to the 24 joules per cubic centimeter, or high-end large country level AP, nearly continental AP. With the AP scaling section out of the way, I'd now like to take some time to answer some questions that some people might have. First of all, the reason that Gear 5 wasn't mentioned is because there's no gaugeable or notable increase in AP from Gear 4. Others might be wondering why I think base Luffy can clash with Kaido, then suddenly get 50 times stronger, and still be able to clash with Kaido. That's because Kaido was holding back throughout most of the fight. This is highlighted by the fact that at one point he says he's finally going to let loose, which is very deep into the fight, and also by the fact that he has multiple clashes where he doesn't split the sky, and then when Luffy comes back and has better mastery of Conqueror's Haki, they clash and they split the sky, clearly showing that the power that Kaido output there was greater than the power which he had output before, meaning he was holding back. The matter of the Bajrang gun is the same as that of Gear 5. Although it's clearly stronger than all of Luffy's other attacks, there is no quantifiable increase in AP, and therefore its AP is unknown, just some X amount greater than his other attacks. Also, I'll throw in the fact that even lowballing the volume of the Bajrang gun, it easily gets into Dwarf Star levels for total joules. And once again, with all of that out of the way, I can finally get into speed. What would the topic of speed in One Piece be without Kizaru? Some people think that the verse gets to FTL, FTL plus, MFTL, or even higher because of Kizaru, and other people think that the verse caps at light speed because of Kizaru. I'm here to give a different take than both. I don't think Kizaru's light speed in the first place. His light clearly shows physical properties, applying force to Luffy and sending him into a tailspin, which would require his light to have mass. The reason that natural light moves at light speed in the first place is because it doesn't have mass, meaning that Kizaru's light isn't necessarily light speed. Now I'm not saying that it can't be light speed because it has mass, I'm saying that it isn't necessarily light speed. And now that I've covered that, I can actually get into the feats for how fast One Piece characters are. In chapter 713, we see Fujitora pull a meteor from space. As speed is distance divided by time, I'll first be finding the distance at which he pulled this meteor from. In chapter 180 of One Piece, we're told that the Alabasta River is 50 kilometers in width. When we take that number and angsize with an aerial shot of Alabasta, we find that the One Piece atmosphere is at least 52,304 kilometers in height. We can then find the amount of time that it took the meteor to reach them by counting the number of words that they spoke, and using that in conjunction with the average words per minute of humans. When we do so, we find a time frame of 15.8 seconds, which gives the meteor a speed of Mach 7701. Then, we can calculate how much the meteor moved in relation to Doflamingo, and find that he has a speed of Mach 5157. While yes, Law did cut the meteor before Doflamingo did, Law's Devil Fruit allows him to bypass the need to apply opposite and equal force to be able to damage objects. Therefore, the meteor would not be slowed down by the time it reached Doflamingo. Later in the Dressrosa arc, Doflamingo and Gear 2 Luffy are shown to be relative in speed, both of them equally matching and sometimes blitzing the other. The interpretation that gets Luffy's speed lower would be to say that they are equal in speed. Therefore, I'll go with this so as to lowball. You'll see why in a second. When Luffy uses Gear 4 against Doflamingo, he's clearly at least a Blitz tier above him, making him 2 times faster, which puts him at Mach 10,315. Now, as it's about to become relevant, I'll go over Gear 2 speed multiplier. During Enies lobby, Lucci consistently speed blitzes base Luffy, and then when Luffy enters Gear 2, he can blitz Lucci, meaning that he gets at least 4 times faster in that form, meaning that from base to Gear 4 would be an 8 times speed increase. During the Wano arc, we see base Kaido blitz Gear 4 Luffy with a Thunder Bagua. After this, Luffy goes through a training arc and has a better reaction in base. Sure, he's using Future Sight, but Kaido is still massively faster than him and can react to his movements. The fact that he can use Future Sight in the first place also shows that he could react in time in base, whereas he couldn't previously in Gear 4. The clear intention here is that Rooftop base Luffy has equal or...
So we'll stop here, and I want to say this real quickly. This might be the only part I heavily disagree with. While it's fine to, calc stack for some things, I wouldn't calc stack abuse. I wouldn't use, okay, this person blitz this person, and this person blitz this person, and if that person blitz this person, then he must be this fast. If we were to do that for Bleach, do you know how insane, how fast we would get to confirm lights if we were just to do that in Bleach? Let me just, off the top of my head, think of all the times a blitz goes on in Bleach. We have Byakuya versus Ichigo. All right. We have Soifone. No, I'm sorry. We have... No, I'm not going to say Kenpachi. That one didn't really happen. We have Uryu to Urahime, and she's looking directly at him. Now, you might think that's Urahime, but... Urahime can react to a explosion point blank. And she couldn't see Uryu while looking right at him. So, then after that, we have Yoruichi to Byakuya. She blitzes him, at least his perception, right? It's more of a game of tag, so he's not completely outsped, but that's still happening, which would suggest she's at least X amount faster than he is. We have Ichigo to the lieutenants. Then we have Ichigo to Byakuya, damn near twice, blitzing him. And then we have, who else gets blitzed out their ass? I know we have Greenjaw. No, is Greenjaw blitz? No, Greenjaw doesn't blitz. We have Ukiyoda to Ichigo. Then we have Aizen to Ichigo. Then we have Ichigo to Aizen. And it just goes on and on and on and on and on. So if we're just scaling off of blitzes, boy oh boy, does it get bad for every other verse. If we're just scaling off of blitzes, I think Bleach might have the most speed blitzes in the big three, if I'm being honest with you guys. I think Naruto... How many speed blitzes does Naruto have? Crazy. How many speed blitzes does Naruto have? If you can just type them all out, and I'm gonna see how many I can get right. So for Naruto speed blitzing, let me see. Who is the first person that we see get speed blitzed badly in Naruto? And I'm not talking about Haku. I'm not talking about jutsu speed. I mean raw movement speed. Who gets outpaced? And what I mean is they get outpaced to where they don't know what the fuck's going on. They don't even know what's happening. They couldn't even see. I think we might start with Gaara and Lee. I think that might kick it off. But then after that, nothing really goes on. Nothing really happens. No one else gets outsped that badly. Then we were going to Shippuden. I really can't think of any Naruto speed blitzes. Alright, so I'm talking about physical speed blitz. Like they couldn't physically react to the person's movements in time. You know what I mean? But then again, we can do both. Throw them both in there. Fuck, throw them both in there. He said Might guide us some Genin. Come on, Tay, stop it. He said substitution low-key requires speed blitz. You know the substitution is like a broken jutsu, right? We're not going to play games and act like, no. The substitution is a broken jutsu. It was built upon a faulty foundation. Yeah, see, and crazy. I didn't want to get to the Raikage because that happens all the way at the summit. I thought we at least had some shit in between to where we could talk about. But if we're jumping right to the Raikage and Sasuke, then so be it. That's like the first official speed blitz of the series. Raikage to Sasuke. That might be the first official speed blitz. And it's not even a speed blitz because Sasuke could track his movements and put up a defense faster than he could attack. Naruto to the Raikage. That's a solid one. Naruto to the Raikage is a solid speed blitz. Anyone else? Naruto got any more speed blitzes? Karibo, do you know any? Sasuke and the Sound Ninja. You're really just talking about Zaku, right? That's a tough one. That's only a tough one because when Zaku does his slicing sound wave, he kicks up so much damn dust, he can't see anything. And Sasuke's already behind him. So it's not like really... Don't get me wrong, I'm not saying Sasuke wasn't faster, but we don't know if Zaku couldn't react to him or keep up to him. We don't know that. Naruto and Sasuke's first fight at the Final Valley, at least in the anime, did Naruto speed blitz. Not to my knowledge. Not speed blitz. No, Naruto might have had a faster combat speed to where he was landing more hits per exchange, but that's not a speed blitz. That's not Sasuke not being able to follow his movements or react at all. That's just Sasuke losing in a combat situation, like a combat. That'd be a combat blitz feat for Naruto, whooping on Sasuke. Sasuke blitzes Naruto in their final fight. Sasuke. Are you talking about when he hits him with the Chidori to the back of his head? I'd have to look at it again because there's so much things going on there. And it's not, and I guarantee it's not due to speed. It was probably due to like something that happened in the fight. But I don't think, like, if it was a speed blitz, then Sasuke would be able to damn near continuously do that. Kind of like how when Ukiyoda speed blitzes Ichigo, he does it the whole fight. Kind of like how when Aizen speed blitzes Ichigo, he does it the whole fight. Kind of like when when Yoruichi outpaces the mess out of Byakuya, she does it the whole encounter. Always been saying if the Bleach verse was scaled like how DBZ stirs or Naruto herds, they would easily have FNTL speeds and multiversal AP by people. Yeah, no, that's a fact, bro. Like that is an absolute fact. If we just were to calc stack abuse and just go off of perception blitz versus perception blitz and speed blitz versus speed blitz, then Bleach is the fastest verse, bar none. Bar none, One Piece, and it's because One Piece has such a long fucking history of content that it's like, all right, we're going to count fucking, what's the bull's name? We're going to count Bellamy and Enel. We're going to count all these randoms getting speed blitz and multipliers. And so, but no. If we're talking about like competent fighters and people with names that matter and mean things, it's not really a question. Kakashi blitzes Team 7 a couple times during the Bell test, and those two ninja that ambushed Kakashi got blitzed. Okay. So the difference in what I'm talking about though is like we're talking about fathers and children. In Bleach, actual names get blitzed. Top tiers get blitzed casually. That's the difference. And the reason that matters is because these people are established in the story to already have a type of power or be at a certain level of power, right? We're not just throwing them in there with two no-name random shinobi who we don't know are good at body flicker. Because that's what you have to be able to do to blitz someone in Naruto for the most part. You either have to be like naturally raw speed fast or be really, really good at body flicker to speed blitz, which is probably why we don't see it a lot because not many people are really good at body flicker. Either that or not. It's either you can either accept that or that everyone in the fucking series is relative in speed for the most part. People upscale Bleach like crazy. On feats, they're the slowest. That's not true, bro. You don't have a feat better than Ichibe doing 4,000 kilometers in a panel. You don't have one. So when you gotta chill on Ab-Stract when you debate speed. Bro is playing the Bleach. Hey, yo, chill. Chill, redhead. Chill, bro. Don't bring him into this. All right? He's studying. Leave him alone. He's studying right now. You just asked for blitzes. Yeah, I'm talking about blitzes. I'm still talking about blitzes. Yeah. But I'm talking about blitzes on people that it matters against. When I'm saying like Bleach has the most, it has the most on people who have a name, that have did things in the series that have a certain level of power, right? You being able to blitz a fodder doesn't help you really, because they're featless. Minato and Raikage. No, not really. Minato, Raikage. First off, Minato uses teleportation, so that's not a blitz. It's not raw movement speed. And even if you want to say Minato and B was ready to die. B was completely ready for Minato, and that was teleportation. So no, Minato and Raikage also doesn't work. Yeah, Minato and Raikage also doesn't work for that. But hey, listen, guys, I'm not saying this is the case. I'm just saying that if we want to calc stack abuse, Bleach is the fastest verse, bar none, One Piece. And that's only because One Piece's long fucking history of, content. But even then, One Piece has more fodders getting blitzed than top tiers. Let me try and think of some top tiers in One Piece that got blitzed. Well, we can use Doflamingo, Kaido. We can use Law, Luffy, Kid. Okay, so yeah, One Piece, yeah. Speaking of Minato, do we know Minato's natural speed without teleportation? If I remember correctly, Zalius had Minato around Mach 15, I think. It was either Mach 10 or 15 without teleportation. Now, you guys might be like, oh, that's slow. But no, when we're finding necessary minimums, that's pretty good for this series, actually. Around for that time, at least. Minato and the Nine Tails. Minato and the Nine Tails? Minato and the Nine Tails? I'm confused. The issue with Ichibe slaps, they were stopped mid-flight each time, so we never saw them actually fly out the full distance. Well, no, in the anime, it's clearly shown. He slaps him. They stop moving, then he slaps him down. He doesn't slap him down while he's traveling. They come to a complete stop, and then he smacks him down. And then he smacks him back. It's very consistent. He smacks him right back to the platform with Ichibe's things. What about when Naruto saved Sakura from Sasuke after his fight with Kakashi and Danzo? What about when Naruto saved Sakura? That's not a blitz. Number one, Sasuke didn't see him coming. Number two, Naruto still got cut. So he wasn't faster than Sasuke's attack. Mind you, Naruto was coming from a further place, yes, but no. Minato was able to blitz the Ninetales paw swipe to save Kushina. That's all right. See, if it was a blitz, he would have actually saved Kushina and Naruto. If it was a blitz. That wasn't a blitz. That was an interception. He was fast enough to intercept, not fast enough to blitz. Nice try, though. Oh, yeah, I gotta connect to the thingy.
And previous Gear 4 Luffy. So, where does this put Rooftop Gear 4 Luffy's speed? Mach 82,527, which is...
Yeah, Mach 82,527. That's kind of crazy. Calling Minato Mach 15 is way slower than the minimum. That makes no sense with story. It makes sense if you're scaling the story with necessary minimums.
High-end sub-relativistic plus near-ring relativistic. Now, you might have noticed that the distance which I used for where Fujitora pulled the meteor from was actually inside the One Piece atmosphere. The reason that I did this was again for the sake of lowballing. Realistically, it should be tens of times further away, at which point you could say that Luffy is FTL, FTL plus, or even higher. But since I can't confirm anything, I can't use those values as a bare minimum, which is why I went for the sub-relativistic plus number. So, wrapping that all up, Luffy's regular attacks in Gear 5 would have large country AP, and his Bajrang gun would be at least 5 times higher than that, nearing continental AP. His speed is at least sub-relativistic plus, and most likely entering FTL, but nothing that's really...
So yeah, Red Hair, I think you had an issue with this, and I think not Shambles, who had an issue with his scaling? Someone said they was going to rage. I think it was Red Hair and someone else. Oh yeah, Planet. That's right. So yeah, Red Hair and Planet. How are we feeling about the end results of this video? Tell me where you guys have Luffy at. Tell me where you guys have him. Do you not have him at large country? Like, do you have him at planetary star? And what's his speed? Is he sub-relative FTL? And tell me why, please. Minato natural speed was always tricky to figure out. They said he was fast while flying Thunder God, but how fast was unknown. And that's what I'm saying, bro. We don't... Like, the best Minato speed scale we have is him appearing behind that shinobi when he dropped his backpack. Now, unless that shinobi was tagged, that's the Mach 15 speed feat we're going to. Karibo. Not talking about that one. It's when the Nine Tails was trying to crush Kushina, and Minato picked her up and dashed up a cliff before the Nine Tails smashed the rock Obito left her on. Okay. And you're saying, well, see, I'd have to see the instance that you're talking about first off. Yeah, I'd have to see. Minato throws punches in kunai faster than he runs, and he's shown to run across countries in seconds. He's actually not shown to run across countries in seconds. He's not shown to do that. I think I already asked you, how far away was the land of snow from Orochimaru's hideout, number 1? And then what time do you think it took him to get there, number 2? And then why does the second say his teleportation is better than his if they were just running? Is he talking about body flicker, or is he talking about flying Raijin? And then when was it confirmed that the second was a speedster in the first place? So many questions. Okay. So many questions. If I were a rich man. Yaddle deedle daddle dum. All day long I'd biddy biddy bum. If I were a wealthy man. Let me go grab some water. You wouldn't have to work hard. Daddle deedle daddle dum. All day long I'd biddy biddy bum. If I were a wealthy man. I wouldn't have to work hard. It was chapter 500 of Naruto manga. Bet. I'll definitely check it out, bro. All right. You said you have Luffy, Mr. Red Hair. All right, well, let me go down in order. All right. Oh, I guess that was order. Okay. For speed, I got Luffy minimum FTL to FTL plus. To height and MFTL plus, since he is constantly dodging light speed things, such as attacks like lasers. or from someone in Luffy called a laser slow after 2 years of training. All right, right here. Did you see/hear/understand the part where Kizaru's lasers wouldn't be light speed because his lasers have mass and they can move things? Did you see that part? Because if we're just talking about things that have the properties of light, then I might as well scale Bleach to light speed based off the Negacion. I might as well do that. For AP, I got him lowered. I got him low-end planetary to large planetary, high-end galaxy, no cap. Galaxy? Galaxy? There's actual things like multipliers from the energy. From the energy stores, which give you 10 times boost for all stats, basically. Sometimes body figure gets translated to teleportation. But you see Hokage without F10 flying thing his in. I should remember about Bleach. They use Flying Thunder God, they could all be there at the same time. Well, I mean, it depends, Kuribo. Because, like, what if they were just chucking kunai as fast as they can throw them, as you like to say, and then just teleporting to them? And then everyone else was just using body flitter to try and keep up with that was happening. Video is not as bad as I remember. I've watched the whole thing now rather than just finishing halfway. Yeah, nah, bro. You gotta give people a chance. Planet birthday. Yeah, planet birthday. You gotta give people a chance, bro. And mind you, he's only doing this to be as accurate and consistent as possible with his scaling, right? This isn't to say that Luffy can't be where you guys have him. What he's saying is, based off of the feats shown, this is the most accurate representation of where Luffy is for power. Large country plus with Bodrin gun. Minimum sub-relativistic on the high end FTL plus. I think it's fair, to be honest. I think it's fair. Minato shouldn't have Flying Thunder God seal on Kishina at that point because the seal was undone, so he'd have to use raw movement to blitz Kurama. So we gotta be careful not to confuse a blitz with the interception. A blitz is challenging the, how do I want to say this? Because it's going to kind of be intertwined. Like, Minato's not challenging Kurama's speed at that point. Like, he is, but he's not. And he's not challenging Kurama's perception at that point. If Kurama's going for a defined target, and then target C is fast enough to intercept target B from target A, that wouldn't mean target C is faster than target A just because they saved target B. That's not what that would mean. What we would want is an example or an instance where target A, being Kurama, is genuinely outpaced from target C, and they both know what's going on. Because if we're just getting in between something a blitz at any given time, then a lot of people get blitzed a lot of times by things they didn't know what was happening or going on. So I'd be very careful not to mix up an interception with a blitz. And no, that's a fact, bro. Bleach be blitzing like Kubo literally has genuine panels where he'll just have the person behind him like a shadow on their face and just like, you didn't know I was here. I'm too fast for you. come on, what are you doing? You know, Blitz is like a fucking, it's an aura farming junkie for speed blitzing. It happens way too often. Guess my real issue is I'm just not used to his type of scaling. I'm used to author intent rather than definitely the author. Okay, and that's fair, bro. That's absolutely fair. That's absolutely fair. I get where you're coming from. And I want to say before I like really got into power scaling, I was kind of like that too. It took me taking a step back and realizing that these authors are really only here to tell a great, compelling story, and that data books embellish, and that character statements aren't the end all be all. To where I was like, oh, you know what? Okay. Maybe we should take this case by case instead of fully relying on or fully believing the interpretation of the author or their secondary source material, whether it be data books, novels, or whatever. Because our job as power scalers is to find the most accurate portrayal of these characters, right? A good example is like you wouldn't have, if the plot demands for Konohamaru to beat Madara and he beats him with the Rasengan, most power scalers would in fact say Konohamaru scales to Madara, right? They would ignore plot. They would ignore narrative. They would ignore storytelling. They would ignore all these things. Right? And it almost sounds like I'm saying the things we shouldn't do, we should. No. There are certain times we want to take that stuff into account because you don't want to mix that in with scaling. If Konohamaru has 0 feats, but his first Rasengan beats Madara, you don't then say Konohamaru scales to Madara and everyone below him. You don't do that. We say, okay, well, you take this into consideration, you take the narrative into consideration, you take all these things into consideration, and we find out that Konohamaru only beat him because that's what the plot demanded him to do at the time. Simple as that, kind of. I was speaking of pacifista lasers, which are EM waves. Electromagnetic waves. And Kizaru can give his ability mass to get into Egghead. There's a laser barrier Kizaru just flew through since he is light. Yeah, so even with that, right? His laser light projectiles aren't him. So when he's using Yasaka Magata to become light and reflect off of mirrors, that's not the same light that he's using to blast things. Those aren't the same lights. So I'm guessing what Sage would be arguing is that attack wouldn't be light speed because it has mass. Or not wouldn't be, but it's not necessarily light speed because it has mass. We'll use that. Also, Oda outright said Kizaru is light. Yeah, bro. See, we're talking. This is what I'm talking about, though, right? What does the story tell us in show? What do the feats tell us in show? The author can say whatever till the cows come home. If the feats aren't there, then the feats aren't there. Oda can say Naruto is galaxy level all he wants. If the feats aren't there, the feats aren't there. Point blank simple. Minato and Tobirama don't use Flying Thunder God that way. Also, Kunai would be there when they showed up. I mean, at that point, Kariba, we're really just making baseless assumptions. I mean, well, I am. I don't know about you are, but I'm just making assumptions of how it could have happened or transpired. Also, what's the distance between Land of Snow and Orochimaru's hideout? How long did it take them to get there? How much time elapsed before it happened? These are the things we want to know if you want to get their speed. Because you said they traveled a country by body flicker, when it takes them 3 days minimum to get to the next village. So yeah. I'm not saying Luffy is actually Galaxy, but it's possible people ignore multipliers in the series. The thing is, though, even with Luffy's gears, like you have gear, which one is it that King Kong gun, whatever multiplier that is purely an AP multiplier. That does not go into speed at all. That purely goes into AP. So you actually wouldn't add that multiplier onto speed when he's in his like, if he does like his King Kong form and then he does Baraggan at the same time, that 40 times amp would not go into speed. Oh, I'm sorry. Only 30 of it would go into speed because you have gear 1, you have gear 2. Actually, wait. You know what? We'll figure that out tomorrow because, like I said, I'll review the actual joint. I'll review the actual conversation that me and my guy had. Not me and my guy had, but one of our community members. No way Luffy gets past planetary and FTL without wank multipliers. We literally watched the video debunking wank One Piece scaling. Yeah, man. I mean, like, it all depends, man. This is what I'm saying. Scaling is extremely subjective. It doesn't have to be, but it's extremely subjective. And not everyone has the same goal. Some people's goal is to get their character as strong as possible just so they can say, hey, my character beats your character. That's some people's goal. Did you see what I said about the Minato and Obito spirit form changes? You know what? I meant to respond to that. Let me go back to that. If I can find it. All right. Okay, here we go. It's just that the fact Obito's spirit changes to his kid form when he goes to the Pure Lands. I'm just thinking that if Obito's spirit can change to his kid self in the afterlife, I find it reasonable to assume that Minato's spirit can also change forms. I'm just not sure if that means his arms. All right. So when you say that, crazy, to what end exactly are you speaking about? Because I remember we were talking about the truth-seeking orbs and if they're existence eraser and stuff. What relativity does Obito, being a child in the Pure Lands, have to Minato's arms? One smart. My point is that the spirits can change forms, but I don't know if Minato can do what Obito did because he also had 6-pass chakra with him, so it might be different. So, but like, what's the overall point though, bro? That's what I'm failing to see. Not gonna lie. I think Twin been doing the Lord's work, and you're just hoping he is wrong about this. Hey yo, you two niggas, I gotta watch you two niggas, man. Y'all slick. I ain't having y'all on the stream together no more. If he's on, you getting blocked, and if you on, he getting blocked. One of y'all can't be together, man. Bro, he said Kizaru isn't Lightspeed due to being fat. Not due to being fat. But Kizaru has clones that have no mass and have mass. Even minus Kizaru, there's literally Lightspeed feats regardless. Hell, Setos have mass. Red hair, like I said, bro, it depends on how you scale. It depends on how you want to take it. Like, I'll say this, like, for my channel, what I like to do, y'all already know. If you watch my channel, you know I do necessary minimums, right? But if I'm having a conversation with someone, for the most part, I like to go to wherever their level of scaling takes them. Right. So if we want to talk about things having the properties of light, then we can do that all day. If we want to talk about creation scaling the AP, we can do that all day. I'm not a fan of it. I don't personally do it. You won't see it in my videos. But if we want to have that conversation, we can have that conversation. I have to go look at the map again. The 3-day thing is the Shinobi. The Forest of Death is like 10 kilometers long, if I remember correctly. So I will need a bit more time to get the full distance. Gotcha. Definitely do. And here's the thing. It took them I think it took them 2 hours to cross 10 kilometers into Forest of Death or something like that. The 3-day thing is the shinobi. I mean, I think that's the standard travel time that it takes, which is still slow. Like, that's very slow for being right next door. I'm just saying that it's possible that Minato's arms could have returned, or he could have his arms in that flight. No, yeah, okay, crazy. Yeah, no, bro, that's what I'm saying too. That's been my whole argument this whole time with this whole existence eraser thing. My position was that we can't definitively declare it existence eraser. Number one, for the pure fact that TSOs negate or nullify chakra. It says ninjutsu, but we know ninjutsu is really just chakra. So when he lost his arm, we can't definitively say if it destroyed his soul or went back to the Pure Lands. That's what my whole video was about. And that's basically what I was just saying that whole time. You can just argue that because the One Piece planet is so big, its gravity affects light too much for it to be moving even at the speed of light. Kizaru is FTL either. Kizaru isn't FTL either. He is only the speed of light. So you getting them the FTL is crazy. Or it's laughable. Yeah, I was joking about the fat being the joke. I was joking about the fat being just a joke. Laugh my ass. Yeah, that's funny. I remember correctly, the slowest scientists have slowed down light is like 32 miles per hour. I remember correctly, the slowest scientists have slowed down light is like 32 miles per hour. Let's talk creation. If you have a sort of creation, hacks, but need to power it via energy in order to utilize it, why would one not scale to it? Well, because number one, creation isn't destruction. With destruction, we actually have values that we can tangibly gather, right? That's number one. Number two, well, actually, hold up. It really all comes down to being able to determine the AP, and then you would have to prove you can put that AP in any singular given attack. And 9 times out of 10, it's mainly hacks anyway. And the problem with hacks is hacks, it's almost like magic. Like lightly, like you get what I'm saying, right? It's almost like magic. I'm not saying it is magic, but it's almost like something separate. It's a separate category of an ability, of a power. It doesn't usually work. It doesn't usually work off of jewels or AP or anything like that. It usually bypasses that stuff. If their light speed on their planet, if you remove them and put them on a normal planet, they get faster due to lower gravity. So technically, they're still vastly faster than most verses. That depends on how we're taking it, but I would agree with that. I meant average shinobi. Villagers are not right next door. I remember a lot of open area on the map. Yeah, it took them 3 days. It took them 3 days to get to the sand village, not the country of sand or wind or whatever they call their country, right? They probably entered the country within maybe like a day, maybe. but that's what I'm talking about, getting to the village itself. It takes them 3 days to get to another village. And yes, we're the country, I get that, but the village is still right next door. And then I think, isn't there a statement about ninja running fast as horses? Karibo, is there a statement about ninja running as fast as horses? Is that true, Karibo? And Kizaru accelerated beyond light speed, so he isn't stuck at lights or at speed of light at all. In Bleach, all beings relevant are spiritual. In physical matter is Kishi, which the world of living is made up of entirely, unlike Society or Mundo. So Bleach having FDL can't be debunked by gravity or mass. In Bleach, all things relevant are spiritual, made of Reishi. In physical matter is Kishi, which the world of living is made up entirely, unlike Society or Mundo. So Bleach having... That's an interesting argument. Never heard that one before. I kind of want to figure out how do I let's do this real quick. Come on. Work with me. It's the moment where an energy system comes into the question where I have trouble because there are plenty of creation hacks in fiction that doesn't require energy. In my mind defaults on it hacks. Yeah, I think I agree with that. Yeah, like if you're not defaulting to a but the thing is, for the most part, you're going to default to an energy system. The problem becomes like that could just be a specific ability that has nothing to do with how strong you are or how fast you are or like how powerful you are. So that's where the issue comes in. Like when you take Kaguya or even Grimmy, right? When you take Grimmy creating galaxies from his mind, I don't have Grimmy at star level because he created those things. As far as AP, Grimmy would have to show me he can put all of that energy into any given singular attack for his AP to be there. Or he would have to show me that he can destroy what he created on the same level in any singular given attack. Kaguya was going to destroy her dimension in an unnamed Kaguya was going to destroy her dimension in an unnamed time frame with power that she borrowed from the Shinobi Alliance. So number one, it's not her power. We don't know how long it would have taken, and we don't know the type of damage or destruction it was going to be, making the feat pretty much impossible to calc. My guy gave you new meta for Twit. Hey, yo. I never said One Piece is Galaxy. I said Luffy high end is Galaxy. And I ever said I don't buy it. So relax. Hey, man. Chill on each other, man. It's good. You know, we just talking anime. It don't gotta be that crazy. The statement was about Shinobi's stamina being compared to horses, if I remember it right. It was talking about how long they can run without stopping. Okay, all right, good, because let them be compared to horses and let me stop. Nah, but see, here's the thing, Karibo. Even if they were compared to horses, that would just contradict all the feats that they have in the series. So what I would do is say, the author is saying they're compared to horses, but all the evidence points to them being way, way faster than horses. So that's how you would use that. The same thing you would do for Candace. You say, Candace's thing is lightning speed, but hey, every other feat disproves that lightning speed would be the case. You do the same thing. I will admit that many months ago, I saw you as a Bleach glazer, but after watching more Bleach content in this live, I feel that I'll have to redact that original sentiment. Hey, bro, I appreciate that, man. Thank you. Thank you. I don't glaze Bleach at all. Karibo, can you be a neutral third party and genuinely tell me if I glaze Bleach? Like, do I glaze it or am I fair and consistent and accurate as far as my takes go? Because I don't think I glaze Bleach. I do have Bleach as the strongest. That's because the feats, at least the feats and the hacks get Bleach the strongest for me. It's mainly the feats and the hacks. Like, you'll be hard pressed to find a better feat than Ichigo destroying that mountain. And here we go with hill size Ichigo. When we get into it, and when I finally do a video on that, we're going to find out how incorrect that sentiment is. And by that, I mean hill size Ichigo. Because when we're talking about joules per centimeter cubed, which my good brother Sage broke down in his video, the larger something is, the less energy, not the less energy, I'll paraphrase. The larger something is, the less impressive it is when that thing enacts force or destroys something, right? So we have Madara's Meteor Swing, huge ass Susanoo, bigger than the Biju, destroying mountaintops with air pressure. And it didn't bust them, it didn't obliterate them, it didn't pulverize them, it didn't vaporize them. It simply cut the tops in half. Versus Ichigo and Aizen casually deflecting each other, parrying each other's sword swipes, and then the air pressure of that has to travel over to a mountain and pulverize it. Do we get the difference? Let me put it in perspective. The energy in Ichigo's sword is so much that simply waving it destroys mountains far off into the distance. I'm sorry, hills, but mountains, same thing, right? In comparison. So when we take Ichigo's Zanpakuto, how many Zangetsus can fit into the mountain that he busted? Over 1,000 easily, over 2,000 easily. How many? Like over 500,000 swords can fit into that mountain comfortably? It's no contest. Versus Madara's big ass Susanoo enacting the force and only cutting mountain tops. It's two completely different things. Ichigo's AP, and I might actually reference Zalius for that one, or I'll just do a video on it myself. But yeah, let me get back to it. Bro really wants One Piece to be Galaxy Level, so he's coping by saying it's a highball. Same crazy grapes. This live made appreciate Ab-Stract. I like power scalers who have a personality and just take a joke. Power scaling is supposed to be fun, not a screaming party. Exactly, bro. That's what I'm saying, man. It's never that serious. Yo, y'all should see the people on Twitter, bro. The people I interact with on Twitter might actually be crazy. Except for Karibo. Karibo's like one of the good ones, y'all. Don't. So, yeah. He's one of the good ones. But there be some people... there be some people on Twitter, bro. They just... Oh, my gosh. They can't take a joke. They think it's life or death if you don't have their character as strong as they have their character. It'd just be wild. In your video about Bleach cosmology, the concept of primordial sea was new to me. Oh, yeah, man. So, with that, I want to show y'all something, actually. So, when we're talking about the Bleach cosmology and the primordial sea, where we at? Yeah, when we're talking about the Bleach cosmology and the primordial sea, I first got introduced to that information through this book, aka the Comedic Tree of Life, right? Because I be reading weird shit like this all the time. It's not really weird to me. It's kind of like, you know, the stuff I study and stuff like that. But yeah, so that state of the quote unquote world, oh my gosh, that state of the quote unquote world comes from Egyptian Kemetic theology. In fact, and I might get a little hate for saying this. I don't know your guys' religious beliefs. I don't know your political beliefs or anything like that. But from my purview, at least, ancient Egyptian. Let me stop. Ancient Egyptian, aka Kemetic theology, is the oldest known quote unquote religion. Because I'm not really a fan of that word, but it best describes what I'm talking about, so I got to use it. It's the oldest known theology though within the world, and there's so much interesting things in that book, and I want to say this goes back to the Kubo thing. When I finally do this Mayuri versus Xylopero breakdown, bro, I need my Kubology certificate. I need it framed, laminated. I need it in gold and platinum and all that stuff, because he packed so much information in that fight you can hardly call it a fight. You can hardly call it a fight. It's really different. All right, I gotta go to bed. I'll see you on the next live. All right, crazy. Take it easy, bro. Take it easy. Actually, before I lose my damn voice, I might have to get out of here too, because I still gotta stream tomorrow. Let me see video capture. All right, yeah. So let me ask you guys, before we do get out of here, are there any topics we want to talk about or anything we want to run? Yu-Gi-Oh! Ancient Egyptian. Oh yeah, no, facts, bro. Oh my gosh, bro. I just rewatched some of Yu-Gi-Oh! Boy, oh boy. Boy, oh boy. I love it. Yu-Gi-Oh! Was really fun growing up. All right, let me see. The problem with the AP scaling often ignore something like the Rasengan, which we directly show its AP increases with size. So yes, right. The problem with Naruto is that most of their best AP showings come with attacks that have huge volume. And sadly, when you're doing your series like that, you inevitably, necessarily hurt the overall AP of the verse, right? So, when I finally break down the conversation with Davs and Sage on Twitter, we're going to see this firsthand. But Naruto's, like when you look at all of Naruto's and even Sasuke's best things, they come from huge AoE. They come from avatars and big cloaks. And then even when they're using their avatars and big cloaks, they're not causing crazy damage. Like Sasuke's not busting meteors. He can cut through them, sure. But cutting through something and completely busting it are two different things. And then when you factor in the volume and the size, you're like, it's really not that impressive. Sasuke's wingspan was the size of the meteor. It's really not that impressive. Have you ever played any of the Storm games? I think the scaling is comparable to the manga or anime. I think the scaling is comparable to the manga. Are you talking about the scaling for the Storm games? Gonna watch that breakdown of the verse you made. Been on my list a few days. Peace, y'all. All right, Redhead, take it easy, bro. Yeah, no, before we get out of here, though, because I'm probably going to get off and, I can still go to the gym. I'm probably going to get off and go to the gym. So are there any topics we want to talk about and run before I get out of here? Anything at all? Let me know. Let me know while I use the bathroom, actually. Yeah, let me know. I'll get ready to go. Ba-da-da-da-da-da. Ba-da-da-da-da-da. Ba-da-da-da. Ba-da-da-da-da-da. Let's see what we got. Why just scale the AP proportional? Because the series directly tells us that the more chakra you put in, the stronger the jutsu. Because that's not just the case for every jutsu. It's not the case for every jutsu. It's not the case for every attack. Some jutsu depend on the change in form, and some jutsu change on the change in nature too. So it's those two things. And yeah, I would never say an attack that is putting more chakra in doesn't make it stronger. I wouldn't say that or anything. We should talk about the future Himawari and Kazui matchup. Why are you doing this? That's a funny one. That's a funny one. Nah, that's a funny one. Like if you had to calc some of the ultimate attacks that are displayed in the game, it would not get the verse any higher, right? I haven't played the Storm games in years. No, it would definitely get the verse higher if you calc them. Or I'll say it should get the verse higher. I'd have to see them though. I really don't remember them. But it's a video game, so I'm assuming it's crazy because it's a video game. But yeah. Nah, just stay cool, bro. We need more chill scalers like you. And Eon. Yeah. Big scalers ruin debates with childish antics. Shout out to Twin. Hey, yo. Tay and red hair, man. Y'all funny. Shout out to Twin. Keep doing the Lord's work, bro. I got you, bro. Absolutely. Peace out. Hopefully I'll see some of y'all tomorrow. Kazui ability look pretty cool. Flying fish as a main ability. Yeah, no, that'll be interesting. I can't wait to see what Kubo does exactly with that boy. But it'll be interesting. Himawari just got the Nine Tails and is already doing Biju bombs and whatnot. Fine, sure, you know. But all right, y'all. I think we're good. 6-hour stream, not bad. I appreciate you all pulling up. We'll probably be live around the same time tomorrow. I want to say probably like 11 or 12. And we're going to be going over some One Piece scaling. Not for the whole thing, of course, but, you know, just for a little bit of it. Bleach has no new peak. The Hell Arc chapter in Burn the Witch may have only added more low/mid tiers. Yes, that's true. I think that's true for now because like we haven't seen anything crazy happen or going on. So yeah, right now the peak is still technically Yuha or Soul King, depending on who you want to use. But all right, y'all, I'm out of here. Y'all take it easy. I'm about to go to the gym. Fun stream. Have a good night. Bye. Peace out, planet. It was nice having you. Karibo, you my guy. Y'all take it easy.